Chapter 21 Burning Operation in the Dungeon. It is about 2 million kilometers away from the battlefield, which is actually very close in space. Before approaching, I saw 2 battleships of the Imperial Expeditionary Force and 3 enemy battleships bombarding each other. One after another, dazzling neutron light spears penetrated the dark and cold void, lingering for a long time. In the middle of the 5 battleships on both sides, nearly 200 large and small battleships were fighting fiercely. Every few minutes, there will be several dazzling light spears piercing through the void, and several warships will burst out with dazzling light of martyrdom. Li Qing observed from a distance for 2 minutes, and ordered the fleet to detour. He is not qualified to intervene in the battlefield of battleships. If someone sees that you are too jumpy and sends you 2 spears, wouldn't it be a sudden death on the spot? Walking tens of thousands of kilometers away from the battlefield, Li Qing saw 2 destroyers dragging billowing smoke slowly floating forward in the void ahead. Li Qing immediately ordered the warships to approach and aim at the target for a round of shelling. After chasing back and forth for more than 10 minutes, the 2 destroyers were sunk, earning 1 point. But just after it was sunk, before it had time to clean up the battlefield, suddenly the void in front of it twisted, and circles of energy ripples swayed, and the battleship suddenly sounded a dazzling alarm. A large-scale fleet jump has been detected, please avoid it. Retreat. Li Qing ordered decisively, and the battleship had already turned around before him, and the reaction was very fast. Before he turned around and retreated less than 500 kilometers, the void in the distance twisted violently, and the turbulent energy tide exploded, and a large branch fleet led by 50 battleships jumped into the field. Waiting for the energy tide to surge into the distance, this large branch fleet split into 2 and sailed in different directions. I'm going. Why are you chasing me? Most of them sailed to the 5 battleships not far away, but 20 battleships led about 500 small and medium warships to chase Li Qing. This is outrageous, he is only a destroyer and a frigate. However, he soon discovered that this was his own self-indulgence. The target of this fleet was not himself, but was heading towards this side, and then turned halfway, and then split into 2 smaller fleets in the middle. Want to outflank that naval fleet from the other direction. Although the scale of the alien fleet is far larger than that of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, its weapons and equipment are not comparable, not only the average combat effectiveness but also the speed. It is necessary to use some tactics to encircle and annihilate them. Li Qing immediately sent a warning message to the fleet of the Imperial Expeditionary Force at war in the distance, and then ordered the fleet to leave the battlefield. But the warning at this time was useless. At this time, the Imperial Expeditionary Fleet headed by the 2 battleships had been at war with the opponent for so long, and it was not so easy to get out. After a short delay, several branch fleets had already completed the encirclement. Li Qing could only watch helplessly as the Imperial fleet was surrounded by alien fleets dozens of times larger than his own. In the end, only a few fast destroyers escaped, and the 2 main battleships sank. It's a pity, it would be nice if this was given to me. He clicked his tongue and left the battlefield. Next, instead of rushing to find enemies everywhere, they ordered the fleet to wander aimlessly in the galaxy and scout the galaxy. The battle situation in the dungeon is different every time, but the terrain in the galaxy is still the same. Anyway, the first time you enter the dungeon, you don't expect much success. First scout the terrain clearly so that you can enter the dungeon next time. It is worth mentioning that in such a large battlefield where hundreds of thousands of warships from both sides gathered, it is impossible to activate the hyperspace engine and enter the sub-light speed state. Any small fleet with battleships will have an intercepting force field, and sub-light speed points minutes will be intercepted and surrounded by enemy ships. In addition, you can jump into the galaxy from the outside, but you cannot use the jump engine to leave the galaxy, unless you use the emergency jump to escape regardless of the consequences. Emergency jump is a life-saving method used by warships when they are in a desperate situation. It does not require any target to activate the hyperspace engine in a very short time to force the jump to leave. Leap into the endless void between galaxies. Because the emergency jump will cause huge damage to the jump engine, the lower the level of the jump engine, the higher the probability of damage. If you are trapped in the endless void between galaxies, you cannot repair the jump engine, and you can only fly at regular speeds. Think about the distance between galaxies in light years. If you fly at a regular speed for such a long distance, you have to fly year of the monkey. The distance of 1 light year is 9,460.8 billion kilometers. Even if the speed is 200,000 kilometers per hour, it will take 47.3 million hours, 1.97 million days, and 5,400 years. That is to say, if you accidentally jump to the endless void and don't know how to repair the jump engine, you are basically dead. Therefore, under normal circumstances, when players recruit crew members, they will recruit a few crew members who can repair engines. If not, emergency jumps are simply prohibited. One death only means a 5-year lifespan. If you die trapped in the endless void, it will be directly inferior to Q. Spent hours wandering around, wandering from one end to the other, changing direction and wandering in the direction of the stars. Anyway, the speed of the destroyer is already fast, and it has an additional 20% bonus of psyker skills. It is not that there is no faster than him in this dungeon, but it is definitely not on the side of the alien race with only 3 or 4 generations of technology. Unknowingly, more than half of the 24 hours a day has passed, and Li Qing has also traveled an extremely long distance to the central region of the galaxy, and he can already see the huge bright yellow star and the 2 warring forces at the far edge of the star. Huge fleet. It is estimated that this is the main battlefield of this galaxy. Both sides have hundreds of battleships, thousands of large and small battleships, and the battlefield covers tens of millions of square kilometers. It was rare to see such a large-scale battlefield. Li Qing ordered the warship to stop at a very far place to watch the battle. Warning: a large-scale fleet jump has been detected nearby, please avoid it. Leave. Li Qing was a little speechless. His luck seemed to be a bit bad today, and he landed twice at the transition point when his fleet entered the battlefield from outside. There is no way but to avoid it. But just less than 500 kilometers away, the warning sound of the combat system suddenly disappeared, and the thorny red light also turned into green light. The staff behind him whispered to him. It is detected that the jump is about to be the frequency of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, and it is a friendly army. Keep going. The friendly army is not afraid. He is afraid that if the friendly army sees Le Zhuangding forced into the team, it will be embarrassing. This kind of situation is not uncommon. A large fleet sees sporadic warships on the battlefield, and the metropolis will forcibly recruit them into the fleet. There is a high probability that he will be recruited as cannon fodder in a melee. With such a large fleet, the enemies they face will only be equally powerful. It is conceivable what the result will be in the front row of such a melee involving thousands of warships. However, the fleet hadn't run far, when suddenly the bridge lit up with a dazzling red light again, and the subordinates reported that they detected that the induction force field was lit up in the void ahead, and that an enemy ship was about to jump into the field. Li Qing was dumbfounded at this moment, and he took a few seconds to react before decisively ordering the fleet to withdraw towards the star on the left. I knew I wouldn't come here to watch the show. Obviously, this is one of the main battlefields of this galaxy battlefield, and both sides will have reinforcements from time to time, so it must be quite dangerous to observe here. In the middle of the journey, Li Qing subconsciously opened the universe channel in his palm, and a black circle appeared in front of the frigate behind him. He ordered the startled frigate to enter the channel and avoid it first. The speed of the frigate is far inferior to that of the destroyer. At this time, it is still dragging back. But when his subordinates entered the palm universe, Li Qing was stunned. He stretched out his right hand, grasped the claws back and forth before his eyes, and then separated them, with a look of surprise in his eyes. The universe in my palm can also be opened in the dungeon. Before, I never thought about opening the universe in the palm of my hand in the dungeon, otherwise I would not try it after entering the dungeon for more than 10 hours. It was just a subconscious operation just now, and I only realized it when it succeeded. After being surprised, a strange look appeared in his eyes. He squeezed his beardless chin a few times, and muttered to himself. If I can open the palm universe, can I do something with this? For example, if you open the palm universe and put some damaged and immovable warships into it, can you take it out? When he thought of this, his mind became unusually active. Just do what he wants. He rushes to the direction of the stars immediately, which is the direction of the battlefield. Both sides in the fierce battle before have sunk a large number of warships. At this time, they are slowly drifting towards the stars under the pull of the gravity of the stars. If there is no external interference, the debris will sink into the star and melt after a period of time. But at this time the destroyer went straight into the battlefield, far away from the two sides in the melee, and came to a huge battleship wreck. With a thought, a huge black hole appeared in front of the battleship wreck, which was pulled by the gravity of the star and slid towards the star. The battleship wreckage it slides into the black hole like silk, and then blurs at a speed visible to the naked eye until it disappears into nothingness. No, he could clearly feel that the wreckage of the battleship had completely disappeared, and there was nothing there, like air. This shows that the idea of collecting a large amount of wreckage and melting it into various metal materials is not feasible, which casts a shadow on his heart, and his confidence in the next attempt drops sharply. The second attempt was very simple. He quietly approached the battlefield and used shelling to lure a cruiser from a distance. The reason why he didn't lure the destroyer was because he was afraid that the other party would not dare to come. Then, he stretched out his hand and pointed lightly, opening a black hole in front of the cruiser chasing at full speed. Boom! Li Qing's eyelids trembled slightly, and he could clearly feel that the cruiser seemed to be connected to the whole world for a moment when it hit the universe channel in the palm, as if an unimaginable force acted on the universe in the palm, making him there was a slight tremor all over his body, but his super high innate perception clearly felt that the copy space also seemed to tremble. Well, neither. He spread his hands, indicating that the plan failed. It seems that cheating by this method will not work. Li Qing is a little disappointed, but not too disappointed. At least he knows this, so he doesn't need to waste time trying it in the future. And through the attempt just now, he discovered a secret that he didn't know if it was a secret. When he used the universe in his palm to swallow the cruiser just now, he could sense the vibration of the entire copy space. Does this mean that if the universe in his palm is strong enough, he can shake the copy space, and even forcibly swallow the entire copy space in reverse? Or from another perspective, if you find a very small copy space now, and then open the palm universe in it, can you forcefully swallow it? Or in other words, is this dungeon space a space similar to the psionic world of subspace virtual world? And judging from the fact that the universe in the palm can continuously absorb virtual energy through the coordinates to restore the original source, does it mean that the original source can be restored by devouring the copy space? Li Qing rubbed his forehead, thinking that this idea is very interesting. If he has the opportunity, he can try more in the future. If you can find a way to quickly restore the origin of the universe in your palm, it will be great. Well, this attempt is almost done. Get ready to leave the instance. He didn't miss it, and ordered the battleship to turn and sail towards the star, preparing to park the battleship on the surface of the star, and wait for 24 hours before the end of the copy. Although it is not very safe, but here is the center of the galaxy, and it is impossible to travel faster than the speed of light, and it is impossible to run to a safe place on the edge of the galaxy in the remaining few hours. If you are unlucky and bump into a large enemy force on the way, the risk is still very high. 2 hours later, the destroyer came to a place only more than 1,000 kilometers away from the surface of the star. The temperature here was already as high as 3,000 or 4,000 degrees. Steel placed here would soon turn red and then melt. From the outside, the flames burning on the surface of the stars are like water, and the surface of the stars that can't be seen at a glance is like a boundless sea. The battleship is sailing on the surface of the star, ready to find a place to park. Just after crossing a huge vortex of flames, suddenly the lights in the spaceship turned red instantly, and a red-eared warning sounded. Warning, a violent change in the energy of a nearby star has been detected, and it is predicted that there will be a stellar eruption in the nearby area. Please be prepared for it. Damn, did you really go out today and didn't read the almanac? It's dangerous wherever you go. There is no need for him to give orders. The captain reacted immediately and ordered the warship to leave this area at an accelerated speed. However, the eruption area was larger than he had imagined. He saw that the surface of the stars within a radius of thousands of kilometers arched and erupted. In an instant, the sky and the earth were red, redder than the warning lights in the bridge. Your Excellency Commander, it is too late to leave the eruption area. The captain's face was a little pale, and his voice was trembling. Stellar energy erupts. Its power is second only to Doomsday-class weapons, and this mere destroyer will undoubtedly die if it is sprayed. But Li Qing didn't panic, and even had time to reach out and pat him on the shoulder and said, "Don't panic, we won't die." As soon as the voice fell, everyone felt that the direction of the bridge was dark, and when they looked up, they saw that the red star surface outside the bridge had disappeared, replaced by a pitch-black void. At a critical moment, Li Qing directly opened the universe in the palm and put his ship into it, and then the infinite star ion energy poured into the universe in the palm along the channel. Li Qing subconsciously changed the angle of the passage, and then everyone saw an unforgettable scene. Chapter 22: A Surprising Accident. Infinite stellar ion energy poured into the palm universe along the channel, forming a red ion energy column with a diameter of up to 10 kilometers in the cold and dark inner starry sky of the palm universe, illuminating a large area of void. The red flames and blazing high temperature injected a lot of light and energy into the palm universe starry sky that had been silent for hundreds of millions of years. But Li Qing didn't pay much attention to this point. At this time, his focus was that the stellar energy poured into the universe in the palm, but it didn't disappear into nothingness like the wreckage of the battleship before, but poured directly into the universe in the palm. It felt like a warm current poured into the icy body. How is this going? Li Qing stood up in surprise. This is the real quality. As the owner of the universe in the palm, he can clearly feel that this powerful quality is pouring into the universe in the palm of his hand. Substance, not illusion. Could it be that this star is real? No, this is not normal stellar matter. Li Qing frowned as he watched the fiery ion column continuously pouring into the universe in his palm, and at the entrance of the outer passage, he could clearly feel the change of the stars. I need to go deeper and try. Li Qing decisively controlled the channel of the universe in the palm to sink slowly along the gravitational force of the star, and soon approached the surface of the star. Although he was in the universe in the palm and could not see the outside, he could clearly feel the speed of the ejected ion flow is accelerating. From the outside, it is just a normal ejection on the surface of the star, but the ejection intensity is smaller than usual. If there is a research ship or observation station nearby, it may be able to detect the anomaly. But at this time, there is not even an industrial ship within a range of more than 100,000 kilometers near the star except for the warring fleet. A tiny destroyer among the stars. As the palm universe slowly sinks into the stars, massive amounts of stellar hydrogen, helium and other substances are continuously pouring into the palm universe, turning into turbulent ion columns and spraying into the depths of the starry sky. The self-contained gravitational influence draws a long arc in the dark starry sky and falls towards the witnesses of the stars. But when approaching the witness of the stars, when passing through the core of an icy extinguished star, a trace of ion energy drifted away under the influence of the gravitational force left by the core of the star. And this trace made the stellar core, which had been extinguished for an unknown period of time, unaffected by some kind of stimulus, and suddenly brightened, changing from black to dark red, exuding a stronger attraction. The ion column that was falling along an arc towards the star witness fortress was affected by the suddenly stronger gravitational force, and it swayed halfway, and went straight to the core of the dark red star, stabbing hard at its end. Boom! The star core exploded with flames all over the sky. Stimulated by this, a layer of dark red flame lit up on the dark red surface of the star core, which reacted with the hydrogen and helium of the foreign star, and instantly ignited overwhelming flames. Can it be lit like this? Li Qing was quite surprised, but after the accident, he was ecstatic. If a star can be ignited, it will be different. Not only does the universe in the palm have more energy and mass, but the key point is that it provides him with a new idea for repairing the universe in the palm and the high-dimensional fortress Star Witness. These extinguished star cores surrounding the Star Witness high-dimensional fortress are part of the weapon system of this high-dimensional fortress. If they can be ignited one by one, it represents a small step forward in the restoration of this high-dimensional fortress. Maybe even if all the millions of extinguished stars are repaired, even 1/10,000th of the Star Witnesses cannot be repaired, but only 1/10,000th of this can provide him with great assistance. To put it bluntly, even if it is only 1 in 10,000, the power it possesses is beyond ordinary people's imagination. Even if only one extinguished star is ignited now, that one star can be used to do a lot of things. It's a pity that it was discovered too late. If it was discovered early, there would be no need to do anything, just enter the copy and go straight to the stars. Or if you can think of this early, you don't need to enter the dungeon, just find a star in the wild and make a wave. Boom. After absorbing an unknown amount of stellar matter, the absorbed energy finally reached a certain critical point, and the core of the extinguished star was finally completely ignited. In layman's terms, the star's already stopped fusion process was restarted. The stellar matter that turned into unknown matter after being extinguished is reignited and turned into hydrogen and helium, restarting the fusion process inside the star. To put it bluntly, even if there is no external star energy to stimulate at this moment, the reactivated star will continue to burn. Boom. The star that has just restarted nuclear fusion spews out endless energy wantonly, as if venting the grievances that have been immersed in hundreds of millions of years. The huge fireball continuously spews out hot plumes, rushing towards millions or even thousands of people. In the starry sky thousands of kilometers away. The two battleships retreated far away, for fear of being affected by the terrifying jet. At this time, the star is like a newly born star, violent and terrifying, and the extreme weather generated spreads to a very large area. Affected by this, Li Qing also found that some changes seemed to have taken place in the high-dimensional fortress of the Star Witnesses, but he couldn't tell what changed for a while. He frowned and remained silent for a while, and suddenly said to the captain of the destroyer, who was staring dumbfounded at the reignited star not far away, "Be careful to avoid the jet. Wait for me to come back." After speaking, the figure disappeared in a flash, leaving many senior crew members who were even more surprised. With a thought, Li Qing had already entered the Star Witness Fortress. As soon as he entered, he immediately noticed the change. First of all, the area of the central core has changed from the original 1,000 square meters to 10,000 square meters, a full tenfold increase. Other than that, inside the fortress, except for the only intact small piece of the edge of the dock, another small area is unlocked. With a thought in his mind, he had left the core of the fortress, and reappeared in the newly repaired area, at the junction with the dock area. He could see at a glance that except for a small dock, it should be a part of the current dock. There is also a large area that is a huge warehouse area that stretches for thousands of kilometers. The length, width and height are about 1,000 kilometers, and every 100 kilometers is separated by a large layer, and each large layer is divided into small layers of different heights. Inside, there are countless warehouses with different functions, as well as obvious living areas. Li Qing entered the warehouse area with joy and anticipation. It was silent inside, and there was nothing in the warehouse. This surprised him. He thought there might be some unused things in it, but it turned out to be clean and spotless, as if it had just been newly built. After a simple turnaround, Li Qing was quite satisfied. Such a large warehouse can just store a large amount of materials, so there is no need to throw them all into space like before. Just going out after a while, you can move all the shipbuilding materials in, and use the living area inside by the way. It is worth mentioning that this warehouse area is obviously only a part. It is estimated that there are warehouse areas with larger spaces or shipbuilding areas in the surrounding unlocked areas. And a small part of this newly unlocked area is an extension of the previous shipbuilding area. This unlock adds some shipyards. At this time, the total construction capacity of the shipyard has changed from the previous 2,300 to the current 3,100. In general, Li Qing is quite satisfied with unlocking this time. It is better than increasing the shipbuilding area all the time. He has no use for so much shipbuilding capacity at this stage. What? Li Qing, who was inspecting the newly added area in Galway Fortress, suddenly raised his eyebrows, and his eyes showed a hint of surprise. He quickly opened the panel, and the prompt column was constantly beating. Because of your behavior, an enemy destroyer was destroyed, and the score is plus 0.5. Because of your actions, an enemy frigate was destroyed, and the points are plus 0.1. Because of your actions, an enemy frigate was destroyed, and the points are plus 0.1. Because of Ni's actions, an enemy battleship was destroyed. Points plus 20. Because of your. In an instant, N-Data swiped the screen, and he couldn't finish reading it. Li Qing simply checked his current points directly, and his eyes widened immediately. How is this going? In the total points, a score of 225.4 came into view, and this number is still beating and rising. What happened? What did I do? Li Qing rubbed his head, but couldn't figure out what was going on for a while. He didn't do anything. Why did he suddenly have so many points, directly exceeding 200, which can be exchanged for 2 flagship blueprints? No, I have to go and see what's going on. With a thought, he returned to the destroyer. Facing the surprised eyes of many crew members, he waved his hands and said, "Get ready, let's get out of here." A channel suddenly opened in front of the battleship, and then saw more violent ion energy pouring in, which made the captain jump up suddenly. Turn quickly. Li Qing also quickly adjusted the angle. The violent ion column narrowly missed the ship, and the captain sat down with his hands on his chest. Li Qing was a little guilty. Fortunately, they didn't know what was going on. They might have guessed something, but they didn't know much. Close the passage, let the violent ion column that was sprayed into the universe in the palm just now slowly collapse into the void. He didn't dare to reignite an extinguished star like before. The feedback from the universe in the palm made it impossible to continue the behavior just now. The reason is very simple. If another star is ignited, when the star is extinguished and the nuclear fusion behavior is regenerated, it will produce very terrifying violent energy. At this time, the Star Witness has not been repaired much, and its most important power system and gravity control system are both unfixed. There is no way to constrain multiple stars at all. If many stars are forcibly ignited, the result is that the fortress cannot be restrained. These stars will either hit the fortress, or break away from the fortress and fly randomly in the palm universe. The consequences will be very serious. He has to wait for the nuclear fusion reaction inside the currently ignited extinguished star to slowly weaken before he can reignite a new star. At this stage, it can only be ignited one by one, but if one day you are lucky enough to repair and unlock the core area or the gravity control system, then you can ignite a bunch of stars at a time, and even recollapse to form new black holes. Unable to go out, there is no way to know why so many points were awarded. However, it is guessed that there is a high probability that he used the universe in his palm to extract the energy of the star, which caused an imbalance in the internal pressure of the star, causing the star to riot, and then the violent energy generated by the riot spread to the warring fleet near the star. Because this stellar riot was caused by him, the warships destroyed by the stars are also counted on him. I don't know how many battleships were affected. Anyway, after waiting for a while, Li Qing found that his total points had exceeded 300. This is going to kill you. Li Qing is not only thinking about this time, but also the next time, come in once a month to make a wave, wouldn't it be possible to earn unlimited points? However, when he entered the instance for 24 hours, as an invisible force repelled him and the universe in his palm, Li Qing's face of joy disappeared instantly, and his face was pulled down. Nima, can it still be like this? The moment he was excluded, he knew in his heart that he would never be able to enter this instance again. Because of his behavior, a large number of sources of the copy were extracted, which caused serious damage to the copy, and he was rejected by this copy space. In layman's terms, he was blocked by the server for cheating. He has black lines all over his head, but there is nothing he can do about it. If I had known it would be like this, I would have been more ruthless just now. Of course he won't regret it. This dungeon has been blocked. Change it. There are several dungeons in Jinmen alone. Besides, many legions or large team headquarters have dungeons or subspaces, and then pay a little price to buy it. It's okay to go in with a ticket and grab a wave of wool. Check the panel. A total of 372.8 points. Seeing this, Li Qing sighed again. If he had known this earlier, he should have made a big splash. But after thinking about it, it's not bad now. More than 300 points can be exchanged for 3 flagship blueprints, and this wave of profits has turned over. Next, it is the redemption link that is popular. The destroyer stayed near the dungeon, and with a thought, the light curtain popped open in front of his eyes, and he turned to the point exchange page, and at a glance, he saw a dreadnought blueprint and a star mothership blueprint on the top, both of which required 100 points to exchange. I didn't hesitate to spend 200 points to redeem it. Then, he found a countdown behind the 2 blueprints. Looking carefully, the number was 1824 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. It takes 5 years to refresh one. Isn't there no limit? Although this item has not been exchanged for several hundred years, it is certain that there was no such restriction before. Now there is, which means, could it be because I extracted too many sources? But I only drew 1 star. The dungeon map contains dozens of galaxies. There is no reason to draw 1 galaxy. That's wrong. Li Qing realized that this galaxy seems to be one of the 3 major battlefields, and the criticality is far from that of the surrounding galaxies with no wars. He extracted so much core star mass from this galaxy, which is equivalent to directly extracting the origin of the dungeon world. The copy of the Battle of Jinmen is not transformed by subspace cracks, but projected by special historical events. If the source is extracted, it will naturally be affected. Chapter 23 Flagship Super Battleship Construction Blueprint. Li Qing remembers that he used the Palm universe to collect the battleship wreckage before, and the battleship wreckage directly blurred and disappeared, but the extraction of star mass directly ignites the extinguished star, which is an obvious difference. I didn't feel any abnormalities before, but now it seems that the key to igniting and extinguishing stars so easily is the origin of the extracted copy world. Normal extraction of star energy can also ignite the extinguished star, but it is definitely not so easy. Li Qing didn't worry about it too much. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as you get the benefits. Anyway, this thing is generally out of reach of players. 7 CDs have been released in a few hundred years. There is no difference between 5 CDs and 10 CDs. It is worth mentioning that some people may think that it is not very difficult to only have 100 points. Instead of dealing with main battleships like battleships, they can also be obtained by farming frigates and destroyers. But in practice this is almost impossible. First of all, Li Qing's current points acquisition is based on his strength, a destroyer and a frigate. If other players have the same configuration as him, if they don't have the same powerful skills as the Psyker, their strength is not as good as him. If the strength in hand is stronger than him, the points gained for destroying enemy ships will shrink. If the player owns a top-equipped battleship to enter the dungeon, it is indeed very powerful, and it is not a problem to brush a battleship alone, but at this time, destroying a frigate will not give you any points. Even if you destroy a battleship head-on, you may only get 2 or 3 points. If you want to collect 100 points, you may have to destroy dozens of battleships. If it is possible to defeat multiple battleships by constantly one-on-one with the top battleship, but in fact it is impossible for a single battleship to appear, usually a small fleet is dispatched together. If there are more than 5 battleships, there are hundreds of large and small battleships escorting them. A top-equipped battleship can defeat 5 third-generation technological battleships with one battleship, but it will definitely not be able to defeat a battleship with so many escorts. In addition, there will be a hurdle in accumulating points like swiping small boats. After a certain amount of swiping, the points obtained will drop sharply. It is impossible to accumulate hundreds of points by swiping thousands of frigates non-stop. This is the main reason why the Jinmen Battle Dungeon has a history of hundreds of years, but so far only 7 players have managed to accumulate hundreds of points. Li Qing only got 2 cards by cheating. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for him to get 100 points in a chaotic battlefield. He often walks by the river, and his shoes are not wet. When he accumulates enough points, it means that he has destroyed too many enemy ships, and he will definitely be noticed by the enemy command. Once the enemy is ready to hunt, he will use this ship. It is very difficult to mix. The exchange is very simple, but before the exchange, Li Qing touched the light curtain that popped up in front of his eyes asking whether he should be anonymous, and set his name on the dungeon leaderboard to be anonymous. More than 300 points, this will definitely cause an uproar. If you don't wait anonymously, you will be annoyed to death. Then, the 2 flagship blueprints must be redeemed first, so there is no need to consider this. With 172.8 points left, he thought about it for a while and decided to exchange all the blueprints for battleships. In fact, he wants to exchange a large number of frigate blueprints for his own use, which saves the effort of going to the trading market to buy them. However, considering the price difference between frigate blueprints and battleship blueprints, it is more profitable to directly exchange large ship blueprints. After all, the blueprint of a standard Heian-class frigate is only 2 million, and the blueprint of a standard Knight-class battleship is as high as 1 billion. One can be exchanged for 500 frigates. Standard Knight-class battleship drawings only need 30 points, Elite Crusader-class battleships need 40 points, and Excellent Lord-class battleships need 50 points. Among them, Lord-class battleships need more than 90 points to redeem, and the other 2 types must accumulate more than 80 points to be exchanged. Li Qing had 172.8 points left. After thinking about it, he spent 100 points to exchange for 2 blueprints of the Excellence Lord-class battleship. The remaining 72.8 points were exchanged for 2 standard Knight-class battleship blueprints. A total of 60 points were spent. The remaining 12.8 points were exchanged for 6 outstanding Black Hawk frigates, each with 2 points, and more than 50 points are required to redeem. There are 0.8 points left in the end, and if there is less than a point, nothing can be changed. The reason why the remaining points are not destroyers but Black Hawk frigates is because this thing is too rare. Warships are divided into 3 levels: Standard, Elite, and Excellent. Among them, the Standard template battleship is very common, and it is everywhere outside. Elite templates are extremely rare, but they can be bought as long as the money is paid. Excellent templates can be called rare, and they are not sold outside at all. Li Qing thought that he would need several frigates. In the early stage, he could only command destroyers and frigates. Now he has to upgrade his naval command skills a few levels before he can command cruisers, and even battleships are gone. Now give him a battleship. Can't command either. It is worth mentioning that the so-called command means that the bonus of one's own skills can take effect on the command warship, and does not refer to the command that starts the ship. If the basic naval command skill level is not enough, the bonus of own skills cannot take effect on advanced warships. For example, if Li Qing is given a battleship now, if he has enough crew and captain, he can start it, but his command skill bonus and psyker skill bonus cannot take effect on the battleship. So, whether it is now or in the future, even if the command skill is upgraded, frigates must still be required. In addition, as a solo player, it is better to take the elite route. A Black Hawk frigate that has been enhanced and modified can single out a non-top equipped ordinary destroyer, and ordinary frigates can pick several ships at once. He exchanged money here, but he didn't know that the world was about to turn upside down at this time. The Battle of Jinmen Dungeon points ranking that had been fixed for decades suddenly changed today. The original ranking was knocked down and ranked second. If it is said that the simple ranking change will not have much impact, the key point is that the new first place has as much as 372.8 points, which is more than 3 times that of the original first place, which is outrageous. As the first dungeon of Jinmen Province, the source of a large part of the battleship blueprints of Jinmen Province, I don't know how many players have entered it. Of course, I know how exaggerated the difficulty is, and someone unexpectedly made 3 times the original one. More points, this is outrageous. But compared to ordinary players who were shocked by who this anonymous person was, the first reaction of many big forces was the whereabouts of the blueprints of the 3 flagship battleships. Flagship class warships belong to the top class of warships in the Star Sea. Except for the super flagship titans, and the mobile fortresses that players don't have to count on at all, the illusory things like mobile battle stars are the top-level warships that players are likely to get. Even for the main forces of the major armies, it is also the super battleship they dream of. This thing is an absolute rarity, very few in number. Don't expect to buy it on the trading market. It is impossible to put this thing on the market. It must be traded privately or put on the auction house, and most of them are finale items. Countless teams want to get a flagship to take over the market, but they can't buy it. Now it is possible that 3 flagship blueprints will appear at the same time, and the entire Jinmen, from the ruler Yu's family to the ordinary team, is almost crazy. When Li Qing finished redeeming the points, an announcement popped up in front of him. The Yu family wants to buy the blueprint of the flagship dreadnought ship at a high price of 30 billion stars, and the blueprint of the flagship interstellar mothership at a high price of 35 billion stars. If there are other conditions, as long as they can be fulfilled, if you want to sell, please privately chat with Ms. Yu Qing. Quote. Good guy. This Yu family sent a message to all players in the entire Jinmen province directly through his own authority. He turned on the regional channel. At this time, the regional channel seemed to be stuck for a while, and then various shocking news from the melon eaters swiped the screen. Among the many messages, there are many information about buying. At the same time, top-ranked purchase information appeared on major regional channels one after another. Many big families and legions in Jinmen province were seeking purchase from the anonymous person. Li Qing saw the purchase information of Qinghe Li family in it. It's true. Awesome. Seeing so many buying information, the prices offered are very honest, and some of them exceed Yu's prices. In Star Sea, there is actually a standard price for everything from frigates to battleships. The price fluctuates slightly depending on the location and various circumstances. Except for special circumstances, the highest price will not be much higher under normal circumstances, and the maximum price will be 2 to make. But the flagship is different. Because of its terrifying combat effectiveness and very small quantity, the price of the flagship has always only been a rough standard, and there is no specific standard. Generally speaking, the price of the dreadnought flagship starts at 250 billion stars, and the starting price of the starship is 300 billion stars. Bare boat, weapon accessories not included. According to the blueprint, it is only 1/10 of the finished warship, that is, the blueprint of the dreadnought ship is 25 billion and the blueprint of the starship is 30 billion. But in fact, most of the time the transaction price exceeds this number. However, it is rare to see such a premium as Yu's, which is enough to prove their sincerity in buying. And Li Qing felt their sincerity and decided to sell one. He plans to keep one of the 2 flagship blueprints and sell the other. Those who are going to sell have already decided. Sell the blueprint of the interstellar mothership and keep the blueprint of the dreadnought flagship. After improving their shipbuilding skills, they can build a dreadnought flagship by themselves. The reason for this is mainly because the starship is too expensive. The interstellar mothership is also called the aircraft carrier, and its main combat power is the large number of space fighters on board. An interstellar aircraft carrier has 1,000 aircraft carrier hangars. Each hangar contains an aviation brigade with a total of 360 space fighters, and an interstellar aircraft carrier can accommodate a total of 360,000 space fighters. The price of a 5-level ghost fighter is 1.5 million, 360,000 is 540 billion star yuan, and the cost of the aircraft carrier is 300 billion, a total of 840 billion. Then add a large number of other weapons, a large number of general-purpose slots, many functional slots, and flagship accessories. If it is modified and strengthened again, the cost of a top-equipped interstellar mothership will definitely exceed 1 trillion star dollars. Although a dreadnought flagship also needs to be equipped with a large number of top-equipped weapon accessories, it is definitely not as expensive as an aircraft carrier. The key is not like the aircraft carrier that will destroy space fighters and need to be replenished every time it goes into battle. Regardless of the total price, loss, and maintenance difficulty, dreadnoughts are lower than aircraft carriers. Correspondingly, in a super large-scale war, the role of a starship is definitely more than that of a dreadnought flagship. After comprehensive consideration, Li Qing decided to keep the blueprint of the Dauntless flagship, sell the blueprint of the interstellar mothership, and exchange some money to arm himself. It just so happens that this time the Family Development Fund has nothing to do with me. With these tens of billions of funds, the starting capital must be no problem. So now comes the question, who is the blueprint sold to? How to sell it? It is definitely not possible to trade directly. Others will think that he has 3 blueprints and sell one now. Others will think that he has 2 blueprints, and he will definitely keep pestering to buy them. If his identity is revealed, there will be no peace in the future. We have to find a way to hide our identity and sell it. It's not that Li Qing didn't think of selling it by auction, directly anonymously auctioning it, so that the one who wants the highest price can get it. But later, considering the family, he wanted to sell the blueprint of the starship to the Qinghe Li family. It can be regarded as repaying the family ing me for 18 years, giving myself the status of a nobleman, having the opportunity to receive noble elite education, providing initial funds for development, and so on. Now this noble status seems to be useless, but in fact it has always played a role, and there are some subtleties in all aspects. If he was not born in the Li family of Qinghe, why would he receive elite education from the nobility? Why would he give you a boat and 100 million starting capital from the very beginning? Why would he be able to borrow 100 million star dollars without any mortgage? And why would a commoner have no mortgage? Impossible to borrow. Even as long as he is willing to show his current potential, he can borrow more than 1 billion in minutes without any collateral, or directly apply for billions of development funds without paying it back. Besides, he was born in the Li family of Qinghe, and when he goes out, he will be looked at by outsiders. If he needs it in the future, he can borrow the influence of the family at any time. Although there will be a price to be paid for taking advantage of the situation, it is not known how many times better than the opportunity that civilians have not taken advantage of at all. This is all brought about by noble status. It's like everyone hates capital, but everyone wants to be capital. Although he was entangled, Li Qing was not troubled. No one knew that the blueprint of the flagship was in his hands under the anonymous state. Leaving the copy of the Jinmen battle, he didn't think about entering the next copy for the time being, but went back to Jinmen Star City first. When he returned to Star City, he had already considered it. Through the Super Star Gate in Star City, he sent a cross-star domain email to his father. Then he just waited for the news. When Star City's cross-star domain Super Star Gate opened, the various emails and other information accumulated in different star domains would communicate with each other, and his father could receive his email. Anyway, they are repaying Li Shi of Qinghe, why not repaying his biological father? Although they are not very close, they are biological father and son after all. He was the one who behaved badly in the past. The father has so many children, so it is definitely impossible to take care of them all. The one who is favored is naturally the best. In other words, if he can perform well, he will also be favored. Moreover, he has been a human being in 2 lifetimes, not a child. It is only one aspect of choosing family affection this way. On the other hand, he also considers that selling the flagship blueprint to his father and owning a flagship will greatly improve his father's status in the family. The help will be greater. Chapter 24 Rules for the Competition for Life Planets. You must know that although the Qinghe Li family is powerful, but the flagship and the super flag add up to only 30 or 40 ships, which is the accumulation of the family for hundreds of years. Except for the batch of flagships accumulated at the beginning of the establishment, the average number of ships in the next 10 years will be less than 30. Less than. Like his father, Li Xingchun, who belongs to the 3rd generation of the Qinghe Li family, he is not the best among them. There is no flagship super battleship in the fleet in his hands, so his status is naturally not that high. There are many nobles like his father in the Qinghe Li family and the United Empire of Mankind. It's not that they don't want to, but they simply can't get the blueprint for the flagship construction. If one can be obtained, the strength will naturally increase significantly, and the status of the family will also be greatly improved. He was not polite because he was his father, and directly referred to Yu's quotation, which was 35 billion stars, which was 5 billion stars higher than the normal market price. Anyway, it is not a question of money for them at all, but a question of whether they have it or not. The email was sent out, and it will not be returned for a while, and Li Qing is not idle. First, he hangs the blueprint of the third-generation laser cannon, medium-sized, that can be used 10 times in the copy of the Battle of Jinmen on the market, 500,000 pieces, 5 million times. Then, after thinking about it, the remaining 2 excellent Lord-class battleships, 2 standard Knight-class battleships, and 6 excellent Black Hawk-class frigates were kept and not sold. Anyway, after selling the starship, there is no rush to sell it now, if you can keep it for your own use. After all, battleship blueprints are also difficult to obtain. Although they are not as rare as flagships, they are not easy to buy. Especially the 2 Lord of Excellence class battleships. In the absence of a super flagship, many top players or teams use this as their command flagship. It can be expected that this dreadnought ship will not be able to be built for a long time. Before that, the main command ship can only be used as the Lord of Excellence class battleship. 2 days later, after the battleship was repaired, Li Qing took the time to check the other 2 copies of Jinmen to see if he could make another one. There are only 4 dungeons in total in Jinmen. After deducting a dungeon exclusively for army players, and deducting the historical projection dungeon of the Battle of Jinmen, the remaining 2 dungeons are all subspace dungeons, transformed from subspace fragments. One is called Passion and Speed. Only frigates can enter. Avoid all interceptions within a limited time to reach the endpoint, including various dangerous terrains, enemy ship interceptions, and even space cracks, etc., and finally determine the score according to the time spent. Then use the scores to redeem dungeon rewards. Because the dungeon specifications and difficulty are far inferior to the Jinmen Battle Dungeon, the rewards are naturally average. The main rewards are various weapons and general slots, and various A-type functional slot accessory blueprints. Cannon and X flagship universal slot accessories. The other one is called Death Ladder. It is also only available for frigates to enter. Just like the name, it keeps challenging more and more powerful frigates one by one. The reason why it is called the Death Ladder is because there is only one way to enter this dungeon, keep going until you are eliminated, and you can't admit defeat and exit in the middle. But this dungeon has not been seen so far that anyone has been able to pass the level. For hundreds of years, the ending of all entrants is that the ship was destroyed by the attack of increasingly powerful enemy ships, and no one was spared. So this means that entering this dungeon will definitely lose a ship, and it will definitely die once. And this copy only rewards frigate blueprints, from the standard Petrel model to the elite Raptor class frigate, until the excellent Black Hawk class frigate, there will be no other rewards. Li Qingtai spent money to buy the materials of these 2 dungeons, and after reading the dungeons of the Ladder of Death, he directly excluded them. He spent 150 million on this frigate. How many blueprints will he have to get to pay back the cost? As for the copy of Fast and Furious, he thought about it and gave up. It's not about the rewards. Although the rewards are not as valuable as the blueprints for battleships, they can be exchanged for a lot of things if you get good grades. The main reason is that this dungeon can't be opened with the Palm Universe. Since you can't open it, there's no point in venturing into the dungeon. It is not easy to build a boat, so don't take unnecessary risks. Unable to enter the dungeon for the next time, Li Qing simply continued to study in the academy, and was going to hang around for a few more months until his father came to sell the blueprint of the aircraft carrier, and then talk about it when he got the money. I didn't stay idle while studying, and used the extra money to buy frigate drawings and materials, and continued to build ships. It is worth mentioning that at this stage, he can only build standard Heian-class frigates, and he is unable to build elite Raptor-class frigates and excellent Black Hawk-class frigates, both of which require his many shipbuilding skills to be trained to level 10 or above, and the standard Gale-class destroyer with the same specification. In addition, under normal circumstances, the upper limit of the player's skill level is only 10, that is, only destroyers can be built. Players must increase the upper limit of skill levels through genetic adjustments, prosthetic body implants, or awakening psionic abilities. There are 5 enhancements in total, and the upper limit plus 5 levels. Or directly increase the upper limit of the skill level through the 3 major ascension methods, one of which increases the upper limit of all skill levels by plus 10, and overrides the previous skill upper limit bonus of genetic adjustment or prosthetic body implantation or spiritual awakening. The shipbuilding skill of level 15 is the highest to build a cruiser, or a superior storm-class destroyer. Level 20 shipbuilding skills can build battleships, or excellent night watch cruisers. Superior Lord-class battleships require level 25 shipbuilding skills, and flagship-class super battleships require level 30 shipbuilding skills. Of course, this only refers to basic shipbuilding skills. If you need to build these advanced warships, you need other additional skills. The more advanced warships require more skills. If there is no special opportunity, there may not be enough skill slots to place all the skills. In this case, even if the basic shipbuilding skill level is sufficient, it is impossible to build a corresponding large ship. This is the most embarrassing situation, and it is also the most critical factor restricting senior shipbuilders. The first effect of Li Qing's Son of the Star is 10 times the experience, and the upper limit of the skill level plus 20. In addition, there is a 10-level upper limit, which is exactly the 30-level upper limit. It can be raised to a level enough to build a flagship in one go. Coupled with the second effect of Star Child, the number of brain slots is adjusted to 20, which is basically enough to learn all the skills of building a flagship. Even if it is not enough, he is estimated to be able to ascend spiritually and add 5 additional brain slots. Surely enough will be enough. Father came sooner than Li Qing imagined. It was less than a month, only 22 days to be precise. Li Qing, who was in class, suddenly received a communication application from his father. When he connected, he saw that he looked somewhat similar to himself. His father appeared on the light curtain, and the background behind him didn't seem to be on a spaceship, but he should have already arrived. The father and son were silent for a while, and after more than 10 seconds, it was Li Xingchun who asked first. "What you said is true." Li Qing replied blankly. "Do you think I will deliberately trick you into running all the way here? I don't know if it's the resentment left in my subconscious mind. I obviously planned to sell the things to my father, but when we actually met, he spoke like a stranger. He guessed that it should be the residual consciousness of the subconscious mind, feeling that his father had neglected him too much before. I have no memory of my mother since I was a child, and my father is not close, so it is normal to have resentment. However, he was born in a wealthy family, and he was still a military leader like the Qinghe Li family. Every member who can still stay in the family has more or less descendants. Limited, it is impossible to treat all children equally. If you have good talent, you may be able to get key training, or get a little father's love. The key is that you have nothing, and being ignored is inevitable." Li Qing cheered up, put aside the remaining resentment, and asked. "Are you in the family office? I'm coming over now." Yes. The communication was cut off immediately, and Li Xingchun was slightly taken aback. Just a short while ago, he felt that this son was completely different from the son in his memory. Grown up, he has some interest, and a glimmer of expectation. Not long after, an aircraft landed at the family's office in Jinmen Star City. Just as he got off the aircraft, he happened to see a luxurious aircraft landing. Second uncle Li Lunju came down with a dark golden cane, followed by a beautiful young woman holding his arm. Seeing Li Qing, Li Lun stopped and asked, "I heard that you did not join the team to apply for the Family Development Fund." Li please stop and call out to the second uncle, nodded and said, "Yes, I feel that I am not strong enough now. It is too dangerous to go to Zutar now. I plan to hang around here for a while before going there." Well, the idea is fine, but there is a good saying, one step is wrong, one step is worse. If you don't go there sooner, you will lose the opportunity. Having said that, Li Lun turned his head and glanced at the young woman next to him. She smiled slightly, let go of her hands and stepped aside. Li Lun nodded and said to Li Qing, "There are some things you may not know. A strategy like this requires a head start and the right to claim. Although it is not far away from winning the 8 living planets, the strategy for these 8 living planets has actually started a long time ago. Now I don't know how many young people from the big family have passed away and are assisting the Imperial Expeditionary Force to find a suitable location to establish an outpost. Once the outpost is successfully built, the reputation system of the Expeditionary Force will be activated at that time. The default rule is that all those who help in the establishment of the Expeditionary Army base will not only have the priority when defeating the 3 major alien races and winning the fruits of victory in the future, but also need to obtain the nod and approval of the Expeditionary Army. To put it bluntly, only the forces that have contributed from the beginning to the end are eligible to compete for these 8 living planets. It is basically impossible for the forces that participate halfway to obtain the approval of the Expeditionary Force. Is that so? Li Qing was a little puzzled. Li Lun smiled and said, "Didn't you come here to see your dad? You can ask him later." Li Qing nodded, clasped his fists and saluted. "Thanks to Uncle for your advice." Li Lun waved his hands and said, "It's okay, I'm helping you because of my brat. He also has the idea of fighting, but to be honest with his ability, I'm not very optimistic, but I can't play against my son, I can only help. I see you, it's pretty good. If you build more good relationships, you can support each other in the future, or you can form a team and cooperate to share a bite of the soup. It is unlikely to take down a planet, but if we can unite more people to work together to take down a planet, we can make a lot of money with a guarantee. Li Qing didn't know what to say. Second uncle really dared to think that even if he held the universe in his hands, he would not have much confidence in seizing a planet. There is too much competition. You must know that the pioneers who are allowed to participate this time are not his group, but all the pioneers in his group for the past 10 years can participate. Everyone is from a wealthy family. After 10 years of development, their strength is very strong. Many of them have established a huge team and a large-scale fleet. Some super elites from top wealthy families are even only one step away from the Legion. Li Qing is full of confidence in his future, but at this stage, to be honest, he is really no match for those wealthy elites who have been around for 10 years. Unless the timeline of the Expeditionary Force's defeat of the 3 major alien races is stretched to more than 10 or 20 years, give him time to develop. But this possibility is really unlikely. He wants to extend the timeline, but the group of super elites who have the greatest chance at this stage must want to speed up, and they must not be able to compare with them. So this batch of 8 living planets, their new batch of pioneers is likely to be a foil, at most go to get some soup to eat. The meat and dregs will probably be eaten up by the first 2 batches of pioneers. However, Li Qing felt that what the second uncle said was right. It doesn't matter if you can't eat meat, and it's good to have a sip of soup. With such a large star field, it is also a big profit to be able to drink a mouthful of soup. If you can really cooperate with other teams to win a living planet and share rewards afterwards, it will definitely be a super rich fund. Li Qing felt that his previous thoughts seemed to be changed. Or it can be like this: go to the Zutar star field to report first, get the name first, don't participate in the war in the early stage, and take some reconnaissance missions around. Anyway, he is doing the same thing in Tianjin Starfield, and there are wild monster mining bases everywhere. Saying goodbye to the second uncle, Li Qing entered the room while thinking, and by the time he got to the second floor, he had put away his thoughts. Boom, 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 come in. Pushing the door and entering, I saw my father sitting behind a solid wood boss's desk, pointing his finger on a light curtain, and seeing him coming in, he took care of closing the light curtain after a few clicks. Li Xingchun looked Li Qing up and down, with a rare smile on his face, and said, I haven't seen you in 2 years, you've grown a little taller. Looking at his father's smile, Li Qing felt a little complicated, sighed and said, this should be the first time I've seen you smile at me. Li Xingchun suffocated with a smile, and said in silence for a while, you have grown up and received an education. You should know that this is a wealthy family. I can only remember the son who performed well. Li Qing laughed at himself. So, am I considered good now? Li Xingchun looked at his son, who seemed a little different from what he remembered, nodded for a while and said, if the email you sent me is true, then you are really good. Li Qing laughed. Sure enough, it is so real. Chapter 25, 40 billion stars. Breathing out lightly, letting go of the melancholy in his heart, he said in a deep voice. Then let me tell you, what I said is true. I do have 2 flagship blueprints in my hand now, 1 Dreadnought blueprint and 1 Interstellar Mothership blueprint. I am going to sell the Interstellar Mothership blueprint to you. It has been reported to you. Do you have any comments? Li Xingchun's face clearly showed joy. Make a deal. I want cash, no outstanding debts. Li Xingchun was taken aback for a moment, with a dumbfounding expression on his face. I might not be able to afford to buy a fully equipped interstellar mothership for a while, but I can still afford just a blueprint. Li Qing pouted, took out a chip that was shining with purple light and handed it out. Li Xingchun took it with both hands. The joy on his face could not be concealed. He quickly took out a decoder and started to check. Sure enough, it's a blueprint for an interstellar mothership. Even with Li Xingchun's knowledge and experience, he was very excited at this time. For him, this is not just a super battleship, but also a ticket to a higher status. Once the flagship is completed and commissioned into his fleet, his status in the family will instantly surpass most of his peers. Become a family decision maker. Although it is only the one on the edge of the round table, it has already entered this level, and its status is not the same. And this is all brought by this son who is very low-key on weekdays. When excited, Li Xingchun calmed down and turned to look at Li Qing. You could clearly see the subtle changes in his expression and eyes, and even the same tone of voice, but it sounded clearly different from the past. Please wait a moment. Clicking his finger on the left wrist wheel, a light curtain emerged, and touching it lightly, his eyes fell on Li Qing for a while. He hesitated for a moment and then pointed his finger. In the next second, Li Qing's heart skipped a beat, the light curtain in front of him popped open, and a reminder appeared. Imperial United Bank. You received a transfer transaction of 400,000,000 star dollars from, with a balance of 402,1630,000 star dollars. Li Qing raised his head in surprise, and before he could speak, Li Xingchun explained. It's reasonable to spend 40 billion stars to buy a flagship blueprint that is very important to me. Li Qing slowly raised his big finger. Pretty reasonable. Needless to say, Li Qing instantly felt that the remaining resentment in his subconscious seemed to dissipate a lot. Sure enough, no matter which time and space you are in, the most common disease in the world is poverty, and money is the most effective medicine. By the way, don't you still have a dreadnought blueprint in your hand? What are you going to do with it? Li Qing immediately raised his head vigilantly. Li Xingchun waved his hand and said, Don't worry, I have no other ideas, and I can't build it now. I just want to know, what are you going to do with it? Is it for your own use, or for sale? For personal use. Well, it's kind of hard. Even if the blueprint is deducted, the construction of a dreadnought ship requires at least 200 billion star dollars. In addition to the full configuration of the conventional 5th generation top-equipped weapons and equipment, it must be several hundred billion star dollars larger. A flagship must maximize its combat effectiveness. It definitely needs to be refitted, and it will cost at least 120 to 300 billion. And this is just a regular configuration. If you want better ones, such as the unconventional 6th generation weapon accessories, the price will be higher, and you can't afford 1.5 trillion. And then, do you have any suggestions? Li Qing looked expressionless, but in fact he was very surprised. What his father said was much higher than he expected. He originally predicted that it would only take less than 1 trillion stars to build. If you rely on yourself to make money, it will be difficult to build a dreadnought ship before the dust settles on the 8 living planets in Zutar. Although the flagship's firepower is ferocious, it needs an fleet to exert its maximum power. It is estimated that you must earn at least 5 trillion star dollars within 10 years and maintain a monthly income of at least 5 billion star dollars. Only then can we pull up a fleet that is qualified to compete for a living planet. With your current ability, it is very difficult to tell the truth. Even if you get my support in the next few days, it will be difficult to do it. Li Qing remained silent. What my father said was eloquent. The income of 5 trillion star dollars in 10 years and the monthly income of 5 billion star dollars. To be honest, even with the universe in the palm of his hand, Li Qing felt that it was unusually difficult. Impossible. Related to his own future, Li Qing couldn't keep silent. He asked, I don't know what advice my father has. Li Xingchun nodded and said, Here are a few methods that allow you to build a huge fleet headed by a dreadnought flagship within 10 years. You can refer to it. The first way is to show your potential to attract capital investment. As a member of the Li family of Qinghe, you have a certain advantage in this respect and can attract a lot of high-quality capital. At the same time, the capital's evaluation of you is inherently higher than ordinary people. Higher. But the downside is that all capital is profit-seeking, and your biggest capital is this dauntless flagship. They will definitely ask you to pledge this dauntless flagship. Once the situation is unfavorable and the investment may fail, they will definitely ask to take away the pledge in advance, and may even intentionally seize your flagship. And as more and more capital is invested in the future, your shares will get lower and lower. Once you are likely to succeed, the capital will definitely want to seek more benefits. At that time, there will inevitably be various intrigues. To be honest, I am not optimistic about you. Can play with a group of old foxes. The second method is to use your fearless flagship as a stake in the existing large-scale team. At this stage, any large-scale team can obtain a fearless flagship, and its strength can be multiplied in an instant, and it can win a living planet. The probability will also increase greatly, and when a planet is successfully seized in the future, whether it is to continue to hold shares or sell shares to withdraw, it will be able to obtain huge benefits that ordinary people cannot imagine. This method is more secure than the previous one, although there will be various troubles in the future. If the selected large team also has capital to invest in shares, there will be more troubles than the previous one. The third way is to build your own team, and use your Dreadnought flagship to attract some powerful single players or small teams. Because it is built from scratch, as long as your wrist is strong enough, you can control your subordinates, and the problem will be minimal in the future. The premise is that no capital will be introduced into the market, but in the future, if you can win a living planet, if you don't introduce capital, it will be very difficult to develop a planet. Li Qing listened carefully, and suddenly asked after listening. No matter which one, capital must be attracted to enter the market in the end, so why can't I let the family enter the market? I remember that the family has its own investment company. Li Xingchun shook his head and said, in the competition for this kind of living planet, the major military master families are not allowed to enter directly. He stopped suddenly at this point, thought for a while, and said to Li Qing with a solemn expression. Do you know why you can't get a lot of support from the family when you develop? Why don't you allow the family to help you directly? Li Qing shook his head. Li Xingchun said in a deep voice. Because, the so-called system is actually the aggregation of players' will in human civilization, the projection of the will of all players in the entire human civilization, and the representative of the will of all human players. There is no distinction between superior and inferior people. The vast majority of human civilization is ordinary people. If there are no such constraints, the rich willfully oppress ordinary people and cut off all room for advancement. Think about what will happen. When most of the wills in the aggregate of civilized wills generate anger, this means the rejection of civilization. Speaking of this, Li Xingchun didn't continue, but Li Qing could know the answer from the flicker of fear in his eyes. No wonder these wealthy and powerful people are so restrained. They originally thought they wanted to cultivate their younger generations by raising GU, but now it seems that they dare not go too far. The descendants of the wealthy and noble families do have a great advantage over ordinary people, but they are not so great that they cannot be compared. Like this time, everyone can compete for the 8 living planets in the Zutar star field. Go. Although their success rate is not as high as that of the rich and powerful, they do have opportunities, and there are many. As long as the innate talent is strong enough, there is a chance to rise. So, which would you like to choose? Li Xingchun looked at his son and said seriously. I personally recommend that you use the second method, directly find a large team to work with, so that you can start building dreadnoughts immediately. The flagship construction cycle is very long, and it often takes more than 5 years. When you build it, it happens to be Zutar the Star Wars has come to an end, and that is when the competition is at its fiercest. It can be expected that there are not many flagships among the many players competing for it. You have a high probability of winning a living planet and holding it. Of course, if you want to use the third method, you can do it. Father will try his best to help you. If you develop smoothly in the future, you can also get the full support of our faction. I'm not sure right now. Li Qing thought for a while and explained. I will prepare to go to the Zutar star field, but I am not sure whether to cooperate or build a team for the time being. Go and observe to see if there is any suitable one. If I make a choice, I will tell you. Li Xingchun nodded. Choose yourself. I won't interfere with you, but you have to remember that if the second option is no more than 5 years later, you have to make a choice, and the third option is best to make a decision within 2 to 3 years from now. It may be too late after this time. I will. You can handle it yourself. Then they chatted for a while. This was the first time that their father and son had such an intimate chat. In the past, only his best sons had this kind of treatment. Obviously, after possessing the blueprint of a flagship, his status in his father's heart has soared. A flagship blueprint, in exchange for more than 40 billion stars. Leaving from the family office, on the aircraft, Li Qing first checked the bank account balance, and then began to plan how to use so much money. In the office, Li Xingchun was sitting in an office chair and meditating, when there was a knock on the door. Come in. Pushing the door and entering was Li Lun, who was wearing a Chinese tunic suit and a dark gold wooden staff. He sat down on the chair Li Qing was sitting on just now, and asked casually. Why, did you come here from Qinghe specifically to see your son? Li Xingchun nodded and said. You've been here for so long, so you should have a certain understanding of the Yu family. Are there any married women in the Yu family's round table lineage? Li Lun was surprised and asked. Are you saying kiss to your son? Li Qing. Li Lun's pupils dilated slightly, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Do you want to propose marriage to him? Or ask for marriage from the Yu family's round table? His expression was complicated, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Just tell me if there is. Yes, of course, but I think it is unlikely. Li Lun shook his head and said. Among Yu's current round-table decision-makers, there are only two who meet the requirements. They are a pair of twin sisters. The elder sister is Yu Yuyao. You should have heard of the younger sister. She is Yu Yuafei, the pearl of the Yu family. To be honest, with the status of the Yu family today, and the importance that the Imperial Senate attaches to Zutar, the importance of the Yu family has become more and more important. I bet that before you think so, you have already many people have reached out to Mrs. Yu. That's not one of us. Please help to send a greeting card. I will visit in a few days. Li Lun was a little speechless. Well, actually, I want to say that it's useless for you to go. No matter your status, or Li Qing's nephew's ability and talent potential are not outstanding in it, it's unlikely. Li Xingchun looked up at his second brother who hesitated to speak, waved his hands and said, "Whether it is possible is another matter, let's visit first." All right, Star City, berth number 547 of number 5 Star Port. When Li Qing returned to the frigate berthed here, he had already made arrangements for how to use the huge sum of 40 billion star dollars. The plan has been changed several times. I originally planned not to go to Zutar, but I heard from my father that if I don't go, I will lose the chance to compete for the planet of life in the future, so there is no way. If he is going to Zutar, he must prepare well in combination with Zutar's current situation. First of all, you have to get a small fleet of a certain size, and there must be at least 2 cruisers in it. Although the cruiser cannot be commanded by the current command skills, you can buy the blueprints and shipbuilding materials first, store them in the warehouse in the Palm universe, and build them yourself when your shipbuilding skills are improved to the point where you can build them. In addition to this, several destroyers, a group of frigates, several transport ships, industrial ships, and a large number of mining ships are also needed. Of course, 1 or 2 sets of personal base equipment and a large number of modules are necessary, as well as a complete set of industrial equipment and so on. Next, he made crazy purchases in the market, throwing a lot of money, and soon a boatload of materials was transported by the merchant to a large warehouse he specially rented, and then all these things were transported in the warehouse to the place in the palm of the universe. In the warehouse of the high-dimensional fortress. It is worth mentioning that although there are cruiser blueprints for sale on the market, they are all 4 or 5 times the market price and have been hanging there for a long time. He considered it for a long time and still did not buy it. However, many materials for building the cruiser were bought according to the formula. Chapter 26 Transit Base. In addition, there are 50 destroyer blueprints and materials. The unit price is 15 million blueprints and 90 million materials respectively. The total price is 750 million blueprints plus 4.5 billion stars for materials. And 500 frigate blueprints and materials. The unit price is 2 million blueprints and 12 million materials respectively, and the total price is 1 billion blueprints plus 6 billion materials. Regardless of destroyers or frigates, they are all standard Tornado-class destroyers and standard Heian-class frigates. In addition, he spent a full 2.5 billion star dollars to purchase a finished super-large transport ship of the Dushan class. It has a total of 50,000 cargo holds, each with 1,000 cubic meters, and a total capacity of 500 billion cubic meters. Towing compartment with its own capacity. It also spent 2 billion star dollars to purchase 5 finished Mammoth-class large transport ships, each with 10,000 cargo holds and a total capacity of 100 billion cubic meters. It can also be equipped with trailers 5 times its own capacity. A total of 720 million stars, purchased 10 medium-sized transport ships and 10 small transport ships, with a total capacity of 2 million square meters and 500,000 square meters respectively. In addition, it also spent 4 billion stars to purchase a super-large industrial ship with 40,000 cabins and a total capacity of 40 million square meters. 2 large industrial ships, 7,500 cabins, 7.5 million square meters, unit price 800 million, a total of 1.6 billion stars. 2 medium-sized industrial ships, 1,500 cabins, 1.5 million square meters, unit price 150 million, 300 million in total. 5 small industrial ships, 300 cabins, 300,000 square meters, unit price 30 million, 60 million in total. Then, a total of 10 large mining ships, each containing 8 unmanned reconnaissance drones, 200 unmanned mining robots, 8 mining laser guns, 5,000 cargo holds totaling 5 million square meters, the unit price is 800 million, and the total cost is 80,100 million. These alone cost him a total of 30.88 billion stars. Then, it cost about 1.5 billion to purchase a complete set of large standard base modules. Contains a large main command module, with a cubic size of 1000 meters 1000 meters 1000 meters. Contains 9 large auxiliary module cabins, with a rule of 300,300,000 300 meters. Contains 36 medium-sized auxiliary module cabins, with a rule of 100,100,000 100 meters. And 120 small auxiliary module cabins, the rule is 303,000 30 meters. There are also a full 100 large container compartments, each with a space of 50,000 square meters, dedicated to storing supplies. In addition, there are several sets of water extraction and purification equipment, 5 large cold storages, food filled with cold storages, 2 artificial food cultivation production lines, a small biological laboratory of 500 million, a small physics laboratory of 500 million, a small engineering laboratory of 500 million, as well as a dozen or so planetary internal aircraft, and 3 sets of large-scale ore crushing, screening and refining equipment, each cost up to 1.1 billion star yuan. Comprehensively, it cost about 6.6 billion, plus the previous cost of 37.48 billion. In just 4 days, the assets as high as 40.2 billion stars shrank to 2.73 billion stars. However, this is not the end. He also spent 300 million star dollars to buy 2,000 robots, and 200 million star dollars to buy 2,000 clones. When the base is established, these labors will come in handy immediately. At the same time, considering the possibility of boarding a ship for combat, he had to buy a group of Marines. This money is really worthless. Li Qing clicked his tongue, endured the pain in his heart, and gritted his teeth to continue. There are only 2 kinds of armies he can directly recruit now, namely clone troopers and robot commandos. The clone army is a 1-star army, which refers to clones specially loaded with various combat skills, which are far stronger than ordinary clones. Each soldier is equipped with standard tactical equipment, a laser rifle, and a high-strength alloy tactical weapon. A dagger, a first aid kit. At the same time, each team is equipped with 2 additional armored vehicles, 2 heavy Gauss machine guns, 2 electromagnetic sniper guns, and 2 tactical guided rocket launchers. Each squadron is equipped with an additional ground aircraft on the existing basis, with a full load of 120 people, which is enough to load the entire squadron and quickly enter the battlefield. A team of clone troopers with 20 soldiers recruits at a price of 10 million. A squadron of clone troops with a total of 100 soldiers recruits at a price of 60 million. The recruiting price of a large group of clone troops with a total of 500 soldiers is 350 million. Li Qing directly recruited a clone brigade and a robot assault brigade, a total of 1,000 people, and spent a total of 700 million stars. It is worth mentioning that the full-staffed Marine Corps has its own command. The squad has a small leader, the squadron has a squadron leader, and the brigade has a large captain. Moreover, the clone troop and the robot commando do not need a salary, nor do they need complicated procedures. Logistics is a kind of cannon fodder that is cheap and easy to use. In just 4 days, it took a total of 38.2 billion stars. This set of things can basically satisfy a completely self-sufficient personal base and last for a long time. But it is basically satisfied, not perfect. In fact, there are still many things that need to be configured, but now the money is running out. But it's not a big problem, as long as you can get by in the early stage, go there to make some money first, and then slowly configure it later. Everything was ready. Li Qing sent a message to Yang Yunbo, giving him the small base and a mine over there. Anyway, I didn't have much money, so I was too lazy to spend half a year running there. The warm radiance of the stars sprinkled into the starry sky, and a destroyer was bathed in the radiance of the stars and slowly left the starport. After preparing for so long, I finally set sail again. Without talking to anyone, Li Qing left alone. Before the destroyer came to the central super stargate of the Jinmen Galaxy, a destroyer paid 3 million tickets. After waiting in line for a short time, the destroyer entered the stargate, and with the surging energy tide, the space began to distort. This is the main reason why there are stargates in 2 places, but some large caravans would rather spend a long time traveling through galaxies and across hundreds of light years to the opposite side instead of directly going through the stargates. It costs money to go directly to the stargate, it is not free. Generally speaking, a frigate costs 1 million stars, corresponding to small ships. A destroyer ticket costs 5 million stars, corresponding to a medium-sized ship. Tickets for a cruiser are 25 million stars, corresponding to large ships. A battleship ticket is 500 million stars, corresponding to super large ships. A flagship ticket is 5 billion stars. And this is only the price within the range of 1,000 light years. If it exceeds this distance, the toll fee will be plus 1% for each additional light year. For every 2,000 light years, the toll fee for each additional light year on the basis of 1,000 light years plus 2%. If the distance exceeds 3,000 light years, the toll fee will still be plus 4% for each additional light year on the basis of 1,000 light years, and so on. If it is more than 10,000 light years, the ticket price will be ridiculously high. Those large caravans consist of tens of hundreds of large or even super large cargo ships at every turn. If they go to the Stargate, the tolls alone will cost billions. What's the profit for a trip? Who would do it? Although it is said that some products can still be profitable even if they go to the Stargate, for profit-seeking businessmen, billions or even tens of billions are lost for no reason, which cannot pass the psychological hurdle. Join together to form a larger caravan, spend a few months and a year to travel through the galaxy, and earn tens of billions more. Waiting for the space to recover again, the destroyer has left the Jinmen galaxy, and even the Jinmen province. Li Qing opened the star map, which showed that his position had left Jinmen province and arrived at the junction of Tianjin starfield and Zutar starfield. Since the United Empire began to attack the Zutar starfield, the Yu family has established a transit base with stargates at the junction of the Tianjin starfield and the Zutar starfield. The base doesn't have a name, it's just called a transit base. It has a first-level star city, a super-large space residence station, and 7 large and medium-sized space residence stations. Although there is no living planet in a large star field nearby, and it is far away from the 3 alien civilizations discovered, when Li Qing arrived here, he found that the excitement here is not inferior to Jinmen, and it is even more lively and more lively. Be active. Not only are the 3 regional channels very lively, but even the elite channel, which was rarely spoken in Jinmen before, is also very active here, and people are often seen speaking in it. The destroyer first enters the transit base Star City and registers with the expeditionary force. At this time, because the outpost in Zutar is under construction, the headquarters of the expeditionary force is still here. When it is built there, the headquarters of the expeditionary force will move there. It is worth mentioning that even if the outpost is established and the Star City is erected, there will be no Stargate to send it directly. Because the Zutar star field is covered by dust nebula, some special substances contained in it can affect the transmission. That thing is like a super large-scale interference force field covering most of the Zutar star field. Not only the Stargate cannot be transmitted in, but the battleship's hyperspace engine can't control the landing point inside. Once it is used forcibly, there is a high probability of transmission error and appear in the endless space between galaxies. So, from the transfer base to the outpost base, you have to sail there by yourself, and you cannot use the Stargate to teleport there. Unless, you can get some super Stargates that can forcibly penetrate the nebula. After the registration, Li Qing didn't go anywhere, just squatted on the battleship and watched the regional channel, planning to analyze the current situation here from the channel. Large caravans going to outposts are looking for escorts. Small and medium-sized teams with a credit score of 70 or more are required. Salary is negotiable. Bohemia Chamber of Commerce recruits escorts, destination outposts, large and medium-sized teams with a credit score of 75 or above, and salary negotiable. The Skywatcher Legion recruits independent pioneers. It requires pioneers under 10 years old. There is no limit to old or new. The elderly need to look at the past records, and the newcomers need to look at the innate attributes, and the treatment is favorable. They will also recruit a group of miners. They need mining skills above LV3 and mineral analysis. LV3 or above, astrogeology LV2 or above. Attention, the Tianji team accepted the mission, but they were robbed and killed halfway and remained indifferent, resulting in the cargo being robbed. Caravan bosses pay attention. Silly Bikianyuan Chamber of Commerce took a detour halfway, forcing us to do tasks that have nothing to do with the and resulted in being attacked. This matter has nothing to do with the escort. It is not against the rules for us to refuse. The Nagrand Legion recruits independent pioneers, requiring less than 10 years. Ignoring the two scolding each other, Li Qing can see that the business in the transit base is so prosperous just by taking a quick glance. The establishment of an outpost base will inevitably require the delivery of massive supplies from Jinmen. In fact, collecting supplies is also considered one of the military tasks. In the early stage of the outpost base, such tasks accounted for a large proportion. Well, should I try running a business too? Although the transfer base to the outpost has to be flown by himself, but he does not need to bring a huge fleet, and directly collects the fleet into the universe in the palm of his hand. A destroyer travels lightly, which saves the need to travel from Jinmen to the transfer base. It also saves the cost of recruiting and fleet. I was thinking about it when I suddenly received a strange communication. Connected easily, the light curtain popped open. Li Lai appeared on the light curtain. He asked in surprise. Didn't you say you couldn't come to Zutar's side? Why? Li Qing was even more surprised and asked. How do you know I'm here? I just came here. My dad told me. Second uncle. By the way, did you come alone? Yes, that's just right. We have organized a super fleet with several small and medium-sized teams to go to the outpost. We are recruiting a team. Do you want to come here? You will be paid according to the ship under your command. This. Li Qing thought for a while and asked. When are you leaving? It's still about a week away. The main reason is that the fleet is too large and needs more guards. It hasn't been recruited yet. Li Qing asked curiously. How big is it? More than 2,000 large transport ships, with a total value of at least 2 trillion yuan. Hiss. Li Qing took a breath. You play so big. Li Lai nodded and said. Yeah, there is a big boss in our team, Yu Yuefei. Do you know that the pearl of the Yu family who has the innate talent of the purple epic, she formed a team with her twin sister and a few people of the same race, and then formed a team with a few others. A small and medium-sized team joined forces to do this big deal, and once the goods can be successfully delivered to the outpost, there will be at least 40% profit. Hiss. Li Qing was shocked again. 40% of the principal of 2 trillion, that is 800 billion. A few days ago, he was still proud of himself for earning 40 billion star dollars all at once, but now looking at other people's houses, it's trillions of dollars by hand, which can't be compared all at once. With a principal of 2 trillion yuan, how can she have so much capital? Many of the same clan people are looking for are the pioneers of the previous session and the previous session. They came from wealthy families and have been around for 6 or 7 years longer than us. It should not be a problem to save tens of billions or hundreds of billions. Besides, many of the aristocratic children who joined her team or cooperated with other top families are also rich, and it is not impossible to add up to 2 trillion. This is too rich. Hey, there are quite a few of them who are the direct descendants of the top families. I heard that one of them is the direct descendant of the 14-star Sea Lords of the Empire. They all went to pursue beauties. Fine. Li Qing clicked his tongue. By the way, you also went because of the pursuit of beauty. No, I see that her team has attracted too many noble elites. There must be a future. Follow them. If I can win a planet of life in the future, then I am also one of the elders, and I will definitely be counted as one of them. At that time, whether you hold shares or sell them, it will be a lot of money. By the way, do you want to come? I only have 2 boats. Of course, you are from my Qinghe Li family. That's fine, I'll do it. That's right, I'll send you the coordinates, come and report when you have time. Okay, I have something to do here, wait a few days. Okay, Chapter 27 Running a Business to Make Money. Hanging up the communication, Li Qing immediately controlled the battleship to turn around, spent another 3 million star yuan, and queued up again to return to Jinmen. Before, I didn't expect that running a business from the transfer base to the outpost base would make so much money, and the profit was as high as 40%. Of course, the outpost is mainly built by the Yu clan in Jinmen. Yu Yuefei can get 40% of the profit by relying on her family relationship. Outsiders should not be able to get it, but they can get about 30% at least. A simple 30% profit is nothing, but if you can get 30% for a large transaction, then the profit will be considerable. 30% of 10,000 and 30% of 100 million are different things, and 30% of 1 trillion is another world. He can't make up 1 trillion yuan now, but he can make up tens of billions of capital for a trip, and a trip will make a profit of 3 billion, which is quite profitable. He has only about 2 billion funds left, but he plans to trade all the warship construction materials he bought before. These are also needed there, and they are one of the most demanded materials. Among them, the light materials of the frigate are 6 billion, the light materials of the destroyer are 4.5 billion, and the materials of the 2 cruisers are 1.2 billion. In addition, the batch of transport ships, industrial ships, large mining ships, etc. he bought can actually be traded, as long as he takes them there safely, he will accept them. In this way, the cost is not only 10 billion, but more than 30 billion, and it can earn nearly 10 billion in one trip. Hiss. Li Qing's eyes lit up immediately. Returning to Jinmen, He left 500 million of the 2 billion on hand as a spare, and purchased all the remaining 1.5 billion for shipment. The goods arrived on the third day, and he came to the transit base through the Stargate again. It's a pity that there is not enough time, otherwise he could use the Stargate to transfer supplies back and forth between Jinmen and the transit base. Although the price difference between Jinmen and the transfer base is not big, it can still make a gross profit. The price difference between the two places for some special materials can even reach about 5%. Anyway, his ticket for the frigate back and forth is only 2 million, worth tens of billions. Even a 1% difference in the price of bulk goods is a profit of hundreds of millions. There are not many singles, but the more times you earn, the more you earn. It's just that there is a risk in doing so, because the two places are connected by stargates, and the price fluctuations in the two places will never be too large. Once a certain price fluctuates greatly, the market will intervene to stabilize the price. He must sell the goods before the price stabilizes. Once he misses the opportunity and the price stabilizes again, then he is wasting his time for nothing, and may even lose money. Of course, the time to go directly through the Stargate is very short, the probability of this situation is not high, and the probability of making money is high after all, but it is troublesome and tiring. More importantly, he has been doing this all the time, and it is easy to be jealous. I need to find a stable raw material supplier. All the goods he buys now are bought from the market, and they are market selling prices, not wholesale prices. If you can find a stable large-scale raw material supplier, or find a stable supply channel and lower the purchase price, you will definitely earn more. Li Qing decided that after this trip was over, he would find time to learn more about upstream raw material suppliers and see if he could find a suitable one. Returning to the galaxy of the transit base, he left the transit base according to the coordinates given by Li Lai, came to a galaxy next door, came out of the wormhole and flew in one direction at sublight speed for more than 3 hours, before arriving at a frozen planet. From a distance, I saw a super large fleet moored on the surface of the planet, and the center was full of large cargo ships. Around the fleet, there are a large number of warships parked at different angles in the form of belonging to different fleets. Among them, what attracted his attention the most was a large fleet of more than 600 warships, including 14 battleships located in front of the fleet. For the pioneers, being able to form a large fleet with more than 600 battleships and support 14 battleships is already quite ferocious. You must know that even the Burning Ghost team is occupying Jinmen. After so long, it seems that there is no such a powerful fleet now. In addition to this fleet, there are 3 other powerful fleets with battleships, 1, 2, and 7 ships, a total of 10 battleships. Altogether, the total number of warships has exceeded 3,000, but the total number is not as many as transport ships. Li Qing first contacted Li Lai. At this time, he and Li Qi and others' fleet were in the fleet. After connecting to the communication, he was surprised to find that he had directly entered the fleet channel, and was then pulled into the channel of Li Lai and their team. Inside, Li Qi and others are there. It is estimated that Li Lai said before that Li Qi and others were not surprised to see him coming, and even greeted him. He waved his hand in response, and Li Lai said to him, "I'll put you into my team first, and you can follow us when the time comes." Okay, Li Lai's team has a total of 11 people. Apart from him and Li Qi, there are also a few people from the Tongqinghe Li clan that Li Lai brought here. They are basically mixed if they can be brought here, but not too bad either. That is to say, there are 2 factions in his small team of 11 people. But now they seem to be getting along very well, and have not seen any conflicts between different factions. After a simple welcome, Li Qing was assigned 2 warships to follow the team, among which the frigate was temporarily under the command of the team, and he commanded the destroyer alone. The main reason for this allocation is that the destroyer under his command is fast and suitable for reconnaissance. According to Li Lai, although this trip is probably just a wave of soy sauce, and given the size of this fleet, it is unlikely that there will be any accidents, but they will still arrange some tasks after they are on the road, such as patrols or reconnaissance. One ship is more convenient and flexible. There were still 3 days before departure. Li Qing saw that the time was still early, so he opened a personal passage in the battleship to enter the Palm universe alone, and came to the warehouse area of the high-dimensional fortress. At this time, most of the goods were piled up in the warehouse area. The huge warehouse area is 1,000 kilometers long, wide and high, divided into 10 floors, each layer is 100 kilometers long, and subdivided into different levels. His goods worth tens of billions are placed in it, and even 1% of one floor not stuffed. These goods are sorted and placed on the first floor of the warehouse. Among them, the batch of 500 clones and the 500 robot commando army are placed in one section. When Li Qing came in again, the commanders of the two teams were building a simple temporary under the headquarters base. Li Qing glanced at it, pinching his chin in thought. A little bit he snapped his fingers, and he had already made a decision in his mind. Considering the upcoming journey and the estimated time spent in Zutar, he felt that it was necessary to build a self-sufficient base in the Palm universe and then put the 3 laboratories in it. It is easy to choose the location of the base construction. Just build it in this warehouse area, choose the top 10th floor. The length and width are each 1,000 kilometers, and the height is 100 kilometers. The height of this 100 kilometers can be subdivided into different levels. He can adjust the layered partitions at will to increase the height of the partition. Such a large area has already exceeded the total area of an ordinary asteroid. To be honest, it is no problem to fully develop it to accommodate hundreds of millions of people. The warehouse area has a total of 10 floors, all of which can theoretically accommodate a population of tens of billions. But in fact, this is just a thought. Although the actual operation is feasible, if this is done, the materials and money needed to maintain such a large closed community will exceed his imagination. You must know that this is in the Palm universe. It is just a warehouse area, surrounded by thick layers of unknown materials. There is no food, no water, not even the most valuable stones and soil, and you want to build a world in it. All materials must be obtained from outside. This consumption is much more expensive than completely transforming a planet into a livable planet from scratch and developing it. If this 10-story warehouse area is fully blossomed, it can almost transform 7 or 8 barren planets, and subsequent maintenance is also an astronomical figure. Even if he is too idle to grow hair, he will not do this kind of thing. With this money and materials, wouldn't it be nice to build a dreadnought? Wouldn't it be nice to form a powerful fleet to capture a living planet? So, at most, he will build a temporary base here first, and only build some infrastructure without large investment. Temporarily only support some clone soldiers, construction engineers in the dock, apprentices and scientists in the 3 laboratories, and train a group of management talents by the way. Of course, in the early stage, only some clone soldiers and construction engineers of the dock were raised. As for apprentices, scientists, and management talents, they will wait until he makes a few more trips to the business and earns a little more money before implementing it. The main reason is that things like scientific research are too expensive, the investment is simply bottomless, and the output is hard to say, but in most cases, there is nothing. At the very least, if there are no excellent scientists to run the laboratory, no matter how much money is invested, there will be no good output. But for any force, the 3 basic laboratories of biology, physics and engineering are necessary, because this is related to the acquisition of higher ships and weapons. In the universe, the upper limit of conventional weapons that players can obtain is the 5th generation technology, and after the 5th generation, there are 6th generation technology, 7th generation technology, these super conventional powerful weapons. Compared to the conventional 5th generation technology, starting from the 6th generation technology, the power of weapons and ships will be qualitatively stronger in geometric multiples. But generally speaking, it is difficult for players to obtain more than 5 generations of technology by themselves, which must be researched by themselves. For example, the major armies of the United Empire of Mankind have dedicated top-level laboratories, and invest a huge amount of money every year to research and develop super 5th generation technology, but the results are insignificant. Most of the time, a lot of money is invested, but as a result, only a super 5th generation version of a certain weapon can be developed, 5.5 generations, not the 6th generation. The 5th generation and a half is stronger than the 5th generation technology, but it is limited. It is equivalent to the enhanced version of the 5th generation, not the qualitative change they expect from the 6th generation. Of course, even if it's only 5.5 generations, all the fleets will be updated in combination, and the combined combat power will be much stronger than that of the 5th generation, but this is just the strength on paper, not what they want. What they want is the 6th generation of technology including all weapons and ships. Only in this way can the military master go one step further and become a lord. This is because, in the new universe, only those who have a complete and systematic 6th generation technology can be promoted to Star Sea Lord, become the chosen emperor family of the United Human Empire, the real ruler, and have the qualifications to compete for the emperor of the United Human Empire. At the same time, after becoming the Lord of the Star Sea, he will also cross a certain boundary that cannot be described in words. It can be said in layman's terms, when you are promoted to Star Sea Lord, your name will be recognized by the entire universe in an instant, and all space civilizations in the entire universe that have left this galaxy will know your existence. Similar to the conferred gods in D&D novels, when you ignite the divine fire and raise the throne to confer the gods, all the powerful people in the entire multiverse will instantly know your existence. This means that in the United Empire of Mankind, there are a total of 14 powerful Star Sea Lords with 6 generations of technology. It is worth mentioning that the 6th generation technology does not mean finding a new energy utilization method, but a technological breakthrough. Of course, using new energy to break through the 6th generation technology is also a road, but this road is basically invisible. In addition, it does not mean that ordinary players cannot use 6th generation technological ship weapons. If they have the opportunity to obtain advanced weapons left over from powerful ancient civilizations, or directly purchase blueprints in this area from the 14-star Sea Lord family, after making them same can be used. This means that for ordinary players, there is actually no need to study any technology, only those large teams or legions with ambitions will get these. They think that they will have the opportunity to become a military master in the future. At this time, stronger technology will come in handy. If they have the opportunity to break through the shackles of technology, the future is limitless. Li Qing had this kind of thought in mind. He also wanted to become the leader of the army, and even the Lord of Shanghai. Of course, these are too far away from him at this stage. The United Empire of Mankind has entered the new universe for tens of thousands of years, and there are only 14 Star Sea Lords up to now, which shows how difficult it is. But although everything is difficult at the beginning, it is necessary to start from the beginning. First, build the laboratory and set up the shelf, and the rest is all kinds of accumulation. Slowly expand the scale of the 3 major laboratories. Useful. It took 2 days to adjust the position of the barracks and move the supplies. When he came out of the universe in the palm, the team was ready to go. At a certain moment, Li Qing was chatting with Li Lai, when suddenly a light curtain in front of the bridge popped up automatically, revealing a very delicate and beautiful woman in a light green military uniform. Seeing this stunning beauty, Li Qing immediately felt a strong sense of astonishment. The woman smiled and said crisply, "Everyone, the caravan has been integrated, all the goods are on board, and we are about to set off. The journey is long and full of dangers. Please bear with us, brothers and sisters." Holding his hands together and saluting, with his beautiful face and exquisite figure, he immediately felt a refreshing and heroic spirit rushing towards his face. The light curtain is automatically disconnected, and Li Lai, who is on the other side of the light curtain, said with a smile, "How is it? Isn't it pretty?" Li Qing came back to his senses, and replied in a little silence, "Pretty. Are you excited?" He stretched out his hand to hold his chest, and nodded seriously. "It's really exciting." Li Lai laughed loudly. "It's right to be excited. 99% of the men in this fleet are excited." Chapter 28. The Huge Fleet. Ask for monthly ticket recommendation. A circle of faint ripples swayed, and sitting in front of the bridge command chair, one could clearly see the huge ion flames erupting from the tail of a battleship with a length of more than 1,500 meters several kilometers away, and the heavy battleship slowly started, and the surrounding warships also started, slowly sailing into the Star Sea. In such a huge fleet, with more than 2,000 warships and a super fleet of 2 to 3,000 super large cargo ships, a destroyer is extremely small in it. The entire fleet is centered on the fleet headed by 14 battleships, located at the forefront of the merchant fleet, and several other powerful fleets are divided into the left and right wings, and the rear. Small teams like Li Lai and the others usually follow front, rear, left, and right positions of the fleet. They were assigned positions early on, located at the right rear of the fleet, and were coordinated by the fleet commanded by Wang Yanqing, the direct descendant of the Danyang Wang family, on the right. The huge fleet has always been very slow to move out. Thousands of ships set off. It took more than 2 hours from the first battleship to set sail and the last fleet to catch up. Even at the sub-light speed, the first fleet will start first, set off early, and wait until it arrives at the scheduled location and sends back a signal before the second fleet will start to set off. But the sub-light speed will only be in the current galaxy, and when they leave this galaxy, they will use the jump engine to jump directly. When the big troops were on the road, Li Qing set the battleship to follow state, and then told Li Lai to change the skills in the brain slot into shipbuilding-related skills, return to the universe in the palm, and directly appeared in the dock of the high-dimensional fortress to start shipbuilding. Anyway, nothing will happen in the early stage. Now the galaxy they are in is in a low security area, and the surrounding galaxy has been swept back and forth by the fleet of the transit base many times. There must be wild monsters, but they are all ordinary pirate ships that are not in the climate, like that kind of large anomaly, or large pirate fleets that have been wiped out early. Wild monsters are also intelligent. Seeing such a large fleet, they ran away early. Although the materials in the warehouse are ready to be sold after arriving at the outpost, before that, the road cannot be idle for a few months. If there is nothing to do, build some ships. Even if you practice your skills, the finished ships can also be sold. Right now, the outpost is in a state of disrepair. There is a shortage of everything, especially warships. It can be said that you need as much as you have. No matter how many things you bring over, you can easily sell them. It's just a matter of earning more and less. There are now 10 teams of naval architects and senior naval architects in the dock, who need to pay a salary of up to 21 million a month, which cannot be idle. In the studio, Li Qing skillfully took out the blueprints of the frigate, that is, placed a chip in the decoder, and then extracted these blueprints. Insert more than 40 blank chips on the side of the decoder, and transmit the extracted data to different blank chips one by one according to different modules and accessories. Then give these chips to senior shipbuilding engineers to let them understand the content on these chips, and then arrange ordinary shipbuilding engineers to build these accessories and modules. Wait for all 10 frigate blueprints to be decoded and extracted, and the arrangement will continue. The next step is to work under the supervision of his subordinates. He will basically have nothing to do for the next half a month, only the final assembly of the warship needs him to preside over it. 10 times of experience and super high innate attributes make him build a frigate equivalent to building 20 or 30 frigates. The accumulated experience is extremely rich and the upgrade speed is very fast. His current series of shipbuilding skill levels have reached LV7, and a few LV6 are not far from the upgrade. Normally, it is impossible to upgrade to this step without building hundreds of frigates. This speed, this efficiency, if those shipbuilding players know about it, they will probably die of envy. After finishing all this, he went to the warehouse area again, where a new base was already being built, and the materials were moved up through the warehouse facilities, but there was no one directing it, and the effect was mediocre. Didn't stay in the Palm universe for long. He returned to the material universe, took out the skill chip in the brain slot, and replaced it with command-related skills and some management-related skills. This is also prepared for the future. He doesn't expect these management skills to be advanced. He just plugs them into his brain when he is free. Commanding the interior of the battleship is also considered management, and he will have some experience. In fact, there was nothing else to do next. He sat down again in the command chair and applied to join the team channel. After entering, 11 light curtain windows popped up in front of him, and he had exactly 12. At this time, some member windows were empty, and some I don't know what they are doing. A few of them are chatting, but it seems that they are chatting privately, and he can't hear what they are talking about without joining the private chat channel. At this moment, Li Lai was chatting with Li Qi for some unknown reason. Seeing that he also joined the group chat, he pulled him into the small private chat channel, and said to him, "You came at the right time. I just received the mission list from the headquarters. After leaving this galaxy for a while, we will start the leap. When we leave the low security area, we need to arrange manpower for patrol and reconnaissance. Li and he discussed it and planned to use the method of taking turns. All of us have it, 2 groups of 2 take turns to scout, 1 round every day." Li Qing smiled and said, "You can decide, I can do it. We have a total of 12 people here including you. Most of them have already formed a team. There are still a few who have not formed a team. You can invite someone to temporarily form a team." After speaking, he received a roster. There were already 4 teams on it, and now there are still 4 people who can form 2 teams. A total of 6 groups, which is equivalent to 6 days and 1 day, not too frequent. Besides him, there were 3 men and 1 woman left, so he glanced at it and randomly chose a man named Li Min. There is no other reason, but this name is pleasant to the ear. Sent the invitation to form a team, Li Min responded quickly, and the 2 started a private chat in the channel. Li Min is the same age as Li Qing. He is a pioneer of this generation. He is a handsome young man. Li Qing remembers that he has never seen him before, so he should be pulled over by Li Lai later. We met for the first time and were not familiar with each other, and he joined temporarily, and he didn't even confirm to join their team. Naturally, there was nothing to talk about, so we briefly talked about some things about forming a team for patrol and reconnaissance, and then we went our separate ways. Their task is to patrol within 1 million kilometers to the right of the large fleet to detect possible enemies. Although this is unlikely, according to Li Lai, this trip will not be too dangerous. After all, such a large fleet cannot be eaten by ordinary forces. There are only a few targets who can eat them. It is impossible not to expose them if they want to eat them. Once exposed, the consequences very serious. You must know that the person in charge of this caravan is Yu Yufe, a direct descendant of the Yu family. The Imperial Expeditionary Force, the transit base and the outpost base are all presided over by the Yu family. What you have to face will only be the alien and pirate forces near the outpost. Before departure, their communication was connected to a branch channel, which is the fleet's reconnaissance channel. All players performing reconnaissance missions must enter the channel. If any abnormality is found, report it as soon as possible. You have to make a routine report in the channel. If you fail to report after the set time, it will be regarded as a danger, and the fleet will respond immediately. Li Qing and Li Min signed into the channel respectively, and then the two destroyers that had left the fleet plunged into the Sea of Stars. More than 10 kilometers away, two destroyers plunged into the Sea of Stars and headed for the distance. There are dozens of such teams, each going to different directions of the fleet. The speed of the two destroyers slowed down when they were hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the fleet. Li Qing said to Li Min in the channel, "I'll go to the front, you go to the back, how about keeping a distance of no more than 10,000 kilometers? Can. The two side-by-side destroyers are separated, one left and one right. Keep an eye on the radar, and let me know if there is any abnormality." Li Qing arranged tasks for his subordinates, especially the subordinates in charge of the radar sensor, while he himself was sitting on the command chair. With a light touch of his finger, the light curtain in front of him popped open, and after another series of operations, a huge page-shaped light curtain opened. The dense fonts and patterns on it are exposed, and there is a book title on the top, Advanced Engineering Theory, and I am going to brush up my experience when I have time. Some skills can be improved through practice, but some theoretical skills can only be increased by studying various books. There is no trick. Li Qing felt it when he was in Jinmen before. After returning to Jinmen, he spent a lot of money to buy a lot of related books. He will read them when he has time to gain experience. Books are not expensive. No matter the Earth Age or the New Universe Age, it is not difficult or expensive to obtain conventional knowledge or advanced knowledge. The main thing is whether you have the mind to read and whether you have the talent for reading. Obviously, Li Qing, who has up to 32 points of memory, 36 points of mind, and 33 points of spirit, definitely has a talent for reading. The innate attributes of normal people will not exceed 20 points, which means that the most intelligent human beings in theory will not have more than 20 innate attributes. Like Einstein, a historical top scientist, his innate attributes will not exceed 20 points. But this does not mean that your innate memory, mind and spirit can be compared with Einstein when you reach 20 points. That is far from comparable. Maybe you are similar in terms of innate attributes, but if Einstein is placed now, he must be a super genius with orange legend or even golden mythical innate talent, and there may be more than one talent. With the blessing of such a powerful innate talent, you are far beyond comparison. A super scientist like that is definitely a treasure level talent. Even if he was born in this era, he can become the top scientist of this era. If any force can have super scientists of this level in their hands, it is not inevitable to develop the sixth generation of technology, but the absolute success rate is very high. In terms of scientific research, Li Qing has not considered self-study, mainly because the coverage of science is too large. The three major systems of physics, biology, and engineering can be subdivided into a large number of branches, and each branch can contain several branches. Small branches, each branch contains a series of disciplines. Combined, I am afraid that I have to learn hundreds of skills to satisfy one system, and the three systems add up to thousands of disciplines. It's over. It doesn't help much to learn the key. Could it be that he did the research himself? The best way is to recruit some excellent scientists. However, good scientists are more difficult to recruit than captains or commanders. Really excellent scientists have been recruited by big forces long ago, and it is basically impossible for ordinary players to recruit them. If you go to the major science academies in Jinmen to recruit now, you will find that all the researchers above the green name basically have their own owners, and they have already signed contracts early, and they will be picked up after graduation. So now ordinary players want to obtain advanced researchers and scientists. There are only two conventional methods. One is prisoners of war, and the other is to cultivate them by themselves. Go directly to the middle school, Spend a lot of money to find school sponsorship, and then you will get a screening opportunity to screen among existing students. If there are qualified students, you can start training. Isn't it outrageous? Yes, it is so outrageous now. There are too few high-end talents, and there are not enough points. Now Li Qing's base has not been established, the laboratory has not yet been established, and there is no demand. When he has the demand, it will be a headache. There was nothing unusual in the first half of the day. He was so immersed in his studies that he didn't notice the passage of time. He didn't realize it until his subordinate brought a lunch. Half a day had passed. The food on board is very common. There are rice and pasta, steamed, fried and boiled. The crew on a battleship is the same as going to sea in ancient times. They often don't land for several months. The psychological health of the crew is very important, and they must not be harsh in terms of food. While eating, Li Qing called out the channel interface and checked the situation all morning. The channel is basically security information sent by different teams at regular intervals. Occasionally, a few discoveries are just ordinary wild monsters, and the 2 destroyers of the reconnaissance team can easily drive them away. Chapter 29 Voyage. After checking in routinely in the afternoon, Li Qing set up reconnaissance and patrol goals. Li Qing picked up the book and started to study. Occasionally, when he was tired of reading, he raised his head to look at the situation, and chatted with several senior crew members in the bridge. Most of these senior crew members are NPC humans, and occasionally there are some innate talents suitable for being captains or crew members, but they are not on board. Many people think that whether they should establish a good relationship with the crew is nothing to worry about. Li Qing didn't think it was necessary. Ordinary crew members don't need to have any good relationships at all. They are clones, not natural persons, but batches of cannon fodder prepared through genetic technology. Senior crew members and captains are actually the same. They die equally in battleship accidents, but they are the senior crew members on the ship and have the most contact with the commander. Of course, this situation is only for ordinary captains and senior crew members. If it is an elite captain with a blue name or above, it will be different. An elite captain with strong talents can increase the combat power of battleships very high. Such a captain will definitely be valued, and he must be valued. The Vanguard fleet had already started the jump on the second day, but it was not until the 4th day that Li Qing's fleet received the order to jump. For this kind of transition, if there is a flagship, the flagship will wrap the entire fleet with a force field and jump together. If there is no flagship, the warship with the shortest transition distance in the fleet will generally be used as the standard. Half of this fleet is a cargo ship. It is impossible to be equipped with a 5-level jump engine, but it is not the lowest jump engine. When the jump is completed, Li Qing checks the jump distance on the star map and confirms that all cargo ships are equipped with the 3rd-generation jump engine, and the maximum jump range is 30 light-years. It is about 1,500 light-years away from the transit base to the outpost. Considering the variable distance between galaxies, this means that it takes 60 to 70 jumps to get there. The cooling time of the jump engine is 3 hours, which means that it will take 210 hours or about 10 days without stopping. But in fact it is not so smooth. Most of the regions can be jumped over directly, but some galaxies cannot be jumped over due to some special anomalies or special geographical environment, especially when entering the depths of the Zutar star field, which is covered with thick nebula. The jump engine will be greatly disturbed, and the low-level jump engine cannot be used at all, and can only be passed through by normal flight. In the past few days, the fleet has been jumping non-stop, with a jump of about 30 light-years, and it went smoothly without encountering any obstacles. But when they left the transfer base and entered the nebula in the Zutar star field, Li Qing saw a layer of substantial gray dust in the starry sky for the first time, as if the entire starry sky was covered by a layer of mist. In front of the bridge, it can be seen that not only the visual range has dropped significantly, but even the radar detection range has gradually shrunk. It is worth mentioning that the command bridge of the battleship is not located in front of the battleship, but is generally located in the middle of the battleship, that is, the central core module. Thick armor package. The reason why standing in front of the bridge can clearly see the outside of the glass is because the spacecraft's sensors, including a large number of detection and camera lenses, detect everything around it clearly, and then project it under the huge glass in front of the bridge. So it feels like the bridge is directly exposed, which is not the case. Like frigates and destroyers, the display form of the bridge is limited. If it is the command flagship of a large fleet, the internal shape of the bridge is round, with transparent glass in all directions. When entering the bridge for the first time, it will give people a kind of protruding bridge. The glass bead-like illusion of the hull can see the starry sky in all directions of the battleship. But in fact, the command bridges of these flagships are hidden deep inside the battleships, and it is only possible to see the command bridges unless the battleship shields and thick armor are completely broken. To put it bluntly, it is impossible to see the command bridge of the battleship from the outside. The interior is only designed in this way, just to give the captain and commander a sense of experience in the starry sky. It looks like the cold starry sky is outside the thick glass, but in fact there is thick alloy armor outside the glass. The jump stage is fairly safe, because the landing points are all random. Even in the same galaxy, the landing points will be slightly different from the star map, and this is slightly different. In the real starry sky, it is thousands of tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of kilometers. Even if there is internal support, it is difficult to ambush. So the reconnaissance in the early stage is actually a formality, and the real possible danger is in the star field near the outpost. Time passed during the leap, and on the 9th day, the fleet arrived at the location again. Li Qing saw the reconnaissance channel light up and turn it on to project a young man in the military uniform of the expeditionary force. He introduced himself once before. His name is Lu Qing, and he is a member of the Tianhe Lu family. He said with a blank expression. The fleet has arrived at the predetermined location, and there will be many galaxies that cannot even enter at sub-light speed. At the same time, this star field is dominated by a super large pirate group called Lester. We have now entered the edge of their sphere of influence. From now on at the beginning, the reconnaissance team cheered up, and the reconnaissance range was expanded to at least 1 million kilometers, and they signed in every half an hour to indicate safety, and when the timeout expired, an accident occurred by default. After posting the task, the man's projection disappeared. Li Qing opened another branch channel with only 2 people, and said to Li Min. Let's divide according to the previous method. I will be in front of you and you will be behind. The 2 destroyers quickly left the team and flew into the distance. The arrangement was the same as when he first set off, but this time he did not dare to set up to follow the main fleet to patrol, but turned on the spacecraft sensor to the maximum, uninterrupted scanning around, and even personally synchronized the radar scan image scanned by the sensor to himself, watch with the crew that hosts the radar sensor. In space, the radar scan is centered on itself, and the scan image is a huge sphere composed of thin lines, and itself is in the center of the sphere. Beep beep. A clear siren sounded, and a red light lit up somewhere on the right edge of the scanned image. He looked over immediately, and 19 light spots appeared. He immediately stretched left and right on the radar scanning map with both hands, and the radar scanning map was stretched and expanded immediately, and the 19 light spots became 19 battleship outlines composed of countless rays. It is a pirate cruiser, 2 pirate destroyers, and 17 pirate gunboats. Go around to the right and stop after 1,000 kilometers. The fleet issued orders immediately. The battleship trembled slightly, and the change of the destroyer could be felt from the change of the radar scanning picture. The battleship circled an arc and narrowed the distance between the 2 sides, and included all the 19 light spots in the scanned image. Feeling that there were no other warships behind the 19 pirate ships, Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief and ordered. Send the radar scan back. Keep the radar scan. In less than half a minute, Li Qing received an order from Lu Qing, who commanded the reconnaissance force in the large fleet. Continue to observe for a quarter of an hour. If there is no abnormality, give up the observation and return to the team. Okay. Turn off the communication. Li Qing ordered his subordinates to continue to observe from a distance. Although the cruiser is 1 level higher than the destroyer, and normally the detection range of the 5th level sensor is farther than that of the destroyer, the pirate ship does not need to use such a high-level radar. To put it bluntly, pirate ships like various modifications to enhance firepower and armor, but the shields are generally weaker than conventional warships. In addition, the level of various functional accessories of the pirate ship is not high, from the reactor to the jump engine propeller, etc. The average level is lower than the player configuration. He kept a distance to observe for a full 15 minutes, until he left. None of the 19 pirate ships found him, let alone a huge caravan a million kilometers away. Afterwards, the caravan continued to drive normally. It seemed that neither the leap nor the meaning of entering the superluminal speed had been thought of. A reconnaissance ship went to a certain place for reconnaissance. It can be seen that they are quite familiar with this place, as if they have known the danger for a long time. Li Qing obeyed the instructions honestly, and went wherever he was told, but at the same time of carrying out the mission, he carefully wrote down Lu Qing's instructions. This is all the command experience of a large fleet, although it is only experience in reconnaissance. Although there are only 2 ships now, there will always be a time in the future when I command a huge fleet. If I can accumulate some experience now, I will accumulate some, so that I won't be in a hurry and be at a loss when the time comes. Lu Qing was born in the Lu family of Tianhe, which was a more powerful military leader than the Li family of Qinghe. It is not clear about Lu Qing's specific background, but he can become a member of this large team composed of hundreds of noble family children. His command is enough to explain his excellence. Time passed by so slowly. Although Li Qing kept vigilant, he couldn't help but relax after a long time. At a certain moment, the communication channel suddenly opened, and before he could react, he heard a loud roar and a slight tremor from the channel. Lu Qing's projection in the center of the light curtain had an extremely gloomy face, and he ordered loudly. Everyone shrinks the reconnaissance range to 500,000 kilometers, cheer up and increase the frequency of reconnaissance, and notify me immediately if there is any abnormality. He did not explain that the sound of shelling, which was obviously the least large-scale main gun level, could be heard by them through communication. This must be an attack that directly attacked his warship. This surprised Li Qing. You must know that Lu Qing at this time, even the middle of the caravan can be attacked, so. He immediately sent a message to Li Lai to inquire, and Li Lai sent back a message after about 10 seconds. Just now a large pirate fleet rushed straight into the fleet, and has already handed over the main force, but don't worry too much, it can still handle it. Li Qingqi said. Why did the pirate fleet rush over directly? Did you get the news in advance? No, it's just that the other side's reconnaissance made a mistake just now, and a few pirate ships were missed, and the news of the fleet was leaked. Ah, by the way, don't make such a mistake. This trip will gather most of everyone's assets. I have invested more than 7 billion star dollars. If there is any accident, you will be held accountable at that time. It will not be easy in the future. I'll keep an eye out. Li Qing clicked his tongue. Fortunately, all his materials are stored in the universe in his palm, otherwise he would have to be nervous and worried. Next, he asked about Li Lai's battle situation every half hour, and got a general idea of the situation there. The pirate fleet rushing over is from the Leicester Pirate Group. There are 11 battleships, hundreds of cruisers and destroyers, and nearly 2,000 pirate gunboats. The scale is not small, and it is obviously prepared. It's a pity that the fleet is stronger. Not only is the fleet stronger on paper, but the quality of the warships is also higher. Basically, they are equipped with 4 and 5 tiers. The most important thing is that the fleet commander is powerful. The commander of the fleet is Yu Yufe. This beauty of the Yu family not only possesses the purple epic level command talent, but also has awakened psychic power. The superposition of the two abilities has a ridiculously high bonus to the fleet. Under her command, there is no how much time it took to easily defeat a similar number of pirate fleets. It's a pity that Li Qing was not in the headquarters, so he didn't see the fierce battle. He only intercepted a few fleeing pirate gunboats, which is considered bloody. After the battle, Lu Qing directly transferred the player who made the mistake back in the channel, and replaced him with a new destroyer. Although there was no penalty, being transferred away under the watchful eyes of everyone was not only very embarrassing. The key point is that most of the fleet belong to wealthy families, and most of them are children of nobles. If the news spreads, it will definitely affect their reputation. Reputation is very important to children of nobles. This punishment can be compared to a huge fine of several billion, even more serious. No one interceded, nor dared to intercede. Not to mention gauges and the like, but no one is sure whether it was a mistake or deliberately let people in. After all, it is up to 2.8 trillion materials, and no one can guarantee whether someone has other thoughts. You must know that although the Leicester Pirate Group is only an NPC-based force, that was before. Now with the establishment of the outpost, this pirate group has become a force that players can join to open the reputation system. This means that players can join this pirate group, turn on the reputation, and then. For pirates, successful robbery is the most direct way to increase reputation. The stronger the target of the robbery, the higher the value, and the more reputation will be improved. And such a huge caravan, once the robbery is successful, not only can it gain super high prestige, but the supplies of this caravan are as high as 2.8 trillion star yuan, which can also make ambitious people rich overnight. Even if you can only get a part of it, it is a staggeringly rich fund, and someone will definitely take this risk. Chapter 30 Ghost Galaxy. However, after putting aside any subjective thinking, Li Qing thinks that the chance of being intercepted by pirates this time is because of an insider. The reason is very simple. If you are an insider, you must know the strength of the fleet, and you must know how talented the fleet commander UUFA is. Although the scale of this wave of pirate fleets is quite large, it is still far from robbing this caravan, and another fleet of this size is impossible. So, this can only be said to be a routine robbery that happened to be a pirate group. Of course, this does not mean that there are no ghosts in the fleet. Judging from the value of this caravan, it is definitely worth someone to take risks, although the possibility is unlikely. Next, just as Li Qing expected, Lu Qing kept emphasizing the importance of reconnaissance in the channel, and kept reminding them to pay attention. The frigate in the center was also transferred to ensure a distance of 5,000 kilometers from the destroyer to expand the scope of reconnaissance. After another 2 hours, the rotation system was even readjusted. Their team was originally divided into 6 groups of 2, with 1 group every day. Now they are forced to make 2 groups at a time, and the 6 rounds become 3 rounds to increase the scope of scouting. According to Li Lai, in this galaxy there is a sub-base of the Leicester Pirate Group, as well as a large number of refreshed pirate small bases, which have a strong interference and interception force field, just in front of the wormhole leading to the next galaxy, causing they can't travel faster than the speed of light, and they can't jump away directly. They can only fly over slowly, which will take more than half a month. In this galaxy, there are pirates everywhere. They must expand the scope of reconnaissance to prevent being caught by the main force of the pirate sub-base. But this has nothing to do with Li Qing, because he is going to take a rest. The 2 warships returned to the large fleet, handed over to the 4 who replaced them, and then set the 2 warships to follow the large force. Although this galaxy is in the sphere of influence of pirates, there are pirate ships everywhere, but the starry sky is too empty and vast, and they have scout ships to avoid pirates, so there has been no battle all day long. It was like this for the next few days. It was his turn every 3 days. After 4 rounds in a row for 12 days, he didn't encounter a few pirates. It's a safe galaxy. There was no battle for more than 10 days, and the battleship kept following with nothing to do. He accidentally upgraded several theoretical skills related to shipbuilding by 1 level, from LV7 to LV8. The final assembly of the 10 frigates was completed and the construction of the 2nd frigate resumed. No accident happened. The huge fleet left the galaxy without disturbing the pirate base. Coming out of the wormhole, Vanguard defeated a pirate fleet of more than 200 warships around the wormhole, plunged into the starry sky, and started to activate the hyperspace engine to enter the sub-light speed state 2 hours later. There was no jump in the next journey, all of which were intermittent super light voyages. It took about a month or so. The fleet stopped in a certain galaxy and rested on the spot in a strange starry sky. At this time, Li Lai told everyone in the channel, "Brothers, be careful, the last level is over, and it is within the range of the outpost patrol." Li Qing asked, "Do you want to fight?" Li Lai nodded. It is estimated that there will be more than a dozen galaxies to connect the transit base and the outpost. The Leicester Pirate Group has a large base here, and the Shadow Tribal United Civilization also has an outpost here. The forces are intricate, and all kinds of monitoring and detection equipment are everywhere. It is impossible for our huge fleet to sneak around, and there will definitely be conflicts. Shadow Tribal Union. Is it an alien civilization? Li Lai nodded. Yes, it is one of the 3 alien civilizations we need to face. Its home planet is a large swamp planet, and most of its main species are evolved from arthropods, which are extremely warlike. Li Qing suddenly became interested and said, "Can you introduce it in detail?" At this time, Li Qi on the other side suddenly uploaded a document, saying, "This is the basic information of the Shadow Tribe's joint civilization. The other 2 civilizations are a little far away, and the information is not complete. You can read this first to understand." Thanks. Li Qing received the information, touched it lightly with his finger, and a weird biological model taller than a human popped up in front of him. At this time, there was a clear beep, and Li Qi sent another document, saying, "This is the basic information of the Leicester Pirate Group and the forces around the outpost base. Take a look at it by the way. I believe you will have a certain understanding of the outpost base soon." He quickly thanked and checked carefully. According to the data, the alien subject called Shadow Tribal Union is not 1 species, but is composed of a total of 8 species, so its civilized political system is called Tribal Union. It is estimated that in the Star Age, several tribes did not win or lose. After entering the nuclear age, no one can do anything. They can only form a coalition government to enter the space age. The home star of the Shadow Tribe is a swamp planet, that is, a planet with swamp waters as the main body. The planet is very warm and humid, which is very suitable for the survival of arthropods. In the evolution of hundreds of millions of years, there are more than one kind of arthropods. Species evolved intelligence. Li Qing touched the pages back and forth with his fingers, and species with different appearances appeared in front of him. There were 8 species in total, all of which looked strange. There are shrimp people who stand up like people, and beetle people who look like cockroaches, and there are also some species that cannot be referenced on the Earth. To be honest, if he didn't read the materials, many of them he saw would not think they were aliens. Speaking of which, alien species are rarely seen in the United Empire of Mankind. Not to say that there are none in human civilization, there are. How could there be no alien civilization within the range of tens of thousands of light years? But most of the civilizations that have been discovered have been human beings or extinct, and only a small number of species that have not left the space age and look in line with human aesthetics are still preserved. Their home planets are occupied and developed, and those species are kept in protected areas. They are not allowed to learn advanced civilizations, and they are not allowed to leave the protected area at will. It may seem miserable, but compared to the complete extinction of other conquered species, it is not bad to survive. The universe has never been warm. Although it is not as terrible as the law of the dark forest, most of the contact between civilizations is war. After all, there are too few living planets in the universe that can naturally give birth to life, and the number of living planets is directly related to the strength and evolution of civilization. There is a saying that the number of living planets is related to the national destiny of the entire civilization. It's just that this statement has not been confirmed, but judging from the fact that any force that wants to be promoted to a military leader must occupy more than one living planet, this statement is not completely unfounded. After all, many big forces have enough resources to transform more than one planet, transforming a barren planet into a livable planet that is exactly the same as a living planet. If this statement is not true, it is not necessary to have a living planet to be promoted to a military leader. So encountering a living planet in the starry sky, if there are alien civilizations on it, it means a war. As for the Lester Pirate Group, it was originally a force formed by some criminals from the 3 major alien civilizations, pirates, and smuggling groups. It is a group composed of 13 powerful forces. As humans came to this area, a large number of human pirates were attracted, and the strength of this pirate group also increased. Now 3 new human forces have been added, with a total of 16 forces. Players can join this faction to gain prestige and gain some benefits unique to the faction. Of course, most of the players who join the pirate camp are just some players who follow the pirate trend. They don't expect much benefit from a pirate force at all. What they fancy is the convenience of being a pirate. Join the pirate camp. As long as you don't take the initiative to attack in the wild, you will not be attacked by pirate wild monsters. This can facilitate them to do many things. It is said that if the reputation and status in the pirate camp reach a certain level, or a pirate force can be unified to become the pirate king, or even temporarily control and command pirate wild monsters, occasionally pirate wild monsters will take the initiative to join them. It is not sure whether this statement is true, but it is true that the statement of the Pirate King is circulating among pirate players. In the Zutar star field, near the outpost base, the strongest are the 5 major forces of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, the Lester Pirate Group, and the 3 major alien civilizations, but in addition, there are some small and medium-sized forces, mostly transnational, the galaxy's super corporation consortium. Such as Central Union Bank, some top arms dealers, some super insurance companies, top industrial groups, and so on. Among them are not only companies from the human camp, but also some neutral forces belonging to other civilizations in the Pan-Human Interstellar Alliance. These consortiums of super companies have no interest in seizing the planet and becoming military leaders. They just want to make money, and they are there wherever there is war. These super companies can all open their unique reputation system, and improving their reputation will have some unique benefits. Li Qing didn't study for long, because the fleet had already arrived near the wormhole and passed through the wormhole, which is the most chaotic star field near the outpost. If there is an idea for a caravan, the most likely source is here. This time, the fleet directly transferred the main force with 14 battleships, and borrowed a group of warships from other teams to form a wing, and plunged into the wormhole. The remaining warships and merchant ships all stopped outside the wormhole and waited. And this wait took a full 3 hours before the 3 small fleets returned from the wormhole one after another. This was the previously scheduled signal. It would be considered safe only if the 3 small fleets returned in sections, and the rest of the warships began to prepare. Enter the wormhole. The time it takes for a warship to travel through a wormhole is actually variable. The shortest is half an hour, and the highest is 2 or 3 hours. If the other end of the wormhole is very far away, the time to travel will be longer. It took Li Qing an hour and a half to pass through the wormhole following the large army. When the sensor showed that the surrounding void was filled with countless kaleidoscope-like wormholes slowly turning into void, he had not had time to observe the surroundings and was amazed by the sudden drop in temperature when he entered this galaxy. The light curtain in front of him popped open, Lu Qing appeared in the communication channel, and ordered loudly. Li Qi, Li Qing, Li Min, Li Zhenghai, Li Xiaolu, you guys set off immediately and scout in the original direction as a small team. Half a minute later, more than a dozen large and small warships left the team and formed a small formation to enter this strange starry sky. The detection screen of the battleship sensor is displayed on the bridge glass, as if observing the outside directly through the glass. Li Qing found that in addition to the ubiquitous dust clouds in this starry sky, there is also a faint blue mist. Under the influence of fog, not only the detection range of the spacecraft's sensors has dropped by nearly 30%, but even the flight speed has dropped by 20%. But this is not the point. The point is, Li Qing found out that once he entered. Looking up, the entire starry sky seemed to be covered with a layer of thick fog, and the distance was gray. At this time, Li Qi's voice came from the channel. Li Qingyi has never been to this galaxy. Pay attention. This galaxy is also called the Ghost Galaxy. It is said that there is a crack leading to the unknown subspace in the center of the galaxy. From time to time, some ghost-like subspace monsters will emerge and wander in the starry sky. That thing, don't be afraid of kinetic energy attacks, ignore the shield armor and directly enter the battleship. Only energy weapons such as laser cannons can hurt, but the power will be greatly weakened. Death, if it is a kinetic energy weapon, immediately turn around and approach me and Li Min, both of us are equipped with energy weapons. Ah, there is such a thing. The universe is so big that there are no wonders. By the way, after this thing is killed, there is a small probability of condensing a thing called ghost crystal, which is very valuable, and one is worth at least 1 million, so there are many players who specially configure pure energy weapon battleships to hunt and kill in this galaxy. So you have to pay attention to identifying whether the players you find are enemies. Okay. As soon as the voice fell, Li Qing suddenly looked at the screen transmitted by the sensor, and a light blue and white shadow loomed in the void filled with blue mist. He leaned closer to observe carefully, and said to himself, "Is this the one? Li Qing, there is a ghost approaching you, come to me or Li Min." He didn't feel too much threat from the light blue and white shadow, but since Li Qi's reaction was so strong, he didn't dare to take risks, and decisively ordered the fleet to retreat. But as soon as he withdrew, the ghost seemed to have discovered him, turned into a stream of light and shot towards him. He immediately sent the picture to Li Qi. "That guy seems to have found me." Li Qi replied immediately, "Come closer to me. Do you have any energy weapons on board? Focus on attacking and intercepting them." "No, I'm all kinetic weapons." That. Li Qi looked at the ghost that suddenly accelerated in the transmission screen of the sensor and fell silent. Li Min shook his head in the split light curtain on the other side and said, "It's too late. Judging by the speed, this is a ghost above level 2. It will probably be gone by the time we get there." Chapter 31 Fish in the Fish Pond. Li Qi rubbed his forehead. At this time, the upper right corner of the light curtain divided into more than a dozen pieces in front of him lit up, revealing Lu Qing, the commander of the reconnaissance unit. "You wait to approach and make sure he died in battle. You drag his boat back and wait for him to resurrect. In addition, go if you are sure, don't move if you are not sure, we don't have time to delay here for too long." As the commander of the reconnaissance force, Lu Qing has the authority to directly take over the communications of all reconnaissance members. Li Qi nodded. "Don't worry, Li Min and I are equipped with energy weapons, we can handle it." At this moment, the screen showed that the ghost turned into a white line and pounced on the destroyer. The thick shield and armor were useless as if they were fake, and disappeared once they didn't pounce into it. Li Qing, who had been paying attention, immediately stretched out his hand, and the light curtain flashed in front of his eyes, and the structure diagram of the entire destroyer popped up. 5 seconds later, one of the parts of the destroyer's structural diagram lit up dazzling red, and the deputy captain immediately stood up and reported, "Your Excellency, the 7th area in the middle of the battleship is under an unknown attack." Li Qingtang stood up. "Stay in the command room and don't move around. I'll go back as soon as I go." Amidst the apprehension and expectation of all his subordinates, he strode away from the bridge. Ding! The thick door of the cabin opened silently from side to side. Li Qing stared ahead. His pupils flashed a faint silver light at some point, and walked along the smooth passage to the rear of the battleship. Passing through several cabins, I saw more than a dozen crew members fleeing to this side with terrified faces. One crew member saw Li Qing shouting, "Commander, a monster is coming, run away." Li Qing gently pointed to the back and said, "You guys go first, I'll be right there." A light blue thick fog gushes out from the corner at the end of the straight central passage, rushing along the passage, and a fierce cold air hits the face. Several slow-running crew members were overtaken by the dense fog, their bodies quickly turned blue, their speed dropped suddenly and they were submerged by the dense fog. Li Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of anticipation and apprehension. Dense fog rushed in quickly, and the temperature dropped rapidly. Li Qing could also clearly sense an evil will in the thick fog. In the next second, under the watchful eyes of all the senior crew members in the bridge command room, Li Qing was instantly submerged in thick fog. In an instant, his eyes were blurred and he couldn't see anything, but Li Qing could clearly feel an extremely evil will rushing towards him. "It's now." The silver light in his pupils instantly swelled, and a ball of silver flame exploded. He clasped his hands together, burning with raging silver flames all over his body, and hugged a group of continuously distorted blue shadows in his arms. Psychic energy burst. It has been more than half a year since the awakening of psionic power, and he can increase a little psionic power every day. He has now accumulated more than 200 points of psionic power, which is 80% short of the minimum requirement of 1000 points of psionic power, at least 2.5 years. More than 200 points of psionic energy may not seem like much, but it is actually extremely powerful, but it is still far from suppressing this ghost. So Li Qingguo disconnected his ultimate move, and with a thought, a black hole opened under his feet, and he sank directly into the universe in his palm holding the ghost struggling frantically after the black hole appeared. As soon as he entered the universe in the palm, under the addition of the universe in the palm, the psychic flame on his body instantly increased tenfold, suppressing the ghost in an instant, and compressing it forcefully with both hands together, forcibly burning it up, turning it into a ghost. A white crystal the size of a finger. Second-level ghost crystal. The soul essence of subspace creatures, which can increase the upper limit of psychic power by 0.5-1 points after being refined by psychers. There is such a thing. Li Qing was surprised, but his eyes were shining. This thing can actually directly increase the upper limit of spiritual power. If you can spend hundreds or thousands of dollars, wouldn't it be able to greatly increase the upper limit of spiritual power, and the spiritual power will soar early? Tilting his head and thinking for a while, he didn't eat it directly, but put it away first. Only one can increase the upper limit of psychic power by 1 point at most. Refining will not make a qualitative change in strength, it is better to save more points first. Returning to the bridge, he waved his hands to meet the gazes of his subordinates. "Don't worry, that monster has already been dealt with by me." After speaking, he returned to the command chair and sat down again, and saw Li Qi and Li Min on the communication light curtain leaning back at the same time, their faces full of surprise. Are you okay?" Li Qingqi said. "What can I do?" Li Min looked at him suspiciously, and asked, "Isn't that ghost aboard your ship?" "Yup. Didn't you meet? It happened. Then you." "Of course I solved it." On the communication screen, the two of them turned their heads sideways and looked back in disbelief. The two looked at each other. Li Qi directly blocked Li Qing, rubbed his eyebrows and said in the channel, "It seems that the worst has happened. The ghost took him away and occupied his body." Li Min also knocked on his forehead and sighed. He is too unlucky. What should he do if he encounters this situation as soon as he arrives? "What else can I do? Report it." 2 minutes later, on the communication screen, Lu Qing frowned and was speechless, while Li Lai sighed regretfully and did not speak. "A little bit," Lu Qing said. "How about this? You guys stabilize him first. I will report to Ms. Yu Yufa. She is a psychic, there should be a solution. As for him, don't interfere or provoke him. We'll talk about everything after Miss Yu Yufa comes over." On the other side, Li Qing looked at the blocked communication and was stunned for a moment. He rubbed his head. Before he could figure out what the result was, the communication resumed. He saw Li Qi and Li Min appearing in the channel at the same time. Their expressions were as usual. Li Qi said to him, "Just now Captain Lu issued an order to follow the fleet and keep a distance." "No problem." Although Li Qing was a little puzzled, he didn't think too much, and let the battleship continue to cruise. The fleet continued to move forward. He took out the ghost crystal again without any problems, squeezed to look left and right, and Xiaoqing suddenly leaned forward and sucked it violently. The communication was opened again, and Lu Qinghe. An extremely beautiful girl happened to see him sniffing a faint blue flame that escaped from the ghost crystal like a certain gentleman, looking very enjoying it. Li Qing also felt that his current appearance was a bit strange, so he quickly interrupted the absorption of ghost crystals and explained. Well, this is a ghost crystal. This really needs to be explained. There is such a thing as Dupin in the interstellar era. He dare not let them misunderstand. If this spreads, it will be over. Both Li Qi and Lu Qing looked in disbelief, but Yu Yufei didn't disbelieve like them. On the contrary, there was a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes filled with a faint starlight, which was a sign of active psychic energy. Of course Li Qing of Li Nungjia could notice this, because he also had this faint starlight in his pupils. As the spiritual power continues to increase, some abnormalities will naturally appear, which is unavoidable. Yu Yufei lightly touched the light curtain in front of her eyes, and one of the dozens of grids in front of her eyes lit up, and a burst of data slid down, revealing a piece of information about Li Qing. She glanced at the information with beautiful eyes, and said to Lu Qing and Li Qi in the channel. He was not taken away by subspace creatures, what he just absorbed was indeed a ghost crystal. Both of them froze for a moment, half believing. Seeing that they didn't believe it, Yu Yufei continued. In this way, it is not convenient now, and I will give you a satisfactory answer later. Lu Qing dared not look directly at her shining eyes, slightly moved his eyes and replied. Miss Yu said yes, I believe it. Looking at Li Qi again, he also expressed his belief immediately. Yu Yufei disconnected. Lu Qing and Li Qi looked at each other, one shrugged and the other spread their hands. But Li Qing felt belatedly at this time and seemed to have figured out something, a little dumbfounded. Stretching out his hand and looking at the ghost crystal that had shrunk a little in front of him, he took a deep breath. A faint blue flame rising from the surface of the ghost crystal turned into a bunch and threw it into his nose. A cool breath penetrated deep into his soul. A Lord-class battleship is located in the center of the fleet. The bridge, which is much larger than the destroyer, is divided into inner and outer layers. In the outer layer, in addition to the captain and deputy captain of the battleship, there are hundreds of senior crew members who jointly command this powerful battleship. The inner layer is the headquarters of the entire fleet, and this Lord-class battleship is Yu Yufei's current command flagship. There is a triangular high platform in the center, which is divided into 2 floors, and the fleet commander Yu Yufei is on the highest floor. The second floor is surrounded by a triangular high platform. A total of hundreds of senior members of the headquarters work on this floor, including men and women, old and young, including various types of staff officers and so on. Closing off the communication, Yu Yufei thought for a while, with a smile on her face. Interesting, is this going to be a blockbuster in the future? She snapped her fingers, and a 20-second order Rubik's Cube suspended in the air behind her, with a crystal structure that kept rotating, floated over, and a crisp female electronic voice sounded. Second Miss, Xingwei is at your service. You take over for me, and I will come as soon as I go. Accept the order. The crystal Rubik's Cube was suspended in the air, and the structure of the Rubik's Cube changed rapidly, and soon turned into a beautiful crystal head that looked 70% similar to Yu Yufei's. The crystal data cables flew out from the back of the head to connect to the surrounding data interfaces, and the pupils shone brightly. Suddenly, countless data appeared on the pop-up light curtain and slid down. Yu Yufei left with confidence and came to the right side of the headquarters. A large area on the right side of the entire bridge has been closed and cannot be entered. Verify your identity and push the door in. Inside the gate is an antique small courtyard with rockery and flowing water, but if you look closely, you will find that these are projections rather than reality. Yes, it is indeed too much to move the rockery to the battleship. There is a stone table in the middle of the yard, with several stone benches beside it. A woman in a light green dress is leaning against the stone table, reading a book with a book in her hand. But a closer look reveals that this is just an electronic product like a book, which can be turned with the touch of a finger or voice control. As if sensing her arrival, the woman raised her head, revealing a beautiful face that was almost exactly the same as Yu Yufei's. She glanced at her sister and pointed to the stone bench casually. Sit down. I remember that I should have entered the Ghost Galaxy now, and the next is the most dangerous time. Is there anything important to come to me at this time? Yu Yufei sat down and waved her hand. A robot that was floating by the courtyard retreated back again. She said in a low voice. Sister, I just found a psyker in the team. Yu Yuyao raised her eyebrows and put down the book in her hand. Where is it? How strong is it? My name is Li Qing, from the Li family of Qinghe, a concubine, and the same group of pioneers as us. The strength of psychic power is not clear, but it should have 200 to 300 points of psychic power to solve a ghost alone, and the talent of psychic power can be called excellent. What's interesting is that he seems to have been hiding himself, and none of his fellow clansmen know that he has awakened psionic power. Do you want to become a blockbuster? Yu Yuyao straightened up and sat opposite her younger sister. They had almost exactly the same beautiful face and exquisite body curves. Even acquaintances would probably find it difficult to tell who is the older sister and who is the younger sister. After thinking for a while, Yu Yuyao said, "Don't disturb him for the time being. Wait until the outpost, find a chance to meet and recruit him." What conditions should be given to recruit him? Since he hides the matter of his awakening of psionic powers, he must have his own ideas in order to become a blockbuster in the future. What kind of treatment do we need to pay to recruit him for our use? Yu Yuyao smiled slightly and said, "Money, status, fame, beauty, there is always something he likes, and he will provide whatever he wants." Then what if? Yu Yuyao looked up at her sister, smiled and said, "If his talent is really that powerful, then why not give him a chance? Little girl, you will marry after all." The elder sister reached out and gently stroked her younger sister's smooth hair. The moment she touched her, Yu Yuafei's pupils opened slightly. Yu Yuyao asked softly, "Sister, are you afraid?" Yu Yuafei gritted her teeth and shook her head. "No, that's good." She stroked her sister's hair gently, and said softly, "You are my own sister. I will not do anything to you. If one day you want to leave, tell my sister, she will let you go." "I will not go. I will always be with my sister." Good. The courtyard fell silent. After an unknown amount of time, the door opened, and the heroic Yu Yuafei waved goodbye to her sister. The door of the room was gently closed, and Yu Yuyao, who was leaning on the stone table, took out a handful of fish food from under the stone table and sprinkled it into the fish pond in the corner of the small courtyard, causing the fish to scramble for food. "Soon, there will be a new fish in my fish pond. I don't know how big this fish can grow." Another handful of fish food was sprinkled, attracting more fish to compete for food, and the clear sound of water came from the small courtyard. At this time, Li Qing continued his routine reconnaissance and patrolling. He would like to encounter some ghosts again, but it is a pity that these things are not everywhere, and there are many players in this galaxy specially equipped with pure energy weapon battleships to hunt and kill them, and their location is a bit far from the space crack in Naya. Not much leaked here. Refining a crystal, you can clearly feel the increase in the strength of spiritual energy. Li Qing made up his mind that when he returned to Jinmen after running this time, he must configure a battleship with full energy weapons to deal with different situations. Chapter 32 Unexpected Ending. It took 5 days for the fleet to leave this galaxy. As soon as they entered the next galaxy, they saw a pirate fleet blocking the door. The striker defeated the pirate fleet head-on, and as soon as the prepared large force came out of the wormhole, it immediately activated the jump engine to enter the sub-light speed state, and escaped before the pirate base not far away could react. Stop and go in the super light speed state, and actively leave the sub-light speed state in advance. If it is stopped by the intercepting force field of the pirate base in the galaxy, the fleet's appearance position will directly appear on the face of the pirate base, which will be troublesome. Fortunately, they have prepared a lot for this road, and they are well aware of the distribution of pirate bases in this galaxy. They have stopped and stopped more than a dozen times in a galaxy without making a single mistake. Li Qing followed the fleet, recorded all the locations of the pirate bases he encountered along the way, and included them in his own star map. Reading thousands of books is not as good as walking thousands of miles. No matter how good the star map is given by others, it is not as good as walking on the ground yourself. Half a month later, they have straddled 3 galaxies and came to the edge of the galaxy's gravitational well. In the icy void, 3 wormhole vortexes lined up side by side, continuously spouting raging energy tides. Li Qing glanced at it quite unexpectedly, and opened the information obtained from Li Lai to check. These 3 wormholes lead to 3 different places. One leads to the outpost base and the Shadow Tribe's joint battle star field, one leads to the core star field of the Lester pirate group, and the last one is an unstable wormhole to the unknown starry sky. However, although the wormholes lead to different areas, the distance between the first one and the second one is not very far. The battle area of the outpost base is actually not very far from the core star field of the Lester pirate group. It can also be circled from other places. In the past, there were theoretically 2 ways to get to the outpost. The first of these will take you through 4 more systems to reach the outpost. Walk through the second wormhole to pass through the galaxy controlled by the Lester pirate group, and it takes 30 or 40 galaxies to reach the outpost. The huge fleet stopped in front of the wormhole, and Li Qing also received a new order. The original scouting mode was cancelled, and their squadron formed a team of 12 people to break away from the large fleet. Cruising within kilometers. There are more than 20 such teams, scattered around the fleet, dedicated to intercepting small pirate fleets. The 4 large fleets with battleships were divided into 2. Among them, Wang Yanqing, who was born in the direct line of the Danyang Wang family, and Luo Taiyuan, who was born in the direct line of the Luo family in Longzong province, each led a fleet to set off first. The 2 fleets combined have nearly 1,000 large and small battleships. Drilling into the wormhole and disappearing, all other fleets and merchant ships stopped at the entrance of the wormhole. Li Qing didn't know what the commander-in-chief meant by such an operation. Although the teacher had talked about such a large-scale strategic command in the family class before, the lecture and the actual experience were 2 different things. The situation is ever-changing, and it is impossible to directly copy the things in the classroom, so we have to respond flexibly according to the actual situation. This is the difference between whiteboard commanders and blue-named purple-named elite commanders and even famous generals. In fact, they all learn the same content at the beginning, but in the end, some are unknown commanders, while others are famous top-level generals. This is applied difference. Li Qing is very aware of how much he has, so now he just watches, waits for the result, and then understands why he did this through the result. This is learning. Not only can you gain command experience, but you can also gain many things that cannot be reflected through skills. Command skills are only superficial. No matter how high the bonus is, it is dead, but excellent command can turn decay into magic, which is impossible for even high command skills. Didn't wait long. The fleet started to move. Li Qing and the others also received an order to follow the caravan. Then, a communication interference force field covering the entire fleet was launched, but the effect was aimed at the entire fleet. All communication was interrupted here. To everyone's surprise, the huge caravan did not enter the wormhole that the Vanguard fleet entered, but drilled into the star field controlled by the Lester pirate group. In the channel, Li Lai, Li Qi and other team members were all surprised, or everyone in the entire fleet was surprised, but they couldn't contact the headquarters at this time, so they could only follow into the second wormhole as planned. After passing through the wormhole for a short time, an unfamiliar starry sky soon appeared in front of Li Qing, followed by ear-piercing red lights and warning sounds in the battleship, and a dense red dot not far from the blue dot representing his own side on the radar sensor. At this point, the radar scanning screen was also transmitted in real time. It was a pirate fleet larger than their remaining warships and merchant ships combined, and the channel was suddenly chaotic. Most people were extremely puzzled and sent messages to the headquarters to inquire, but there were also some who were able to stabilize their emotions. Li Lai said in the channel, "Don't worry, everyone, the commander-in-chief must have her reasons for doing this, and don't you realize that we are not under attack now?" At this moment, everyone found that the dense red dots on the radar sensor screen suddenly turned into blue representing teammates, and at the same time the alarm was lifted, and a communication from the headquarters was transmitted to everyone. "Don't worry, everyone, we have reached an agreement with the Bluefish clan among the 16 clans of the Lester pirate group. Next, they will us across this star field and return to the outpost. But correspondingly, we will pay 100 billion star yuan as the fee, which will be paid out of the profits earned from this business run." Perhaps everyone is wondering why we are doing this. According to reliable sources, 3 clans from the Lester pirate group have already targeted us, and they have already ambushed on the other side. The fleet should have already sent us our whereabouts. Separate a fleet to attract their attention, and the main force goes another way. This explanation is expected by everyone. Along the way, Li Qing didn't feel any pressure. They seemed to be going through the motions to make soy sauce. But what they can do to get them all concentrated near the outpost base, whether it is the Shatta tribe united with the alien civilization, or the Lester pirate group has enough strength to eat them. Especially the Lester pirate group, which started as a pirate, is the most keen on robbery, especially such a large caravan, not to mention, must be very interested. There's such a large caravan can't hide their whereabouts at all, and it is inevitable to be intercepted halfway. Everyone was thinking that there would be a big battle later, but Ufa did not expect that she would do the opposite, and she did not know how she got involved with a clan of the Lester pirate group, directly relying on the clan relationship escort with the fleet across the hinterland star field of the Lester pirate group. Directly passing through the pirate's hometown, this move was completely unexpected by the robbers. No wonder she dared to organize such a large caravan. Li Qing now understands where her confidence lies. It is best not to start a war. No matter how belligerent a player is, he is unwilling to fight an uncertain battle. The loss of a frigate at random is tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, and the sinking of a destroyer is worth hundreds of millions. If a cruiser is sunk, the loss may be as much as a dozen or 2 billion. The combination of the 3 pirate clans is enough to easily destroy they are wiped out. The next journey is very easy. With the Bluefish clan leading the way, they can directly cross the galaxy at sublight speed without being intercepted by pirate bases all over the galaxy. They can pass through a galaxy in almost half a day. Among them, they also crossed more than 20 galaxies through the Stargate in a large pirate base in a galaxy, jumped directly to the edge of the pirate group's territory, and then passed through the wormhole, and entered the battle between the outpost base and the Shadow tribe. Starfield. The Bluefish clan fleet escorted here returned. They stopped here for half a day, and a patrol fleet from the outpost rushed over and escorted them through the warring star field. Tisk tisk, this network is unusually strong. Jinmen province is the basic base of the Yu family. The transfer base is also invested and established by the Yu family. Most of the outposts are also established by the Yu family, and the Yu family will definitely occupy a part of the future Imperial Expeditionary Force. If these 3 alien races are defeated in the future, the Yu clan will also win one of the 8 living planets. This is a default exchange. The Yu family spent so many resources and costs to support the expeditionary force to open up the Zutar starfield, it is impossible to make wedding dresses for others. So, Li Qing pinched his chin and thought. The leader of this team is the direct descendants of the Yu family. Maybe they may not be able to get the guaranteed planet, but that one is guaranteed, which does not mean that the Yu family can only grab one living planet. If the children are capable, they can win another planet of life. The key point is that the possibility is not small. After all, relying on the Yu family, a local leader, is right in front of my house, and all kinds of overt and secret support are unimaginable, and the advantage I have is too great. As long as there is a powerful member of the Yu family who can integrate other clansmen, there is a great possibility of success. It just so happens that Li Qing is still considering whether to join someone else's team or slowly pull the team up by himself. This team seems to be quite good. The only thing that worries him is that there is something wrong with the composition of this team, which makes him hesitate. You must know that the core of this team is Ufa, the pearl of the Yu family. To put it bluntly, the main members of this team are all here for her background and beauty, and they all want to catch up with the beauty and gain both money and man. But she is alone and can only choose one. Then the problem came. When she made a choice, it was when the team fell apart. Don't say delaying it first, wait until it is a foregone conclusion to win a living planet. That is impossible. Most of the people who dare to pursue her are the direct descendants of the major armies of the United Human Empire, or civilian elites. They are not stupid. It is impossible to make wedding dresses for others. They will definitely force her to make a choice before she succeeds. This is inevitable. Anyone would do it, and it is impossible to delay. So Ufa's team seems to have great potential, but in fact there are huge problems hidden, which makes him dare not make this bet. After all, if he wants to buy a share, he will definitely not rely solely on his status as a psyker. In this way, the shares he will get will be very small, and his status in the team will not be high, so there is no point in adding it. He must use the Dreadnought blueprint in his hand and the space relics disguised in the universe in his hand as a pledge to buy shares, and strive for as much equity and status as possible, so that he can really successfully win a planet in the future, and he can also get the maximum benefit. So, Li Qing struggled for a long time, and finally decided to take a look first. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to make a decision right now. It's just that I'm about to go to the outpost. Wait until the outpost for a few months to see if there's a suitable team to join. If you can't find it, then... rubbed his forehead, feeling a little headache. I don't know if Ufa has considered this point. With the wisdom she is showing now, she should have thought about it. It's a pity that he is not familiar with Ufa, nor is Li Lai, and it is not easy for him to ask this question. The boat will go straight when it reaches the bridge. Li Qing exhaled lightly. pressed an interface on the right with his right hand and pulled it to his eyes, and continued to read books to brush up experience while he had free time. Arrived in the outpost system. The voice of Li Lai came from the channel. After entering the base, everyone can move freely. The money will be transferred to you after the goods are sold. Don't worry. At this time, Li Qing received Li Lai's private communication, and opened an interface to reveal Li Lai's projection. He asked, "Will you continue to follow us later, or go around first?" "Let's go around first, and first understand the situation near the outpost base." Li Lai seemed to see something, and asked, "Are you not optimistic about Miss Yu Yuefei's team?" Li Qing did not deny it, nodded and said, "It's really not very optimistic. You should be able to see that the bond that maintains the existence of this team is Miss Yu Yuefei. Everyone knows the purpose of the leaders of those powerful teams, but..." He expressed his thoughts in detail just now, without hiding his worries. After listening carefully, Li Lai nodded. "What you said is indeed a problem. I also know that the team will definitely split in the near future, but I can also be sure that even if it splits, the team can still develop. After all, they are backed by the Yu family. There is no potential in the current Yu family. Several. I don't deny it either, but..." Li Qing paused, then changed the subject. "It's too early to say this now, I'll go around first." Li Lai nodded. "All right, you can learn about the outpost first, and compare." Closing off the communication, a destroyer and a frigate left the team and flew towards the outpost in the center of the galaxy. The outpost is a single star system. The main sequence star is a common red star. This kind of star has entered the late stage of its life cycle, and the heat and luminosity released are much lower than in the past. It is estimated that it will be millions or even hundreds of millions of years later. The star will burn out the last energy and enter the end of life stage. According to the huge mass of the main sequence star of the outpost, there is a high probability that it will shrink and collapse into a black hole after the end of life. Chapter 33 United Running Business. After the outpost base received a large amount of material assistance from Jinmen, its main base has been upgraded to a first-class star city, but because of the influence of the ubiquitous nebula in the Zutar star field, no stargate has been established. The huge base is directly fixed in the orbit about 200 million kilometers away from the star, and is located between the orbits of the first and second planets in the galaxy. At the same time, several large-scale space stations were built above the orbits of the first planet and the second planet, Residence Station. The Imperial Expeditionary Force did not have the idea of transforming a few barren planets into habitable planets. Several large planets in the galaxy were still barren, but a large number of smelting factories were built on them, and a large amount of minerals were directly dumped on the surface of the planets and piled up into mountains. It is smelted into various metal alloys. Among them, there is a large shipbuilding array above the orbit of the second planet, and a steady stream of raw materials are brought in to be built into warships or civilian spaceships. At this time, it seems that the shipyard can only build cruisers, not battleships. Li Qing first found the military headquarters of the Expeditionary Force and registered. Then find the Expeditionary Army Logistics Department and sell some of your own materials directly to the Expeditionary Army, including all shipbuilding blueprints and materials above destroyers, all transport ships and industrial ships, 10 large mining ships, and 3 sets of large refining equipment. The original total price $28.97 billion star dollars, all sold to the Expeditionary Base in one go. As Li Lai said, the Expeditionary Army is interested in as many materials as possible from Jinmen. Although the price is not fixed, the minimum is a 20% premium, and the premium can be 30%. Among them, the 3 sets of large ore refining equipment or even more, it is a premium of up to 40%. Comprehensively, it sold a total of 37 billion yuan, with a net profit of 8 billion stars in 3 months. Maybe not as good as Yu Yuefei, who has a relationship, and he will definitely get the highest price, but he is still very satisfied. And after the transaction was over, he also figured out what the most needed supplies are at the outpost. It is not the ore refining equipment that earns up to 40% of the profit, but food, the most common staple food and all kinds of non-staple food. There are no living planets on the outpost base, and there is no plan to transform a habitable planet. All the food is either shipped from Jinmen or synthetic food. The demand is very high. The outpost base can pay a premium of 50%. The unit price of this thing is cheap, but because it is cheap, it takes up a lot of space on the transport ship, and capital merchants who are chasing maximum profits don't like to ship it over. But Li Qing likes it. He is not afraid of taking up too much space, no matter how big it can fill the entire universe in the palm of his hand. What he wants is to maximize profits. So, he went directly to the logistics officer of the expeditionary force and signed a large purchase contract worth 100 billion star dollars. According to the contract, he needs to pay a deposit of 1 billion star dollars, and must deliver food worth up to 100 billion star dollars to the outpost within 1 year after the contract is signed, and stipulates that half of it is the staple food. The expeditionary force will purchase this batch of food at a price of 150% of the market price in Jinmen province according to the contract. If the deadline is exceeded, the 1 billion deposit will not be refunded. It was a very common contract, but players of ordinary background were not qualified to sign such a big contract directly. He also borrowed his noble status to sign it. The reason why I signed 100 billion star yuan is naturally to earn more. There is no need to worry about whether there is so much capital. He has a way. When he returns to Jinmen, he will use the Dreadnought blueprint to find United Bank for a mortgage. He is afraid that the flagship blueprint will be swallowed by other forces as mortgages. The Central United Bank is the largest bank in the United Empire of Mankind. Bulk goods and ultra-high-value items have been mortgaged countless times. Among them, the Titan Super flagship mortgage that is not a pan-finished product will never annex the customer's collateral. Dreadnought flagship blueprint, add a few battleship blueprints, and then take a personal loan, and then find a family to borrow a sum, plus your own existing capital. It will not be a problem to make up 100 billion. As soon as the contract was signed, Li Qing was in no mood to continue wandering around the outpost, preparing to return to Tianjin. Anyway, it has been registered in the expeditionary force, and the delivery of supplies to the outpost can be regarded as providing logistical assistance for the conquest of alien civilizations. That night, Li Qing sent a message to Li Lai to return to the voyage alone. After receiving his message, Li Lai was very surprised and asked, "Are you going to run a business by yourself?" At this time, Li Qing has reached the edge of the galaxy at the outpost base, and he can already see the wormhole on the edge of the galaxy from a distance, and a large number of warships are queuing up to enter and exit the wormhole. He set the battleship to move forward slowly, and replied, "Yeah, now I only have 2 ships, and I don't have enough strength to take the war route. The order of the shipyard here at the outpost has been scheduled for a few years, and it is difficult to add a few ships. After thinking about it, I just go to the merchant and forget it. But with your current strength, it is difficult to run a business, and you can't make much money." Li Qing replied without hesitation, "I have a way." He pretended to be very mysterious and said to Li Lai in a low voice, "Let me tell you a secret. I have a top-level relic in the space, which contains a huge space and can accommodate a lot of goods, so I don't need to bring a huge transport fleet to run a business. I only need 1 ship." Li Lai opened his mouth involuntarily when he heard it, and he didn't close it until he finished speaking. After a long while, it seems that the brain reacted, and asked in almost shock, "You mean, you have a space-type relic that can hold a large amount of materials?" Li Qing nodded. "It's true, Li Lai." After being silent for just 10 seconds, a shy smile appeared on his face and said, "Brother, take me to play together. I also want to make some money. You want to come too? Aren't you hanging out with them?" Li Lai rubbed his hands together and said, "Mix with them and run a business with you to make money without conflicts, and there is no requirement to always act as a group when joining a team. In fact, our team is composed of dozens of large and small teams. Now even the united civilization of the Shadow tribe, it has not been wiped out, and it is still early to compete for the living planet. At this time, everyone usually plays their own games, and the commander-in-chief will only call everyone in such a large-scale team event like this time. And this kind of large-scale activities are not mandatory. You can come if you want, and it's okay if you don't want to. It's just that the inactive team will wait for good things in the future." Well, Li Qing rubbed his head, nodded and said, "That's all right, count yourself in. You are ready to come here. I am queuing up at the wormhole. I'm not so fast. The commander-in-chief's side has not finished unloading the goods, and the payment for the goods has not yet been settled. How long will that take? A minimum of 1 week. So slow." Li Lai spread his hands and said, "This is pretty fast. If you switch to other merchants, it will take at least a month. Okay, wait a week before leaving. By the way, let's find a few more people to run together, so that the principal will be a little more, and we will earn more at a time." Li Qing did not immediately agree, but asked, "Are you trying to get your squad members involved?" Yes, Li Lai explained. Everyone is their own person, and they are just as fine as me, and they have a little capital, so they can add up to tens of billions. Li Qing thought about it, then nodded. Okay, call them together. Anyway, I have already told Li Lai that the universe in the palm is no secret, and everyone got along quite happily during the previous few months of the trip, so it doesn't hurt to bring them to make some money. And, this is also a good opportunity. If you want to take the third route, finding a group of your own people to start is the best choice. Family relationship is a bond, combined with interests, which is more reliable than finding strangers you don't know outside. Taking a step back, even if you take the second way to invest in other large teams, having a team at hand is much better than being alone. The battleship returned to the outpost and joined Li Lai and the others. Go back and join them. Meet again, enter the team channel, you can clearly see the surprise in the eyes of others. Without any nonsense, Li Qing showed them throwing boxes one by one into the black hole that opened in the universe in his palm, and then took them out again. In the past, he still worried about whether he would be coveted by others, but now he has awakened his spiritual power, and with the assistance of the universe in his palm, no one can the high-level relic from him. Not to mention that the universe in the palm is not a high-level relic at all, and it cannot be snatched. After the show is over, after the shock, there is ecstasy. As long as the brain is a little normal, they will know what this means, not to mention that Li Qing told them that the inner space of this space relic is 10,000 kilometers long, wide and high, and the materials that can be accommodated are beyond ordinary people's imagination. A magic tool for running business. With this thing, there is no need for transport ships and fleets. We just prepare a few warships to go back and forth. Li Qi said with bright eyes. It takes about 3 months for a normal caravan to go back and forth, and half a year to go back and forth. With this, the efficiency can be increased by at least 50%. It can go back and forth once in 4 months, and go back and forth 3 times a year. 1 week passed quickly, and when the funds were in place, a group of 12 people couldn't wait to set off on the road back. They had been away for almost 2 days, and Yu Yuefei, who had finished her work, remembered that she was going to contact Li Qing. 10 minutes later, she received the news that they had all left for 2 days, and the beauty was stunned for a long time. I have been away for 2 days, and it is impossible to catch up now, so she can only order her staff to record this matter, and remind herself when they come back. On the other side, Li Qing and his party are only 12 people, but there are a total of 14 cruisers, 32 destroyers, and 148 frigates. Li Qing's strength is at the bottom. But since he showed off this magical tool for running business, his status in the team has risen rapidly. Li Qi has long forgotten that he refused to join the team before, and mentioned it occasionally, and he complained that you have this baby, why didn't you say it earlier? Without a large number of transport ships as a burden, they return very quickly. Whether it is the battle area near the outpost or the area controlled by the Leicester pirate group, small groups of pirates can't do anything to them. Not on them. 1 month later, come back to the Ghost Galaxy, cross this galaxy, and then you can start the leap. 2 months later, they returned to the transfer base, and then parked the fleet at the transfer base. The group each took a frigate and returned to Jinmen through the Star Gate. Too fast. The ultra-fast efficiency made them sigh. Go, go. Li Lai slammed the table on the channel and shouted loudly. Everyone, get ready. Whether you borrow, you can make as much money as you can. This wave will do its best to prepare the most goods. As long as they are shipped over, they will make money. A group of 12 people should be excited, and they dispersed one after another. Li Qing also left alone. The first step was to go to the Central Union Bank and mortgage the Dreadnought flagship, the blueprints of the 2 Lord-class battleships and the blueprints of the 2 ordinary battleships as collateral, obtaining a total of 42 billion star dollars. Then he took out a loan in his own name, without showing his identity as a psychic. Even if he had a noble status bonus, the Central United Bank did not evaluate him very high, and in the end he only loaned 800 million. He didn't care either, 800 million is also money. Then return to the family office and lend money to the family in their own name. This time only 500 million was loaned, which is less than the Central Union Bank. From this, it can be seen that my father has not disclosed that he has the blueprint of the Dreadnought ship, and the news that his father has obtained the blueprint of the flagship aircraft carrier has not been disclosed, otherwise there is no reason to borrow such a small amount. A total of 43.2 billion plus the original 39 billion, a total of 82.2 billion stars, which is 17.8 billion stars away from 100 billion stars. But he was not in a hurry at all. The contract was signed for 1 year. This time is not enough. Wait for the next time. Anyway, they can go 3 times a year. After 2 trips, they must be worth more than 100 billion star dollars. After collecting enough money, he immediately went to the trading platform to order supplies, all of which were food. The most profitable thing at this stage is food, and it must be a monopoly on this. On the second day, Li Qing received a message from Li Qi asking him to come to receive the goods. In the next few days, other people prepared the goods one after another. He rented 10 super large transport ships and transported all the goods to the base next door. Even more excited. Nanais, the capital is still too little. Yeah, if there are trillions of capital, wouldn't it be a lot of money to go back and forth a few times? Looking at the universe in the palm of your hand like a bottomless pit, a huge amount of materials are easily loaded into it, and everyone feels like they have lost a lot of money. But there is no way. This wave of them also exhausted all means to make money, and a dozen people even collected nearly 200 billion in goods, which is also fierce. At this time, Li Min suddenly mentioned in the channel. In other words, it feels too bad to go to us alone. Should we set up a transportation company to help others deliver goods, and charge 2% or 3% of the total value of the goods in one trip? Do you think there is any trick? Everyone's eyes lit up. Li Jia clapped his hands and praised. That's a good idea. With the capacity of this relic of yours, there is almost no limit to the goods that can be accommodated at one time. If you can gather several trillions in one trip, and hundreds of billions in one trip, wouldn't it be profitable? The voice suddenly stopped. The others were stunned for a moment, and then they all realized that they stopped talking. Li Lai looked at them and pointed at them and laughed, but didn't speak. Unable to speak, they all realized a problem. This proposal has nothing to do with them. The universe in the palm belongs to Li Qing, and the trip to and from Jinmin and the outpost seems to have nothing to do with them, and they don't need their escort. Recommend a friend's new book. I have Shanyuan Compensation Critical Strike System. Introduction. Travel through the world of Shenxia and obtain the Shanyuan Critical Strike System. Gift a perfect foundation establishment pill, trigger 20 times critical strike compensation, and get perfect foundation establishment pill 20. Give me a middle-grade spirit weapon Kanglan sword, trigger 300 times critical strike compensation, and get the top-grade spirit weapon Zion sword. Present the mysterious level magic formula, immovable as a mountain Jew, which triggers 9,000 times the critical strike compensation, and obtains the immortal law, imperishable glass Jew. No one can stop me from looking for Shanyuan. The portal is below. Chapter 34 UFA's Invitation. Li Qing also came to his senses, smiled and didn't speak. But in his heart, he thought about whether this method was feasible. At first glance, this method is really good, a big deal with huge profits. But it is not feasible in actual operation. First of all, what he does will directly destroy the survival status of the transportation industry, which will make it impossible for many companies or player teams who eat this food to continue to do this business. Businessmen and companies cannot make money. After all, the capacity of the universe in his palm is too large. In theory, there is no pressure to transport materials worth tens of billions of stars at one time. 1 or 2 waves can bring the price difference between the two places back to its original state by up to 50%. It will cause an unknown number of companies and individuals to lose money. As the saying goes, cutting someone's money is like killing one's parents. By doing so, he will cut off the money of countless companies and player teams. This is too hateful. If this action causes these capitals and players to unite against themselves, it will be difficult to mix. Of course, there is no solution. Set up a transport chamber of commerce, invite all large and medium-sized companies or player teams that take this trade route to jointly formulate rules, and then control the transport volume to control the price difference between the two places. All the goods of the Chamber of Commerce can be transported at ultra-low cost using his palm universe, and he only charges a transportation fee that is much lower than the original cost, achieving a happy situation for all. The advantage of this method is that it can be eaten for hundreds of years. Even if the Imperial Expeditionary Force defeats the 3 major alien civilizations, a large amount of materials will be needed to build the planet, and to open up other star regions in Zutar in the future. Hundreds of years are enough for him to earn a lot of money. Bowman, it is even possible to establish a Chable with huge strength and influence. But, if he does this, he will be confined here and cannot get out. The premise of this idea is the universe in his palm, and he can't escape at all. Thinking about being unable to escape for hundreds of years, it will definitely not work. So although this idea is very tempting, it is not realistic at all. I can only make some money by myself and the team, or even cooperate with a large team like UUFA. Most of her large team are from aristocratic backgrounds, and their net worth is not low. Before, they could squeeze out 2 trillion yuan for one vote. Possibly, this is back to the previous monopoly problem. So, it was easier to go back this time. They put most of the warships into the universe in their hands, and then set off with 12 destroyers, one for each person. Both the speed and the transition speed are faster than before. In just 7 days, I have rushed back to the Pirate Branch Galaxy, and it took about 10 days to pass through the heavily guarded Pirate Galaxy and arrive at the Ghost Galaxy. Then there are intermittent sub-light speeds, with occasional jumps. They encountered pirate fleets from time to time, but they were on their way and detoured when they saw them from a distance. The flexibility of a destroyer with a full 5-tier configuration is not comparable to that of a large pirate fleet. Often, the enemy has not found them, and they have already stopped. Even if they accidentally run into each other head-on, they can be found. The destroyer can get away at a faster speed, and it is impossible to catch them without preparation. However, the journey cannot be smooth sailing. When passing through the Warring Star Field, they encountered a sweeping fleet united by the Shadow tribe. Although their battleship technology is not as good as theirs, but because of this, they have also developed some weapons against them through the oppression of War Large Stasis Winding Force Field. The effect is not as good as their Entanglement Force Field, which can reduce the speed by 50% compared with their Stagnation Entanglement Force Field, and the coverage range is as high as thousands of kilometers. The Stagnation Entanglement Force Field jointly researched by the Shadow tribe is only a few hundred kilometers away. The slowing effect is also only 30%, and it has no effect on battleships, but they don't have battleships either. The dozen or so destroyers that had a smooth journey just came out of the wormhole, and all of them were hit without falling. The Stagnation Winding Force Field and the Jump Interference Force Field were covered at the same time. Li Qing decisively asked them to cut their tails to survive, and half of them turned to face the enemy. Attack an enemy ship equipped with a stasis entanglement field, and the other half turns away. In the end, they succeeded in buying time for them to escape from the 2 force fields, and immediately fled at a faster speed as soon as they escaped. Then they were cautious and did not get caught again. In less than 2 months, they returned to the Outpost Galaxy again. The sale was in the name of Li Qing, with a total of 280 billion star yuan in supplies, directly completing the contract with the outpost. The goods they bought were all food, with a total value of 280 billion stars, which directly lowered the price of food in the outpost. Earn 37%. And as more and more food is shipped in, this profit will be further reduced. However, Li Qing is selling in the form of a contract, so all the profits in this wave are 50%. That is to say, their cost of 200 billion stars can earn a full 100 billion, the most can earn more than 30 billion, and the least can earn 6 to 7 billion. Li Qing's total cost was 82.2 billion, and he made a crazy profit of 41.1 billion stars. After deducting the time cost of 4 months, this is pure profit. On average, it can earn about 10 billion a month, which is definitely a huge profit. If you want to earn so much in 4 months by mining alone, you need a 2,000 to 3,000 large and medium-sized mining ships to do it. So although half of the members died once and lost a destroyer during the period, they still made a profit overall. And after the transaction is over, all 6 members who are still alive will each take out a profit of 1 billion stars to compensate the 6 team members who died. After all, they take their own lives to die. The loss of a Tier 5 destroyer must be compensated. In Star C, the team generally compensates, like this for the team to die after the team is broken. The compensation standard is the cost of all the lost warships, and additional compensation for the lost lifespan. They were also careless. They didn't get a group of frigates to serve as cannon fodder when passing through these dangerous star fields, otherwise no one would die. This can be regarded as a lesson. After suffering this loss, you can't suffer the same loss again in the future. After all the goods were sold, Li Qing was about to contact everyone to share the money, but he received a message from Li Lai. When he opened it, he saw that Li Lai looked at him strangely and remained silent for a while. What's wrong? He looked down at himself, but found nothing unusual. Li Lai was speechless for a while before he spoke. Someone looking for you. Who? You will know it when you see it. As he spoke, he sent a communication code. Li Qing took the communication code, sent the application, and got connected quickly. Then a projection appeared in front of him, and his eyes suddenly brightened. He looked unexpectedly at the beautiful and sassy Yu Yufe in front of him. He was still very surprised when he saw it for the second time, but his expression did not show it as usual. Miss Yu, is there anything I can do for you? Yu Yufe looked up and down, smiled and said, it's rare to see someone keep such a low profile after awakening psionic power. Do you want to become a blockbuster in the future? Li Qing's eyes moved slightly, but he wasn't too surprised. Yu Yufe is also a psychic, and psychic resonance between psychics and other psychers is easy to find. It is not surprising to find that he is also a psychic. I don't know what Miss Yu wants from me. Seeing his expressionless face, Yu Yufe dismissed her thoughts of chatting, her expression became serious, and she said in a deep voice. I would like to invite you to join my team. As a psychic, you can obtain 0.5% of the original shares of the team without dilution, and become one of the original shareholders of the team. If your strength improves in the future, you will increase your shares. Join my team, you can join my team, or you can create your own team. You can enjoy team benefits, whether it is Jinmin, a transit base, or an outpost, etc. You can get huge advantages, such as high-quality tasks, the right to claim in advance, the base shipyard jumps in the queue and prioritizes ordering, etc. Li Qing. He pondered a little, raised his head and said, can you give me some time to think about it? Yu Yufe nodded with a smile. Of course, this is my communication, you can write it down, you can find me anytime. However, you must pay attention. My conditions will depend on the development of my team and the growth of your strength. If your strength increases significantly in the near future, my conditions will also increase and I will give you more original shares. But if your strength grows slowly, lower than my team's development speed, then you may get less original shares when you join. Li Qing nodded, as it should be. Closing off the communication, Li Qing frowned and thought. At this time there was a new communication, and it was Li Lai who opened it. He looked at him with strange eyes and asked, Miss Yu Yufe, what can I do with you? She invited me to join her team and gave me 0.5% of the original stock. Li Lai's pupils were obviously wide open, and he said in surprise. She personally invited you to join Jolin. Did you tell her about this spatial treasure? No, if you said more than this original stock, it should be for other reasons, but what reason? He seemed to have just met Li Qing, looked Li Qing up and down, and asked. Why did she take the initiative to invite you to join Jolin? There is no reason. Although you are handsome, there are many people who pursue her who are more handsome than you. Li Qing. Because I have awakened psionic power. Awakened psionic power. Wait, have you awakened psionic power? Li Lai was shocked for a moment, as if he was seeing him for the first time, his eyes were full of shock. Damn, have you awakened psionic energy? You can clearly see the rich expressions in Li Lai's eyes changing, shock, envy, excitement, and envy again, so repeated that he didn't know what to say for a while. It took him a while to calm down his excitement, and he bowed to him with a complicated expression. Congratulations, I didn't expect you to awaken psionic power. Luck. Then how did you reply? Did you agree? Li Qing shook his head. I haven't figured it out yet. Li Lai nodded and said. You really need to think about it carefully. You have awakened psionic energy and you have a space-type relic. Your potential is very high. You must think about what to do next. I have a little suggestion here, you can refer to it. You say, I think you can join the Jolin team. The current comprehensive strength of this team may not make it into the top 10 in the outpost, but this team has great potential. It will be in the top 10 in a few years. It has great potential. Competitive potential. What do you mean by the great potential? Relationship with the Yu family in Jinmin. Li Lai explained seriously. You may not know that Yu Yufe has a very strong relationship network in the Jinmin Yu family. No matter whether it is Jinmin or a transit base or an outpost base, there is a very strong relationship network, whether it is Jinmin or a transit base, or an outpost base. She has priority in the shipyard, especially the outpost. She seems to have part of the ownership of the outpost shipyard in her hands, and part of the shipbuilding quota in the shipyard is directly controlled by her. As a member of the Jolin team, she can get the ship without queuing. Quote. Well, Li Qing was a little surprised at the right time, but not too surprised. It's just a dock, and he has it too. However, for other players, the ownership of the shipyard belonging to the outpost is indeed very attractive. It's very simple. Although the bases built by players can also build docks, they can only build small ships at most, and it is difficult to upgrade them to build ships larger than cruisers, let alone main battleships such as battleships. The entire Tianjin star field and the Gazutar star field add up to these 2 star fields. Only Jinmen province has a huge dock that can build fearless flagships and aircraft carrier flagships. However, there is no shipyard in the entire Tianjin and Zutar star fields of the Titan Super Banner, and even the 14-star Sea Lords and more than 200 warlords in the United Human Empire have no more than 20 shipyards capable of building. Of course, the flagship is too far away from ordinary players, out of reach, and most players have no possibility of touching the flagship. The top-level warships closest to ordinary players are battleships, but there are only a few giant shipyards that can build battleships in the entire Tianjin and Zutar star fields, but the output is limited, not enough for their own use, and they will not take external orders at all. Most of the battleships obtained by some players are from digging graves, or salvaging ancient battleships, and purchasing them from Jinmen shipyard. In the entire Jinmen province, only the Jinmen shipyard can buy battleships. Ordinary players want to buy. If there is no relationship, the order ranking will be decades later, but if there is relationship, they can directly jump to the front. And when the Jolin team owns shares in the dock, a part of the entire dock belongs to her, and they don't even need to jump in the queue, and they can directly build it. This makes the Jolin team very competitive in attracting talents. At least many players are willing to join because of this. If Li Qing didn't have the universe in his hand and the dock array inside, he would definitely be moved. But there is no such thing in the world if he has a universe in his hand, has a construction capacity of more than 3,000 to build flagships and super flagships, and even a super dock that can build mobile interstellar fortresses as long as there are blueprints and a qualified chief engineer, then. Well, Li Qing thinks it is not impossible to join Jolin's team. Chapter 35 Joining the Jolin team. In fact, during this period of time, Li Qing had already figured out his future development model. To buy shares in other large teams first, to form his own small team during this period, and then to win a living planet in the future, sell the shares in exchange for a huge sum of money, then break away from the team to build your own team, maybe even create a legion in the future. To maintain a sufficiently competitive team requires too much capital, and he doesn't want to attract capital to enter the market. He wants to earn enough money by himself. First, he will jointly win a planet with other teams, and then use it as the best way to exchange planetary shares for funds. So, after calling the team members and distributing all the money that belonged to them, Li Qing contacted Yu Yuefei again. Still so youthful and beautiful, her appearance is exquisite and flawless. When she smiles, it is very pleasing to the eye. You made a wise choice, so when you are free, I will call the core members of the team to hold a welcome ceremony for you, and sign the contract by the way. Li Qing waved his hands and said, "No rush, I think we need to redraw the contract first." Yu Yuefei smiled and said, "Do you think that 0.5% of the original stock is not enough? In fact, besides you and me, the Jolin team has 3 psychers. As psychers, they can only occupy 0.5% of the original stock. The original shares are different because they have brought huge benefits to the team in other aspects, so they can occupy more original shares. Alternatively, if you have other advantages, you can also tell them. I will evaluate its effect on the team and change the original share allocation." Li Qing said seriously, "I do have some strengths in my hands that can be of great benefit to the team. Please say, I have a blueprint for the Dauntless flagship." Yu Yuefei raised her brows slightly, with a trace of surprise in her eyes. "Do you have a dreadnought blueprint? Can you show me? I used to take out a mortgage to run a business, but I can redeem it this time when I go back." "Well, if it is a fearless flagship blueprint, you can get an additional 2% of the original stock." In addition, halfway through speaking, Li Qing suddenly stopped talking. He was going to say that he had a space-type relic in his hand, but after thinking about it, if he used this investment to get the original stock, it would mean that this space-type relic had to serve the team. After all, this is not some kind of spatial relic, but the universe in the palm of my hand, my golden finger hole card. Using this to invest in shares, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Let's forget it, 2.5% of the shares is not low. Thinking about this, he raised his head and said, "Not for the time being, that's all." Yu Yuefei didn't think too much, nodded and said, "If that's the case, how about signing the contract when you return to Jinmen to redeem the Dreadnought blueprint?" Li Qing nodded. "Okay, I'll be back in 5 months." Okay. Seeing that the beauty communication disappeared, Li Qing tilted his head and recalled what he said just now, but he didn't see any problem. Psyker Identity only has 0.5% of the original stock, and the Dreadnought blueprint can get 2%, which is quite a lot. To be honest, if it is not for the rarity of the blueprint, the value of the pure value is not worth 2% of the original stock. Besides, it is still in the early stage of development. If 10 years later, if we bring a Dreadnought blueprint over at that time, we may not even get 1% of the original shares. The total value of 2.5% non-dilutable initial shares of a living planet depends on the situation of the living planet, but at least it can be worth a few trillions. The premise is to grab a planet. 2 days later, the prepared team set off again and returned to Jinmen province. This time they learned the lesson, and went straight to the big fleet. The journey was safe and sound, and it took a total of 2 months to return to Jinmen. Back to Jinmen, he immediately repaid all the arrears plus interest, and redeemed all the blueprints of the warships. The total cost was 4.46 million star dollars, and the remaining 78.7 billion star dollars. In just 2 trips, his net worth has directly doubled from 40 billion. The efficiency of making money made Li Lai and others very excited, and they bet all their existing funds without hesitation. Li Qing didn't waste the 78.7 billion star yuan, he bet all of it, and bought all the food. Although the price of food at the outpost has dropped significantly due to the purchase of food on the last trip, there is still a 37% profit, which is more profitable than most commodities. However, the most important factor for Li Qing to choose food is that it is easy to purchase food, unlike some materials that require a threshold. Compared to the 280 billion last trip, the total value of this trip is as high as 380 billion. If he hadn't paid off some debts, the profit would have been higher. Another 2 months later, the fleet returned to the outpost and sold all supplies to the expeditionary force. However, there was a small accident during the period. It is estimated that other caravans have shipped a large amount of food over the past 2 months. The purchase price has been reduced from 37% to 34%, and the profit has dropped by 3%. There is no way, we can't stop other people from doing business. And after he delivered this batch of food, the food stored by the expeditionary force was somewhat saturated, and the next purchase price directly hit a 27% premium, which dropped a lot. Li Qing knew at a glance that the food business is not easy to do, and it is only 28% now. After they return to Jinmen and come here for another 4 months, there will be caravans coming one after another, and the profit will be less and less. Now this stage is not easy to do. So, before Li Qing set off for the Jolin headquarters, he asked Li Lai, Li Qi and others to learn about the latest market and see which one is the most profitable. The headquarters of Jolin is not at the outpost. In fact, the headquarters of all the large teams in the Zutar star field are not at the outpost, but behind the outpost. The outpost of the Expeditionary Army headquarters is located on the edge of the joint civilization of the Shatta tribe, at its junction. At this time, the undisguised invasion of human civilization has long been regarded as an act of war by the Shatta tribe united. At this time, they are actually at war stage. The large star field to the east of the expeditionary force is already a battle area at this time. Every day, cruiser fleets and scout ships from both sides confront each other in that star field. A large number of player team fleets are active in that area, and even sneaked into the Shatta tribal alliance. Inside the civilization, various reconnaissance, infiltration, sabotage and other activities emerge endlessly. All players who enter the expeditionary outpost will automatically receive 2 unlimited general tasks. One is reconnaissance, entering the sphere of influence of the Shatta tribal united civilization, reconnaissance of various valuable information. As long as it is unknown valuable information, you can get the contribution value of the expeditionary army, and accumulating enough contribution points can increase the player's ability in the expeditionary army. Permissions, and exchange of contribution points for various good things, such as battleship blueprints and the like. The second task is conventional combat. Destroying a foreign frigate will contribute 2 points, a destroyer will contribute 5 points, a cruiser will contribute 30 points, and a battleship will contribute 1,000 points. If you can destroy the foreign race's flagship, you will directly get level 3 plus permission. The eastern combat area is very dangerous. When the preparations are almost full-scale in the future, the east of the outpost will be very dangerous, so the headquarters of all teams are behind the outpost. Occasionally there may be scouting fleets of foreign races coming to destroy them, but the frequency and scale will not be too large, and large teams can resist by themselves. The headquarters of UUFA's Jolin team is located 75 hops northeast of the outpost base, about 200 light years away. At this time, a second-level star castle named Jolin Heart has been established, and at the same time, it controls all surrounding areas, 44 galaxies. It is worth mentioning that the location chosen by the outpost is in a star field where the nebula is weak. Although it will still be affected by the nebula here, the Stargate cannot be used, and some low-level jump engines still cannot jump, but the 4th and 5th level jump engines will not be affected. From the outpost to the star field controlled by the Jolin team, except for the occasional pirate monsters and abnormalities, there are no wild civilization forces. The destroyer has been jumping continuously all the way, and it took about 5 days to enter the Jolin team's control area. Li Qing had the pass given by UUFA, and all the patrol fleets that he occasionally encountered along the way were allowed to pass until he came to the wormhole on the edge of the nearest galaxy in the Jolin Galaxy, and passed the inspection of a base guard at an outpost on the edge of the wormhole to get permission. The warship plunged into the wormhole and disappeared. Coming out of the wormhole, I saw a stellar flare erupting not far ahead, and a dazzling ion plume spewed out, reflecting the brightness inside the flagship to rise sharply. Li Qing was surprised to find that the exit of this wormhole is not usually at the edge of the galaxy, but appears in the center of the star system, and the distance from the star is estimated to be less than 1 astronomical unit. At this time, an unfamiliar communication came in, and it opened to reveal a beautiful woman in a well-fitting uniform, smiling and saying, "Welcome to your first visit to the Heart of Jolin. I am the dispatcher of the Heart of Jolin, with job number A009. According to your passcode level, you can freely go to any non-military restricted area in this galaxy." At the same time, Li Qing received a document sent by the dispatcher and confirmed the download, but it turned out to be a map of the interior of the Jolin Heart Galaxy, which detailed the internal situation of the galaxy and the interior of the Jolin Heart Star Fortress base case, with communications from several of the team's diplomats or dispatchers. Quote, "If you need, you can contact any of them at any time, we will serve you wholeheartedly." The woman was smiling and her voice was concise and clear. Li Qing nodded. "I will contact you if necessary. Have a nice trip." After saying this, the other party disconnected. "Service looks good," Li Qing praised, and controlled the destroyer to fly towards the star fort, and at the same time contacted UUFA, and sent her a message. Half an hour later, inside the star castle, the living room. "Welcome Your Excellency Li Qing to join Jolin." UUFA stretched out her hand with a smile on her face, and Li Qing stretched out her hand to hold it. The first feeling was softness, and the second feeling was the surging spiritual energy on her body. What a strong psionic talent. Li Qing was a little taken aback. You must know that he constantly extracts the energy of the virtual environment through the positioning of the virtual environment in the palm of the hand, and can increase the strength of 1 unit of spiritual energy every day. Up to now, he has accumulated more than 400 units of spiritual energy. He can cheat to improve, but others can't do that. If you want to improve your psionic ability, you can only look at your talent and use rare psionic secrets to improve. Generally speaking, the speed is extremely slow, and a little increase in a month is almost good. UUFA was about the same age as him but possessed stronger spiritual strength than himself. This talent surprised him. But what he didn't know was that while he was surprised, UUFA was also very surprised. She is well aware of the difficulty for psychers to increase the strength of their psychic power. After all, there are already 5 psychers in the team. At the same age, no one who has ever seen psychers of the same age can match her, and even many of them are younger than few of my psychers in the past 5 years can match me. She thought that no one could compare to herself in the case of using cheating methods to quickly increase her spiritual power, but she didn't expect to meet one now. Although the strength of psychic power is a bit weaker than her own, the gap is not that big, which means that Li Qing's psychic talent is very, very strong. When she looked at Li Qing, a brilliance lit up in her eyes, which was fleeting. At this moment, Li Qing suddenly raised his head to look at her delicate face, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. At the moment just now, he seemed to feel some prying eyes, but when he came back to his senses, he couldn't feel anything. I wanted to explore it, but I quickly realized that it was not appropriate. A total of 16 members of the Jolin team with original shares either attended the scene in person, or witnessed on behalf of them, and witnessed Li Qing joining the Jolin team and becoming one of the core members of the team. No one has any objection to the fact that psychers own 0.5% of the original shares. After all, the team has already taken in several psychers before, and they all got 0.5% of the shares. But when the Dreadnought blueprint was exchanged for a 2% equity proposal, there was a sudden cough, and a man sitting next to him raised his hand and stood up, saying, "I think there is something wrong with this mention." Li Qing turned his head to look at the man who spoke, but his gaze was immediately attracted by an extremely handsome man with silver hair all over his head. Not only did the light cough just now seem to be from him, but this man has silver silky hair that is completely composed of psychic energy, which shows that this man is not only a psychic, but also a psychic with special talents. As if sensing his gaze, the man turned his gaze and nodded slightly. He also nodded with a smile, when the opposing man continued. "Dreadnoughts are indeed very rare, and I know how important they are to our team at this stage. I have no objection to inviting His Excellency Li Qing to invest in Dreadnoughts. I just think that this share is a little too much, and 1% is reasonable." As soon as the voice fell, someone immediately echoed, "I think Brother Lu is right. Although the Fearless flagship is rare, it is not worth getting 2% of the original shares." People echoed one after another, making Li Qing frown slightly. He could clearly feel that everyone's eyes were on him, and they were all looking at his answer. Looking at Yu Yuefei again, she smiled and didn't speak, but a voice appeared in his ears out of thin air. "Sorry, I didn't expect them to object. Don't worry, nothing will happen." Li Qing's eyes moved slightly, his thoughts turned quickly, and he arched his hands to the opposing man and asked, "I don't know your surname." The man proudly. "Lu Yi, the direct descendant of the Tianhe Lu family." Li Qing raised his eyebrows and asked, "I wonder how many original shares you own." Lu Yi smiled and said, "Our two brothers each have 1.5%. Oh, it turns out that I think I surpass you too much, don't you?" "You think too much. This is the shareholders' meeting, we are discussing the facts." Li Qing smiled and said, "I'm just talking about the facts. If you think I've got too much 2% of the shares, you can also get a blueprint for the Fearless flagship. Then we will each get 1%. Lu Yi pointed at him and choked, unable to answer. Li Qing looked at the others and clapped his hands in a circle. "Actually, how many shares I can get is not up to me. If it wasn't for the Commander-in-Chief's invitation, I was planning to investigate other large teams in the outpost base. If you think my 2% shares are too much, forget it. I'm now just leave, you can buy shares in another team." At this moment, Yu Yuefei clapped her hands lightly to smooth things over. "Everyone is on their own. This time it's my fault. I didn't discuss it with everyone in advance. In this way, as a compromise, Li Qing still takes 2% of the shares with the blueprint of the Fearless flagship, but I personally take out 1% of the original shares. 2% of the original shares and 1% of the team will be handed over to His Excellency Li Qing. What do you think?" "How can this work?" Immediately someone objected. "This operation is prone to chaos in the future, and it is the team's business. How can the headquarters give you the 1% of the shares?" But, at this time, the handsome man with silver hair stood up, and suddenly it seemed that a spring breeze was blowing towards his face, and people couldn't help but focus on him. He said to Yu Yuefei with tenderness in his eyes, "According to what you said, Your Excellency Li Qing joined the team with Dreadnought as a psyker, and received a total of 2.5% of the team's original shares." As soon as he made a sound, the others stopped talking. Yu Yuefei smiled and nodded. "Then thank you, Brother Yi. You're welcome. That's the decision. From now on, Brother Li Qing will be a member of our team and will enjoy all team benefits, and..." The meeting ended, and everyone came forward to shake hands with Li Qing and exchange contact information, as if the argument just now had never happened. This is elite education for the nobles. When it is about their own interests, they can fight to the death, but afterwards, or after the dust settles, the previous debates and struggles seem to have never happened. The same is true for Li Qing, talking to them with a smile on his face as if the quarrel when they prevented him from obtaining more shares just now had never happened. At the same time, he also knew that the man with the silver hair whose psionic power was slightly stronger than his was actually Yi Xiao, a direct descendant of the Nanshan Yi family. Nanshan Yi family is one of the 14-star Sea Lords of the United Human Empire, the top family of the Human Empire, and came here as a direct descendant to join a team, obviously for Yu Yuefei. Coming out of the Star Fort, Li Qing let out a sigh of relief. In less than an hour, he had a little understanding of the decision-making level of the Jolin team created by Yu Yuefei. There are a total of 16 shareholders, now including him as 17, 2.5% of the shares ranked 6th. The reason why they prevented him from getting more shares was actually very simple, they simply didn't want someone to appear ahead of them suddenly. But understanding is understanding, and I am still upset. The internal factions are mixed. Most of them are nobles with a lot of heart, and most of them are full of arrogance and difficult to discipline. For a while, he didn't know whether it was right or wrong to choose the Jalan team. Joined the Jalan team and became one of the core members. According to the routine regulations, Li Qing got the establishment of a fleet of the Jalan team. Pure organization, the team will neither provide him with funds nor personnel, let alone warships. All the core members of the team have the power, and it is up to you whether you can do it. It is worth mentioning that although the Dreadnought was exchanged for 2% of the original shares of the team, the blueprint of the Dreadnought has been handed over after signing the contract, but there is a special note when signing the contract. After the Dreadnought is built, he holds third command of the Dreadnought flagship. It means that when the team has no tasks and the commander-in-chief UUFA is not in use, he can command the Dreadnought flagship to be temporarily incorporated into his own fleet to serve him. The premise is that you can't go too far, and you can't perform tasks that are too risky. Joining Jalan at the same time, Li Qing immediately received a series of benefits that only the core of the team can have. The first one is information and intelligence sharing. He can immediately obtain all the information and accumulated intelligence collected by the entire team. Second, the team's network sharing, including UUFA's relationship network established in Jinmen and the outpost base. Of course, these are not compensation, they need to pay a price in exchange, but compared to others, they don't even have a threshold. Much. The third is the basic benefits of core team members, including various priorities, such as jumping in the queue to order warships, and reporting losses up to 25%. Chapter 36: The Last Business Run and Preparation. Although it is only a team and not a legion, the Jalan team is on par with the legion in this respect. Peripheral members did not report loss, ordinary members reported loss rate 10%, elite members reported loss rate 15%, core members reported loss rate 25%, team leader and deputy team leader reported loss rate 30%. The so-called loss report refers to the loss of the battleship due to team behavior, and the loss will be reimbursed according to the percentage of the total price of the battleship. For example, Li Qing has a fully equipped frigate with a total price of 150 million, and the loss rate of core members is 25%. If the warship sinks due to team combat, the team will reimburse him 25% of the total price of 150 million, a total of 37.5 million. If the insurance is added with a maximum loss of 25%, the maximum reimbursement can be 50%. Note that the premise of this loss report is due to team actions, such as team activities, or being sunk by invading enemies in the team-controlled galaxy site, etc. When the grave was accidentally sunk, etc. By the way, Li Lai's running a business was a private act, so Shen's 6 destroyer team would not report it, only the insurance can reimburse part of it. Li Qing didn't stay in the Canaan galaxy for long. After getting a general understanding of the team's situation and getting to know many core and important middle-level members of the team, he left the Canaan galaxy and returned to the outpost. In fact, most of the members of the team are not in the Canaan galaxy. They either travel to and from Jinmen and the outpost base to make money, or they control the star field for mining in the team. The combined fleets of the Ta tribes fought and so on. There are quite a lot of team activities, but most of them are small activities jointly organized by team members. In fact, there are very few business running activities to collect enough goods of 2 trillion stars, usually once a year. Back to the outpost, Li Lai and others already knew that he joined Jalan and had become one of Jalan's core members. In the communication channel, Li Lai had a complicated expression and sighed. I joined Jalan earlier than you, and now I am only a middle-level person. As soon as you enter, you are a high-level person. It is really infuriating. Li Qing shrugged, but did not speak. However, Li Lai just sighed. He was in a very good mood, and within a minute of struggling, he talked with him enthusiastically about the information he had learned at the outpost these days. In the past few days, the price of food in the outpost has dropped a bit. When we go back and forth for 4 months, it is estimated that the price will be lower and the profit will not be much. The most profitable and most durable products on the base are all kinds of finished warships. A bare frigate can sell for 20 million in Jinmen, and 25 million here, with a profit of about 5 million. The key thing is that there is a huge demand for this thing. There are wars every day in the joint battle area between the outpost base and the Shatta tribe, and there are battle losses every day. This thing needs as much as there is. Unlike food that will be saturated, this will not be saturated, even if it will be lacking in 100 years, so it can be done for a long time. At this time, Li Qi, who had been silent all this time, said, "But the threshold for this requirement is too high. Where can we find so many warships? This is the most troublesome place." Li Lai sighed and said, "Now the channels for selling warships in Jinmen are mostly the private shipyards of some players, except for the official Jinmen shipyard. Although the output of the official shipyard is high, there are too many people ordering it. It is impossible for us to resell the ships to make money. Find some private shipyards. However, the output of private shipyards is not high, and the price is about 10% higher than the market price. Only if several private shipyards can be found to contract all the warships they produce will they make some money." Li Qi shook his head and said, "That's impossible. The private shipyards in Jinmen have long united to form a chamber of commerce to jointly manipulate prices. We can't get involved in this small fight. It's a pity. Is shipbuilding so profitable?" Li Qing muttered to himself. What he thought of was that if a frigate on the outpost base could be sold for 25 million star dollars, it would cost about 21 million to 22 million star dollars to buy directly from Jinmen, and one frigate could only earn about 3 million. But he has a super dock on hand. The cost of a ship is only about 16 million, and selling it to the outpost can earn as much as 9 million. 1 can earn 9 million, 10 can earn 90 million, 100 can earn 900 million, and 1000 can earn 9 billion. Well, frigates still earn too little. But that's what I said, but Li Qing was already moved. There is no other reason, it is just that I don't want to run the business all the time. One trip lasts 4 months, 3 trips a year, and all the time is spent running back and forth, with nothing else to do. Changing to shipbuilding is different. The shipyard is in the palm universe. As long as you prepare enough ship blueprints and materials, you can build a ship, and it doesn't affect him to do other things. He shipbuilding can also improve his shipbuilding level. Now he can only build frigates, and the efficiency of making money is limited. When he can build destroyers, cruisers, and even battleships, it will be the beginning of big profits. Okay, that's it. Li Qing made up his mind, and looked up at Li Lai and Li Qi in the communication channel. They were the only two in the channel, representing their respective small teams. He thought carefully about his rhetoric and said, "I'm going to take you to run again, earn another wave, and then I'm going to find a galaxy near the team-controlled star field to build a mining base on the outpost side." Both Li Lai and Li Qi were a little surprised, but not too surprised. This was what they expected, but they didn't expect him to quit so soon. Li Lai thought for a while and said, "Since it's the last time, it's better to make a big wave and help the team build a super caravan like before." Li Qi also said, "And by doing so, you can also improve your prestige and status in the team." Li Qing shook his head when he heard this, and said, "No, why not, and we have to pay 100 billion in tolls every time. It is better to earn this money for others than for you." Li Qing smiled and said, "Do you think that 100 billion is just tolls?" In the past, he also thought it was tolls, but since he became a core member of Jolin, he also knew some inside stories that only the core members knew. For example, before they paid 100 billion to ask the Bluefish clan among the 16 clans of the Lester Pirate Group to them through the starfield controlled by the Lester Pirate Group. It's not just about buying road money, the focus is on supporting the Bluefish clan in a reasonable way. The reason is very simple. The establishment of the Bluefish clan has something to do with the Jinmen Yu clan. To put it bluntly, the Lester Pirate Group used to have only 13 clans. Since humans established an outpost in the Zutar star field and launched a war with the Shatta Tribal United Civilization, players can join the Lester Pirate Group camp. The Jinmen Yu clan decisively invested a large amount of human resources to gain prestige in the Lester Pirate Group and formed a new pirate clan. There is a force of its own in the pirate group that is not inferior to the United Civilization of the Shatta tribe, and it has a good relationship with this force, which can play a huge role in certain critical moments. So this money cannot be saved, nor can he earn it. Of course, he can't tell this kind of secret directly, but Li Lai and Li Qi are both smart people, he just mentioned them a little bit and they understood, and he didn't insist anymore. However, the team can't make money from this, but other people's money can be made. When you return to Jinmen, you can find a large caravan to cooperate with once, and you can make money once. 2 months later, a medium-sized fleet sailed into the Jinmen galaxy. The fleet was moored at the starport, and everyone went their separate ways to prepare. Li Qing directly accesses the regional channel, connects to the network, and directly searches for what he wants on the trading platform. First of all, 5.2 billion star dollars were spent to purchase 10 small transport ships, 10 medium transport ships, 5 mammoth-class large transport ships, and 1 ferry-class super-large transport ship. And a total of 6 billion star dollars purchased 5 small industrial ships, 2 medium industrial ships, 2 large industrial ships, and 1 super-large industrial ship. Then there are 30 large mining ships, which cost a total of 24 billion stars. 3 sets of large-scale crushing, screening and refining ore equipment, with a unit price of 1.1 billion, a total of 3.3 billion. Altogether, a total of 38.5 billion stars was spent, leaving 67 billion stars. Then, set aside 5 billion star dollars for salary and emergency use, and use all the remaining funds to purchase blueprints and construction materials for frigates and destroyers. A total of 2,000 frigate blueprints and materials were purchased, which cost 4 billion plus 24 billion stars respectively. Yuan. In addition to the 500 frigates purchased before to build a full set, a lot has been built these days, and now there are 400 sets left. A total of 2,400 sets and 100 finished frigates are parked in the dock of the Palm Universe. And 200 destroyer blueprints and materials cost 3 billion plus 18 billion star dollars respectively, a total of 21 billion star dollars. Then, 5 super large cold storages were ordered, as well as various foods worth nearly 500 million yuan, and living supplies worth 1 billion yuan. Then, through the relationship of the Jalan team, at a price of 750 million stars, he directly obtained 4 top-equipped Hurricane-class destroyers from Yu's shipyard. The weapon configuration was the same as the Hurricane-class destroyer he had. Mainly kinetic weapons. Then spent 130 million star yuan below the market price to equip a complete set of Heian frigate configuration, and took a total of 20 sets, which can be directly installed on the frigate he already has. The 4 destroyers cost 3 billion, and the 20 frigates are fully equipped with a total of 2.6 billion stars. Then, I bought 100 base L slot kinetic energy main gun shells, and spent a total of 200 million star dollars. 300 radix L slot large moving shells cost a total of 240 million stars. 1000 radix M medium-sized kinetic energy shells cost a total of 300 million star dollars. 5000 radix S small-scale moving shells cost a total of 750 million star dollars. 1000 radix cannon shells shelled, a total cost of 750 million stars. 200 radix P slot anti-dismantling bullets cost a total of 200 million stars. Combined, the total is 2.44 billion stars. Then I bought 50,000 energy blocks containing 100,000 standard energy. In addition to quickly recharging the energy shield, this thing can also be used in many ways. 100,000 star yuan, 50,000 pieces, a total of 5 billion star yuan. Comprehensively, the total cost is 24 billion plus 21 billion plus 500 million plus 1 billion plus 3 billion plus 2.6 billion plus 2.44 billion plus 5 billion, a total of 59.54 billion stars. Most of the remaining 67 billion star dollars were spent at once, leaving only 7.46 billion star dollars. Then, they spent 1 billion star yuan to order a medium-sized steel refining furnace, and 1.5 billion star yuan to order a medium-sized alloy melting furnace. Steel refining furnace can further refine refined ore into steel, and alloy melting furnace can smelt steel and other elements into stronger alloys, and can also melt collected warship wreckage into alloys. From collecting raw ore, crushing and refining it into refined ore, then refining it into steel, then melting it into alloy, and finally sending it to the arsenal in the high-dimensional shipyard in the Palm Universe, and directly processing it into various shells. One step in place, saving a lot of money to buy ammunition back and forth. Soon Li Qing discovered that the remaining 4.9 billion star dollars might not survive, and he had to recruit a group of shipbuilding engineers. Prepared 2,400 sets of frigate blueprints and materials, and the scale must be expanded. Otherwise, only 10 ships can be built in one round, and 2,400 ships will need 240 rounds, which means 240 months. This will take a long time to build. Expand, must expand. Still, through the relationship of the Jalan team, a large number of crew members were directly recruited in the Jinmen Academy area. Among them, there are 10 groups of destroyer shipbuilding engineers, including 1 chief engineer with a monthly salary of 2 million, and 40 senior engineers who build destroyers with a monthly salary of 300,000, a total of 12 million monthly salary. The frigate shipbuilding team has also been greatly expanded, from the original 10 groups to 100 groups at one go. Recruited 9 chief engineers with a monthly salary of 1.2 million, a total of 10.8 million, 200 frigate senior engineers with a monthly salary of 200,000, a total of 40 million, common crew members for all types of ships, regardless of frigate or battleship, a total of 3,600 were recruited with a total monthly salary of 144 million. It is worth mentioning that the salary of the ordinary shipbuilding engineers he recruited was 50,000 a month, but he recruited directly from the Academy City through the relationship of the Yu family. Saved a lot of money straight away. After all the recruits are recruited, his monthly salary alone is as high as 208.8 million stars. The buyout price of 1,550 clone crew members is 310 million, plus the crew salaries and maintenance costs of 5 destroyers and 21 frigates are 11.25 million plus 21 million, a total of 32.25 million. The total salary is 241.05 million stars. A monthly salary of 240 million stars. Li Qing counted his current net worth, and insisted that he would be out of money after 2 years. No wonder it is said that war burns money. Once the cannon fires, 10,000 taels of gold is paid. One shell destroys the salary of an ordinary person for a month. It is really difficult to raise a fleet. He only has 26 ships, and he doesn't have any big ships yet. It costs 32.25 million stars to maintain the fleet every month. Those teams with hundreds of large and small warships may spend more than a billion or even billions a month to maintain the fleet, which is simply terrifying. The more it develops and grows, the more it feels that the money is not enough. Fortunately, although the cost is high, the profit is also good. The 2,400 frigates and 200 destroyers are all built and sold, and the profits are immediately huge. If you don't sell the Jinman side, you can sell the outpost. One frigate can earn nearly 10 million, and 2,400 ships can earn 24 billion. The destroyer is even more profitable, saving the use fee of the shipyard and various channel fees. A destroyer can earn about 30 million, and an additional 30% or 45 million can be earned when transported to the outpost. The total can earn about 75 million, 200 ships destroyers earn 15 billion. Chapter 38 Frozen Alien Space Station. Seeking subscription. After deducting about 2 billion in salary for 2 years, he can make a net profit of 37 billion in 2 years. This income alone is enough for him to maintain a fleet of a certain size. In addition, every time you return to the Jinman Galaxy, you will make a trip to the merchants to earn a wave, and the money earned from the ever-expanding mining base. Well, when the base is in place and can directly smelt alloys out, expand the production of alloys, and even save a large part of the cost of shipbuilding materials. You must know that the most needed material for warships is the alloy for building the hull and armor. If the alloy can be self-sufficient, it can save at least 15% of the cost. The battleship blueprints and materials he has alone are 5 billion plus additional income. Well, this development speed is okay. It is the most difficult time to earn the first pot of gold at any time. After passing through the early accumulation stage, it will be much faster to make money later. I didn't stay in Jinman for long, and when all the ordered materials were delivered to the designated warehouse one by one, and then put into the Palm Universe memory and stored in the warehouse, Li Lai and others were almost ready. It may be the last time to run a business. This time they also took out all their capital. All the money they earned before was invested in plus loans, and the goods of nearly 400 billion stars were ordered. Besides, they still don't know where to find a bridge to find a large caravan that is going to the outpost. The two parties negotiated to charge a transportation fee of 3% of the total cargo price of the caravan. After seeing with his own eyes that Li Qing opened the passage, put a super large transport ship into the universe in his palm, and released it in another galaxy after a while, the head of the caravan's eyes lit up immediately, but Li Qing stopped before he could speak. He directly stated that he would not be a professional businessman, except that he would stop by when he returned to Jinman every once in a while, and would not rely on it to make money, which directly dispelled the thoughts of the head of the Chamber of Commerce. For this Chamber of Commerce, his mode of transportation is safe, cheap, and fast. But for those businessmen who eat transportation and escorting, he has directly smashed their jobs, and he will definitely not let him go. Maybe with the support of the Chamber of Commerce, it is not afraid, but it will be troublesome. Plus he himself never thought of becoming a professional businessman, so This Chamber of Commerce named Yuki originally planned to transport only about 900 billion worth of goods, but after seeing Li Qing demonstrate the handling capacity of the palm universe with his own eyes, he temporarily increased the total amount of goods transported to about 1.5 trillion in one go. According to the agreement, he can get 3% of the total value of the goods, which is 45 billion stars. You can get 30% of the payment before departure, and the other 30% when you arrive at the outpost galaxy, and you can get all the money after unloading the cargo. 30% of 45 billion stars is 13.5 billion stars. With so much money, Li Qing ordered 2 more medium-sized steel refining furnaces and 2 medium-sized alloy melting furnaces, spending a total of 4.4 billion star yuan. And spent 1 billion star dollars to buy out 10,000 first-level clones, 1.5 billion star dollars to buy out 10,000 first-level robots. Most of the skills loaded for them are basic base maintenance and colony-related skills. After that, there will be no more, and all the remaining money will be kept for backup. Half a month later, a fleet consisting of 1 battleship, 21 cruisers, 70 destroyers, and 300 frigates left the transfer base and sailed into the vast sea of stars. The battleship belongs to the Yuki Chamber of Commerce, and half of the entire fleet belongs to the Yuki Chamber of Commerce. If you a caravan with a total value of nearly 2 trillion yuan, the strength of this fleet is seriously insufficient, and it will definitely be robbed halfway. But if a pure fleet hits the road, there won't be any problems. Pure fleets are hard to deal with and useless. Even if pirates see them, they won't intercept them. The journey went without any surprises or dangers. 2 months later, the fleet arrived at the outpost, released all the caravans of the Chamber of Commerce, Li Lai and others, settled all the payments, and left. Li Lai, Li Qi and others stayed here to clear the goods, while he went north to return to the team headquarters. He plans to find a suitable galaxy to build a mining base in the star field a little far away from the Jalan team, and get out the industrial system in the Palm universe by the way. It is worth mentioning that during this period of time, Li Lai and Li Qi followed him and made money that they could not make in the past few years. In addition to the psychic power he displayed, as well as the magical legacy, it is even more so now. After becoming a core member of the team, when he left, both Li Lai and Li Qi were asking him if he wanted to form a fleet. Although he didn't say it explicitly, the hidden meaning was that he wanted to mess with him. Li Qing didn't refuse, but he didn't have enough money right now, so he didn't intend to build a fleet immediately, but told them to accumulate it first before building it. The fleet began to jump after leaving the outpost, and it took 4 days to rush back to Garan Star Castle. There are not many active players in the headquarters galaxy. Most of them are directly affiliated to UUFA's team, or some small and medium-sized teams in the team, and slightly larger teams have their own affairs. The Jalan team itself is jointly formed by several large and medium-sized teams. Each large and medium-sized team within the team has its own independent mountain faction. The largest factions even established their own teams in places far away from the Jalan galaxy. The base is strictly operated according to the specifications of Star Castle. Obviously, when these big teams joined Jalan, either they just wanted to pursue the beauty, or they just wanted to form a group to seize a living planet and make a fortune, and they didn't think about joining the Jalan team permanently. UUFA probably knew this too, so she never paid any attention to their behavior. It's also a wonderful team. But the eldest brother doesn't talk about the second brother. Li Qing also thinks so. Obtain the basic situation table of the 44 galaxies and surrounding galaxies in the star field controlled by Jalan through the authority of core members, as well as the table of forces surrounding the team. Li Qing carefully considered and decided not to put his base in the sphere of influence of the Jalan team, but continue to go north to find a suitable galaxy in the unmanned star field. Anyway, his shipyard warehouse is all in the Palm universe, and there is only a base and mining ship outside. Unlike other players' bases, which are troublesome to recycle, his can be recycled at any time. Stayed briefly in Jalan Star Fort, but UUFA was not there. She probably went back to Jinmen shipbuilding with the Dreadnought blueprint. There are several other core members in the Star Fortress. He had met them when he joined the core team to sign a contract. After a brief chat, the fleet left the Star Fortress and continued northward. The so-called power control of the star field does not mean that you claim that this galaxy is your sphere of influence, but that you need to establish a supply outpost in the galaxy, and have patrol fleets pass by at regular intervals to form a substantial impact on the galaxy. Occupation counts. In other words, the galaxies surrounding the headquarters of any large team will be controlled for players within the team to establish personal mining bases in the galaxies. But correspondingly, all mining and other income in the galaxy controlled by the team must pay taxes. The tax rate varies depending on the team. The minimum tax rate is 5%, and the maximum rate is 30%. The leader has the right to continue to increase the tax rate temporarily, up to 100%. It seems unreasonable, but this is a set of tax rates that human civilization has explored for 10,000 years since it entered the new universe. After all, the team created a safe galaxy environment for you to mine without any worries. It is reasonable to charge some taxes, right? When the war comes, if the team is at a disadvantage or even eliminated, the individual players under the protection of the team will lose their protection and will suffer even more losses. Of course, Li Qing chose to go to the wild galaxy to build a base, of course not because of this tax. What he will be levied is only the mining tax. The money earned through the Palm Universe shipbuilding transaction is not subject to tax, which has little impact on him. The main reason for doing this is that the galaxies near the team are basically saturated. Although the Jalan team is not a legion, there are a lot of players, and the actual control of the galaxy is only 43 other than the Jalan galaxy. There are dozens of people in each galaxy, and hundreds of them are basically saturated. Where to go there are a bunch of people. Instead of being crowded into a galaxy with a bunch of people, it's better to go outside and find a suitable galaxy for one person to occupy exclusively. The fleet left the Jalan galaxy, the jump engine started, and the jump started directly. The second jump has left the star field controlled by the team. Jumped 5 times in a row, and stopped after a distance of 150 light years. 5 destroyers, 21 frigates, and a medium-sized industrial ship appeared on the edge of the gravitational well of a strange galaxy. The fleet rested here for a while, did not continue to jump, but entered the interior of the galaxy with a sub-beam. This is a very ordinary single star system, K-type orange star. The mass seems to be about the same as the Sun. There are 7 planets in the galaxy, and there is no asteroid belt. The fleet just skipped it, went directly through the star system to the gravitational well on the other side, found the wormhole and left. The rest of the journey is not a jump, one by one, looking for suitable galaxies. His current location is about 150 light years away from the Jalan galaxy, which has exceeded the active area of the first team in Jalan. Except for a very small number of adventure players, or some small and medium-sized teams, few there are single-player runs here. Traveling through galaxies one by one, time passed day by day, and almost a month passed quickly, and unknowingly traveled through more than 20 galaxies, but I haven't found a satisfactory galaxy. On the contrary, the dock in the Palm universe has built hundreds of frigates. Combining the 2 months from Jinmen to the outpost base, and the 100 ships that were stationed before, at this time, there are a total of 400 naked frigates in the universe in his palm. If you go back to the outpost now, you can sell a full 10 billion star dollars. The energy tide of the wormhole exploded, and a destroyer and 5 frigates emerged from the wormhole. 15 minutes later, Li Qing's main fleet passed through the wormhole and appeared in a strange galaxy. Drip, drip. Before he had time to look around, the ship's radar issued an alarm, detecting a planet 80,000 kilometers away from the fleet, and the alarm came from the surface of that planet. Without his order, the deputy captain of the ship immediately ordered the crew to scan that site intensively, and soon the scanning results appeared in front of Li Qing. It was a planet with a diameter of about 7,000 kilometers, and there was a satellite. The scanning picture showed that the surface of the planet was covered by a thick layer of ice, but on the surface of the thick ice layer, it was scanned. Building silhouette. How can there be buildings here? Destroyer number 5 and frigate number 20 and number 21 escorted the industrial ship to have a look. The 4 warships left the fleet and sailed towards the frozen planet, and stopped about 1,000 kilometers away from the planet. A minute later, the real-time scanning picture appeared on the light curtain in front of Li Qing. Wreckage of the space station. Although it was covered with thick ice, the battleship scanned nearby and found that it was not the imaginary building, but a huge space station wreck that fell into the planet and was covered by thick ice, which looked like a building from a distance. Destroyer number 5's main gun is ready. Li Qing drew a circle on the edge of the wreckage of the space station on the scanning screen, and passed the command to the captain. Following his order, the muzzle shimmered slightly, and several alloy shells spewed out from the muzzle and shot towards the target location. Boom, boom, boom. Several groups of shock waves covering a range of more than 10 kilometers exploded, and shattered ice flew all over the sky, and was swept up by the violent hurricane on the surface of the planet to form a shattered ice explosion and swept into the distance. A piece of scrap iron falling from orbit to a planet can form a powerful shock wave, not to mention an electromagnetic gun. The electromagnetic cannon on the battleship has no special performance in space battles, but if it is bombarded on a planet, you can immediately and intuitively feel how powerful it is. It is as exaggerated as being bombarded by a nuclear bomb. A large circle of ice around the ice-frozen space station wreckage was blown to pieces, and even the space station wreckage was affected, and a large piece of ice was lifted and cracked. Then, the small industrial ship slowly entered the interior of the planet under the of two frigates. Although this frozen planet has an atmosphere, it is very weak, and the gravity of the planet is far lower than the standard gravity. Therefore, a frigate with only one core module in the overall structure can land inside the planet, and a warship with more than two modules above a destroyer cannot land. The two escorting frigates blasted the ice on the surface of the wreckage of the space station with small electromagnetic guns. The industrial ship began to scan at close range, and then sent the scanning information to Li Qing through the battleship communication. In less than an hour, the entire wreckage of the space station was scanned, and it matched a certain piece of data in the internal database of the battleship. This is a space station of the Shatar Clan Federation. How can there be a space station of the Shatta Tribal Alliance here? Li Qing was a little puzzled. Although this place is not too far away from the Shatta Tribal Alliance, it does not belong to the territory of the Shatta Tribal Alliance. With the outpost as the center, the east is the Shatta Tribal Union. Its current location is about 450 light-years northeast of the outpost. In theory, going east is the Shatta Tribal Union. There is a strong isolation interference zone with the northeast direction. The other side is not only covered by thick nebula, even the fifth-level jump engine cannot be used, and most of the wormholes connecting the galaxies on the key side are unstable. Although unstable wormholes can also be traversed, there is a high probability that some unexpected accidents will occur during the traversal. The best result is to throw you directly into an unknown galaxy, and the worst result is to throw you directly into the warp space, then it's over. So, why did the Shatta Tribal Federation build a space station on the other side of the isolation zone? Why did they give up? Well, to be precise, it was forced to give up, because through scanning, you can see the impact fragments and energy weapon melting holes left on the space station, and metal shells are embedded in some places, indicating that the space station did not fall naturally, but was shot down. Then the question is, who shot down this thing? Li Qing asked the industrial ship to use the tractor beam to get some fragments and residual metal shells back, and transferred them to the universe in the palm, ready to let the scientists in the laboratory in the warehouse area study it to see the age and metal composition of these wreckages. As for this space station wreckage, after circling the planet for a week and finding no other artificial buildings or valuable things, he chose to leave. The fleet did not jump, but shuttled through the galaxy at sublight speed, looking for other planets in the galaxy. But it took several days to go around, and found no other space stations, but found a large anomaly on a satellite of one of the gas giant planets, a large pirate fleet and base with 5 battleships. 12 hours later, the fleet left this galaxy and entered the next galaxy through the wormhole. Chapter 39 Ancient Battlefield Broken Satellite, Subscription Required. Half an hour later, the fleet passed through the wormhole. After the turbulent energy tide, the radar of the warship scanned the starry sky 10,000 kilometers away for the first time. 2 pirate cruisers and 17 pirate gunboats were chasing and killing the one that stepped over first. Destroyer and 5 frigates. Fleet ready for battle. Looking at the communication screen sent by the front fleet, Li Qing immediately ordered the fleet to prepare for combat. The captain of the destroyer under temporary command did not confront the pirates head-on, but fought and retreated. By flying kites at a faster speed than the wild monster pirate fleet, he had slipped away for almost an hour and a half. As soon as the fleet communication was connected, Li Qing immediately ordered the vanguard fleet to return to join him, and the headquarters fleet quickly stepped forward to meet him. Although these 2 pirate cruisers are called cruisers, they are just cruisers converted from destroyers, and they are inferior to him in terms of quantity and quality. The 2 sides approached, and the hulls of the 5 destroyers flew sideways, aiming the muzzle of one of them forward to start accumulating energy. 21 frigates left 5 escorting destroyers in front, and the remaining 17 were divided into 2 groups, with 8 from the left and 9 from the right to meet them. The 5th generation weapon itself has a longer range, and has a 20% range bonus of the Psyker. When the enemy ship is still accelerating towards it, the cannon that has been charged early has already fired in advance. A series of flames and 6 dazzling light beams exploded, directly across the void and hit a pirate-modified cruiser. The terrifying kinetic energy and neutron plume directly tore apart the energy shield of the pirate cruiser, and Yue tore apart the alloy armor and shattered the alloy armor. Fragments flew. The 5 destroyers have a total of 12 L-slot main guns, 6 of which are advanced kinetic energy railguns, and the other 6 are neutron launchers, which can emit powerful neutron plumes. A total of 60 medium weapon slots, half of the 30 are equipped with 5th-generation electromagnetic guns, and the other half of 30 are equipped with 5th-generation laser cannons. 12 L-slot main guns focus their fire, almost tearing the armor of this modified pirate cruiser apart. Fortunately, it has been modified and strengthened. If it is a destroyer, according to this firepower, the armor can be directly torn apart. After a round of bombardment, they also entered the range of 2 modified pirate cruisers. With the dazzling lights on, a total of 14 dazzling lasers traversed the void, and at the same time 8 missiles flew over with a long tail flame. A white light flashed, and 14 laser beams hit the number 3 destroyer fiercely. The huge power tore the shield of the number 3 destroyer on the spot, leaving 14 melting holes as deep as half a meter on the armor. The 8 missiles arrived first, but were intercepted by the flame barrage of the P-slot close-in defense system launched by 4 frigates and destroyed halfway. Destroyer number 3 retreats. All have, move forward. The range of the main gun in the L slot is as high as 1,500 kilometers, and the range of the medium-sized weapons in the M slot is about 500 kilometers. Although the opponent is a cruiser, it is only a modified destroyer, and its firepower is not as good as that of a real cruiser. Take advantage of this. Soon the 2 sides entered the range of medium-sized weapons, and Li Qing's side used the 20% range bonus of Psychers to fire ahead of time. Li Qing didn't know how the opponent's warship was modified, fearing that the firepower would be insufficient, so all 60 artillery pieces focused on the modified cruiser whose shield was broken. In the blink of an eye, the 30 metal shells and 30 lasers hit the target at the same time, and there was an earth-shattering explosion. The modified cruiser was torn apart by the terrifying power of the concentrated fire, and turned into a raging explosion flame on the spot. Focused fire sank 1, the pressure dropped sharply, and the firepower of the remaining pirate cruiser was no longer enough to pose a threat to the destroyer in a short time. On the other side, 16 frigates are encircling 17 pirate gunboats, and the 2 sides are entangled in a very small range and form a melee. Both the frigate and the pirate gunboat are small warships of the same specification. They are equipped with small S-slot weapons. No matter the laser cannon, the machine gun, or the point defense system, the range is very short, which leads to the fact that frigate battles are mostly close-range and fast-moving mobile battles. When he destroyed a cruiser, the frigate equipped with all the 5th-generation technology on the other side had the upper hand against the pirate gunboat in a one-on-one match. At this point, Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Not surprisingly, the battle was won without any loss of a single ship. As he expected, 7 minutes later, the second pirate cruiser was sunk, and 5 destroyers immediately joined the frigate battle, destroying the downwind pirate gunboats one by one. As soon as the battle was over, Li Qing found that his experience in command skills had improved a lot, and his basic naval command skills had risen to level 5. Basic naval command skills LV5. Speed plus 25%, weapon rate of fire plus 15%, attack damage plus 10%, command ship capacity plus 450. Adding the skill bonus of the Psyker, the speed of the fleet commanded by him is plus 45%, the firing range is plus 20%, the weapon fire rate is plus 15%, and the attack damage is plus 10%. It's getting stronger and stronger. Li Qing smacked his lips, and closed the attribute panel with satisfaction. While salvaging the battlefield, Li Qing was surprised to find that besides a mess of warship wreckage, there was also a second-generation laser cannon manufacturing blueprint that could be used 25 times, and 2 data chips, 1 green and 1 white. The second-generation laser injection paper is 350,000 sheets per time, and it can be used for 25 times, which is 8.75 million yuan, which is a small profit. After the 2 data chips were delivered to him, after extracting the data with a decoder, he got a white skill chip and a green signal chip. The whiteboard skill chip contains frigate operation skills. After using it, 1,000 frigate operation skills related experience will be added. But this thing is only useful to the captain, not very useful to a commander like him. Although he also learned the skill of frigate operation, it was only for emergency use. Not only does he not need to operate it now, but he may not have the opportunity to operate it again in the future. Naturally, there is no need to waste this skill, and it can only be used by his subordinates. But his subordinates are all white captains, and there is no value in training at all. This thing can only be saved first, and will be used when there is a chance to recruit frigate captains with green or blue names or above. As for the signal chip, this thing will give you a coordinate after decoding, and then go to find the coordinate location. The result of the signal chip is uncertain. It may be a treasure left by the ancients at the coordinate location, or it may be a relic, an ancient laboratory, an ancient shipwreck, or even just an ordinary box. If it is buried treasure, this behavior is called treasure digging. If it is an ancient ruin or laboratory, this behavior is called grave digging. Generally speaking, the final harvest can be determined by the level of the signal chip. Of course, there is no need to expect good things on the whiteboard. If it is a purple signal chip, there must be top-level good things. The green chip is higher than the whiteboard, but it is only one level higher, and there is a probability that something of good value will be produced. Li Qing checked the signal coordinates with the star map, and found that the signal coordinates are not very far from here. Anyway, he is looking for a suitable galaxy to build a base, so he decided to go and have a look. However, according to the coordinates of the star map, Li Qing discovered a problem within a few galaxies. The interference electrons contained in the nebula in the nearby star field are rising rapidly. Not only the ship's sensors are seriously affected, but also the jump engine is strongly affected. After crossing about 10 galaxies, he found that only the 5th generation jump engine can jump here, and the jump distance and accuracy are greatly affected. Is this also the edge of the isolation interference zone? Checking the star map, the coordinates on the signal chip are only 5 hops away from here. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to move on. Drilling into the next galaxy, I immediately felt that the interference in the nebula had strengthened again, and the sensor was suppressed to only 1/3 of the effect. The next galaxy in the depths would simply strike. It's all here. It's a pity to give up now, but Li Qing also set a standard for himself and continued to move forward, but if he found that the wormhole began to become unstable, he would withdraw, and he could not take risks. Then flew forward 3 galaxies in one breath. The jump engine has been directly out of action, and even the sublight speed of curvature is greatly affected. But the wormhole is relatively stable. According to the information provided by the Jalan team, the real isolation interference zone is that the wormhole is disturbed and becomes unstable, which makes it impossible to travel through. Now the wormhole can still be used, but the interference is serious, indicating that this place should be at the edge of the isolation interference zone, and it is estimated that a few galaxies will officially enter the isolation interference zone in the future. Fortunately, the coordinates on the signal chip are nearby, and it should be the galaxy on the edge of the isolation interference zone. Half a day later, the fleet came to the edge of the galaxy, the large force stayed, and 1 expulsion and 5 guards drilled into the wormhole. An hour and a half later, the Vanguard fleet sent him a response, received the communication, and looked at a team of players parked not far from the wormhole displayed on the communication screen, including 2 cruisers, 8 destroyers, and 40 fleets. Li Qing was amazed by the fleet and wreckage all over the place. Silent for a while, he ordered in the fleet channel. Destroyer number 345 and frigates number 1 to 10 enter first, and the remaining warships enter later. Half an hour later, the wormhole shuttle ended. As soon as he came out, Li Qing checked the situation for the first time, and was relieved when he found that there was no conflict. At the same time, the communication was lit up. The young man in the dark green military uniform said, "I am the commander of the fleet not far from you. You can call me Thornbird. Jalan team Li Qing. I'm here to dig a grave with a signal chip guide." What a coincidence. I accidentally exploded a signal chip, and I also came to dig treasure. That's a coincidence. It's a bit of a coincidence. Li Qing checked the coordinates of the star map. The position guided by the signal chip is located under this galaxy. He sent the coordinates and said, "Should we not be in the same coordinates?" The thorny bird was obviously relieved, and also sent a coordinate. Although it is also in this galaxy, it is not the same location. Then let's dig our own. Row. The 2 bid farewell peacefully. A fleet sailed to the left of the galaxy, and Li Qing led the fleet to sail downward. The so-called direction does not refer to the front, rear, left, right, up and down based on the horizontal plane of each player's warship, but the entire new banking system is the standard. As we all know, the new Milky Way is also a huge flat disk with 4 spiral arms, with this flat disk as the midline to divide the upper and lower, and then use the 4 spiral arms as the 4 directions of east, west, north and west. Taking the center of the galaxy as the base point, the spiral arm where the United Empire of Mankind is located is the Perseus spiral arm, and the set direction is the north of the silver disk. Of course, the east, west, north, and west refer to the direction coordinates of the entire Milky Way, and this set must not be used in the galaxy at ordinary times. In the interior of the star system, the upper and lower horizontal planes are still based on the Milky Way, but the east, west, north and south are anchored by itself, or by the star in the center of the star system. What he is using now is the southeast, northwest direction with himself as the anchor point. The concentration of nebulae in this galaxy has actually affected the perspective of the naked eye. The images transmitted by the sensor show that the starry sky outside the battleship is covered with a layer of faint mist. If you zoom in on the image, you can find that the mist is composed of countless fine particles. If you have a scientific-grade instrument to investigate carefully, you will find that there are tiny electronic connections between these particles. In fact, this environment itself has a certain scientific value. The outpost base has been sending scientific research ships to investigate the galaxies on the edge of the isolation interference zone. I don't know if they have found any valuable information. There are also wild monsters in this galaxy, and they are also affected by the nebula. The sensor is suppressed harder than him. During the two close contacts with the wild monster fleet, they have already entered its radar detection range. If it is another galaxy, it will definitely be discovered, but he wasn't found here at all. In addition, there seems to be more than one kind of wild monsters appearing in this galaxy. In addition to the common pirate wild monsters, there is also a wild monster whose battleship shape is obviously different from that of pirate gunboats. The level of technology is not much different from that of pirate gunboats, but the size of the fleet is much larger than that of pirates. In addition to the scattered and sporadic gunboats of the pirates, the large-scale fleet generally has less than 5 destroyers and cruisers with 20 to 30 gunboats, and there are no sporadic unknown wild monsters. Most of them are large-scale fleets, and the fleets are very large. There are at least 4 or 5 real cruisers, a dozen destroyers, 70 or 80 frigates, and the total number is about 100. When encountering this kind of fleet, Li Qing always turns to avoid it. Stopping all the way, I finally came to the coordinates of the signal chip. From a distance, I saw a common barren planet floating alone in the starry sky. The orbit around the planet was full of broken warship wreckage. A small fleet of wild monsters including cruisers, 3 destroyers and about 10 frigates wandered back and forth among the wreckage. Ancient battlefield. Li Qing was unexpectedly surprised. Why is there an ancient battlefield here? Judging from the wreckage of the battleship, it contained a large number of huge battleships. Although no flagship wreckage was found, it can be seen from the wreckage of so many battleships that the scale of the ancient battle was absolutely huge. The fleet stopped for a while and after scanning, Li Qing ordered the fleet to scan around the planet far away. However, as soon as they circled the planet to the other side, they saw another piece of orbital starry sky that was previously blocked by the planet, full of wreckage of warships, among which there were several wreckages of warships that were larger than complete battleships. Hiss. What shocked him even more was that there was a broken satellite behind the warship grave. Chapter 40 Environmental Improvement Technology, Seeking Subscription, Monthly Ticket, Reward. This satellite should have been bombarded by a T-slot doomsday weapon. The satellite with a diameter of more than 3,000 kilometers was directly blown to pieces. The huge crust cracked like a cracked eggshell, and hot star core material spewed out, surrounding a cooling belt of small meteorites formed in the orbit of the planet. What a tragic war. Li Qing clicked his tongue, and his eyes fell on the cooled small meteorite belt. The sensor scanned that there was star core material in the cooled small meteorite belt. Star core material is a good thing. Generally, it is only found in the core of the planet. It contains many ultra-rare special materials. It is an essential material for making top-level technological creations. The price is very expensive, as high as 500 million star dollars. Normal mining can only be done by setting up deep core mining shafts on the planet to slowly extract the star core material, but also pay attention to the amount of extraction not to be too much, so as not to affect the stability of the planet. It is worth mentioning that theoretically all planets have star core matter, but in fact most planets have a low star core matter content. There is a saying in the sea of stars that has not yet been supported by scientific theories. The amount of star core material contained in a planet has nothing to do with the size of the planet, but is related to the environment and structure of the planet. To put it bluntly, it depends on whether your planet has the potential to become a living planet. Desolate planets generally don't have much star core matter, but living planets must have a lot of star core matter. Similarly, the amount of star core material also determines whether the planet has the potential to be transformed into a habitable planet. It is usually not allowed to collect star core materials by directly exploding stars. It is said that it is an unspoken rule in the new universe. Li Qing does not know where this statement comes from, but he has never seen anyone use the method of exploding stars to collect star core materials. Collect star core material. So to be able to come across an accidentally shattered planet is definitely a godsend. He scanned the surroundings with radar to determine the patrol behavior of nearby wild monsters, and then ordered the fleet to fly in the direction of the broken satellite. After radar scanning, 2 small fleets will pass through the broken satellite area back and forth. He needs to destroy these 2 small fleets to collect star core materials with peace of mind. Fortunately, it is only a small fleet. If it is a large fleet, there is no way. The 2 small fleets were not patrolling together, but one was on the other side and the other was on this side. He sent 3 frigates to lure them over, and then the main force rushed up to beat them up and wipe them out easily. Then use the same method to lure another branch over, and then use the same method to destroy it. Then release several mining ships and industrial ships to start operations, collecting the star core material floating in the void. Obviously Li Qing is the first batch of players to come to this galaxy, otherwise the star core material would not be his turn. If it was near Jinmen province, it would have been searched and taken away by previous pioneers. This batch of star core material seems to be a lot, and the cooling lava meteorite stretches for thousands of kilometers, but in fact it does not contain much star core material. After all, it is only a small satellite and not a big planet. Most of it is rare minerals and elements that are found inside various star cores. There are probably not many units of real star core material. But this thing has 500 million star dollars per unit. As long as 1 unit is enough, it will be a big profit. It took almost half a day to collect all the meteorites formed from the star core lava, and the mining ship returned to the universe in the palm. Now there is no rare element refining equipment at hand, so we can only wait for the Jolin team to refine with team equipment, or the next time we go back, we can refine it by ourselves. Order a set. After collecting, Li Qing glanced at the broken satellite shell, which must contain a lot of ore and planetary material, but the collection is a protracted task, and he doesn't have the time. It's a pity that the fragments are too large, and the storage caliber beyond the maximum 10 kilometers of the universe in the palm can't fit in, otherwise it will be taken away in one pot. I didn't leave after that, because the signal coordinates were on this planet, and it happened to be below the orbit of the broken satellite, so there was no need to change the position. This planet is a very common barren planet, but it has a thick atmosphere, and many places on the surface are covered with thick layers of ice, which shows that the planet has water and an atmosphere, and the orbit of the planet is also above the habitable zone of the star, and the climate conditions are not bad. Theoretically, this barren planet has the possibility of becoming a living planet. However, this may get lower and lower over time until it is almost impossible. If any planet has the possibility of becoming a living planet, within 2 or 3 billion years after the formation of the planet, the most geologically active stage of the planet will slowly form the ecological circle of the living planet. From the structural point of view, the age of this barren planet obviously exceeds this optimal age. Unless something unexpected happens, it is basically impossible to slowly evolve an ecological circle on its own. But the 2 key factors of water and atmosphere are all available, which shows that this planet can be transformed into a livable planet through environmental transformation, and the transformation cost is lower than other barren planets. If there is such a planet in the galaxy where the outpost is located, the expeditionary force will definitely try to transform it. The signal coordinates are located in a plateau mountain covered by thick ice. The 5 frigates slowly descended into the violent atmosphere. Just after passing through the thick atmosphere, they suddenly received an alarm of being attacked. Internally launched missiles. The built-in point defense system of the frigate sprays a barrage of flames, easily intercepting and destroying missiles. The tracking system of the battleship found the launch site of the missile at the first time, but there was a cave on the side of a high mountain among the barren mountains, and the missile flew out of the cave. Obviously, this planet used to be a military base of an ancient civilization, which was destroyed by a great war, but there are still some remaining military facilities that have not been completely destroyed. Li Qing pressed the palm of his hand on the light curtain of the map in front of him, and stretched his 5 fingers to enlarge the map. Looking at the picture displayed on the projected map, he pressed his head, feeling a little headache. Why bah, don't you want me to send the Marines to land? The coordinates are located in this mountain range, but apart from the thick ice layer, there are mostly various wreckages and craters on the surface, as well as broken military facilities, and nothing of value can be seen. Not on the surface, it is naturally inside the mountain. It's all here. Li Qing can only prepare the ground troops in the Palm universe. 3 clone squadrons and 3 robot assault squadrons are ready to land on the industrial ship. 2 hours later, a medium troop carrier appeared out of thin air above the planet's orbit and began to drop ground troops. Marine landing on a planet generally depends on the situation of the planet and the scale of the mission. Small-scale landings are generally launched directly into the planet by landing capsules, and large-scale landings are launched by troop carriers. The landing of 600 people can only be regarded as a small-scale mission. One by one, the launch pods flew out of the troop carrier and shot into the planet like meteors. The launching and landing module looks like chopsticks, and its structure is very strong. After passing through the thick atmosphere, it falls to the ground and inserts into the mud rock or ice layer, and the soldiers inside are unscathed. Li Qing sat in the battleship, and the light curtain in front of his eyes clearly showed that the hatches of the landing cabins inserted into the ground were opened one by one, and heavily armed clone soldiers or robot assault soldiers came out of them one by one, and quickly assembled into small teams for vigilance. Although they are only the lowest cannon fodder troops, don't doubt their professionalism. Clones belong to the professionally trained cannon fodder troops. They grow from embryos to adults in just a few months, and they only have a lifespan of 20 to 30 years. They are born with specialized skills that can be put to use immediately. Like the clone troopers, they are naturally equipped with military-related skills. There are 3 in total, namely infantry professional combat skills, special operations, and battlefield adaptation in special environments. The combination of the 3 skills allows them to face most combat environments. All the skills of the clone troop that just left the factory are only LV1, and the skill level can be improved through combat. Theoretically, it can be upgraded to LV10, that is, the 10th level clone warrior. Not only the combat skills become very powerful, but also have the opportunity to break fate. 10th level clone fighters can accept advanced gene modulation technology. Dozens of genetic operations can not only make up for the genetic defects of clones, but also make them stronger, just like little Superman. But the most critical thing for human cloning is that these advanced gene modulation technologies can allow them to break through the original 20 to 30 years of life defects like natural people, and obtain the status of imperial citizens, no longer cannon fodder without human rights. Although it is difficult to say, the Empire produces trillions of clone cannon fodder every year, but there are less than 100,000 clone fighters who can survive countless life and death battles until the end. But after all, this is an opportunity, and it is also the life goal of all clones. 300 clone warriors and 300 robot assault soldiers, under the command of their respective commanders, quickly found several entrances and exits in that area. With the cooperation of several frigates parked above, they smashed down the entrances and then broke into them. Li Qing didn't do anything. Professional things should be done by professional people. Fleet command is okay, but he is a complete layman in ground combat. It would be a disaster for his subordinates if he wanted to command. Li Qing has thought about it. In the future, when there are a certain number of warships under his command, he will find a few powerful fleet commanders to share the workload. It's not that he can't command. He has super high innate attributes far surpassing other players, regardless of perception and memory, mind and spirit, etc., have benefits for command, allowing him to respond quickly and accurately in the face of complex battles. Although he can't compare to the kind of natural famous general who is born to eat this bowl of food, as a fleet commander, as long as he doesn't make mistakes and has the ability to use all the combat power under his command, this is a very good commander. The main reason is that there will be more warships in the future, and the establishment of bases in the future will face more and more complicated situations. Many times he will have to do different things at the same time, and he will not be able to do it at the same time. At this time, several fleet commanders are needed to help command the fleet. Whether it is a player or a recruited fleet commander, as long as it can be used with confidence, it is fine. After waiting for about an hour and a half, the intermittent communication finally sent good news. The underground base at the coordinate position has been explored. In addition to a large number of steel alloys stored in the underground warehouse, a hidden secret room was found at the bottom, with some data chips in it. Half an hour later, a silver-white metal box that had been checked was moved in front of Li Qing and opened. The metal box is full of cold air, and inside is a delicate metal shelf with many data chips inserted on it. Li Qing took out one at random, and a metal ball floated from behind the seat, and inserted the data chip into a socket in the metal ball. The light curtain in front of his eyes bounced off, and the dense data slipped down like a waterfall. This is a data decoder, which is specialized in decoding various unknown data chips and extracting information and data from them. In just 2 minutes, the waterfall-like data began to become information he knew, which shows that the technological level of this data chip must not be comparable to the level of human civilization. After the decoding was completed, the information completely appeared in front of him. After just one glance, Li Qing showed a hint of surprise. This chip contains a part of a planetary environment modification technology. To be precise, it is part of some kind of environmental modification technology. General planetary environments are not static. Even if they are ocean planets, the environment inside will be very different. Therefore, the technology of planetary environment modification is a very complicated technology with almost no limit. There is only a small part in front of him, and Li Qing can't see why. Next, he will decode the chips inside one by one, and then put them together to form a complete document. And all the data chips were integrated into one, and a complete planetary environment modification technology appeared in front of him, and it was a very rare technology, which was a top-level technology that players could not obtain under normal circumstances. Moreover, Li Qing discovered that this set of planetary environment modification technology seems to be tailored for the current planet. That is to say, the owner of this technology originally aimed to transform the current planet into a habitable planet through planetary transformation technology. It's a pity that the technology has just been researched, and before it can be implemented, the base has suffered a devastating blow, and there is no more. However, Li Qing felt that it wasn't just that the planet was hit, but that the civilization was also hit, and then the entire family was wiped out. If there is no genocide, only the base on this planet is destroyed, there should be people from the clan to clean up the mess. And at this time, Li Qing had a huge doubt in his mind: where is the home planet of this destroyed civilization? This destroyed civilization should not be any of the 3 alien civilizations in the Zutar star field. He saw the space station where the Shatta tribe united before, and he guessed whether the Shatta tribe had once colonized here. But whether it is the wreckage of the battleship floating in the orbit of the planet, or the architectural style on the planet, it is fundamentally different from those 3 civilizations, and it is absolutely impossible to be any of the 3. No, Li Qing woke up suddenly and ordered the fleet to rescan the surrounding area. He was surprised to find that the wreckage of warships all over the planet was of the same type, and no warships of the second style were found. Which also means, either civil war. Either a fleet they could not resist swept them directly, and even such a large-scale engagement did not cost them a single battleship. Engagement did not cost them a single battleship. Engagement did not cost them a single battleship. Engagement did not cost them